Hello everyone. If you like what I'm doing here, please consider subscribing, liking, and commenting. It would really help the channel out quite a bit. Thank you very much.
Teatro Fantasia. Welcome to the theater of the ear. Stage of the imagination. Imagination. Where every fantasy may be fact. Where every fact may be pure fantasy. Stage of the imagination. Imagination. Welcome to Teatro Fantasia. Doctor Dimension, Episode 1.
No need to swear, Doc.
Demetrius Demopoulos, Ph.D., popped his frizzy, graying head out of the access hatch and gave his lab assistant a sardonic leer.
Talbot, you incredible boob. For your information, a bastard file is a file of a certain grade of coarseness suitable for use on metal. There's a bit of a flange on this thermal couple, and I simply must file it down. So if it's not too much trouble...
Sorry, Doc.
Talbot moved his big athletic frame toward the toolbox. He was tall and lanky for a football player, but was the best quarterback Fleitheimer University had. In fact, he was the only quarterback. Both the starter and his backup were out for the season, with mononucleosis and terminal pyorrhea, respectively. Troy, the third stringer, was doing fairly well, considering. He could throw a dangerous screen pass, discounting that it was sometimes dangerous for his own team. Nevertheless, Fleitheimer had lost every game so far this season.
Where has our bodacious research assistant got to?
Diane Derry, tall and blonde with cornflower blue eyes that could melt a glacier at 50 paces, came scurrying out of the control room, hugging a clipboard to the ample bosom that her white lab coat tried to hide, and her tight red wool sweater voluptuously accentuated.
Here, Dr. Demopoulos, I've got those resistor calibrations for you. I just worked them out on my slide rule.
Good. I'll need them in just a second as soon as I... now, let me see.
He passed a hand through the tangle of salt and pepper curls that topped his head, then adjusted his black, round-rimmed spectacles, lenses which looked very much like the bottoms of Coca-Cola bottles.
You'd better let me handle that, Doc.
Oh, nonsense. I'll have it fixed in just a jiffy. If I can just get it into position here.
Doc, you're lousy with tools. You know that.
Don't trouble that handsome and mostly empty head of yours, Talbot. I'm no grease monkey, but I am a member of the order of primates, all of whom have 5 prehensile appendages on the end of each arm, making 10 fingers in all, and all of which, working together in a complex and coordinated way, are perfectly capable of manipulating tools. Tools, Talbot. Primates are tool users. So I know whereof I speak.
He leaned forward and reached inside the strange contraption, which took up most of the shoddily constructed and supposedly temporary lab annex of Fleitheimer University's physical science building.
Yeah, Doc, but that doesn't mean you can... Skin to knuckle, eh, Doc?
Talbot, you consummate moron. Yes, I've skinned a knuckle. Any other brilliant empirical observation you'd care to make? Don't be silly. I just scream periodically to equalize the pressure. Help me down from this thing.
They eased him down the ladder. Once safely at the bottom, the distinguished physicist took a step back and surveyed the complex and sophisticated machine that was the culmination of years of dedicated scientific research and painstaking technological development.
What a pile of junk.
Oh, no, Dr. Demopoulos. Don't say that.
Well, it is. Time machine my bum. This thing couldn't give you the time of day, much less travel through it.
But we haven't incorporated all our latest test data yet. These last few adjustments might do it, Professor.
The time machine was, in the main, a copper-clad aluminum sphere, constructed of welded sections, sitting on a tripod affair of titanium struts. A few mammalian bulges, housings for various sensing and communications devices, afflicted its smooth surface here and there. Its main hatch, a circular lozenge near the circumference of the sphere, hung forlornly open. Otherwise, the device was slickly futuristic in a quasi-Art Deco kind of way, and very sexy indeed. The trouble was, it didn't work.
We've been tinkering with it for 2 years. We've tried everything, and it's all come to nothing but dog poop.
No, it's not, Professor. It's not dog poop.
Pound leavings, canine fertilizer,
No.
doggy diddlies, puppy premium.
No, Doctor, please. Don't belittle your tremendous accomplishment.
God, I'm depressed.
Don't talk like that, Dr. D.
It's 1939 already. All these years I've been waiting for the breakthrough, for the day when I could jump up and yell, Eureka! But all I can say to myself is, you big dope.
As long as we get that grant from the Fleightheimer Foundation, we'll all keep our jobs for another 2 years.
Sure. Fat chance of that.
If you can make a good presentation to the Fleitheimers at the department meeting.
Old Sam and Sarah. It's what Sarah wants that counts. That old battle axe runs Sam like a pony at Aqueduct. She calls the shots, and she just happens to hate my bloody gut.
Well, Doc, you shouldn't have gone skinny dipping in her swimming pool at that fancy party she threw for the faculty.
I was drunk. Besides, the 2 department secretaries I got drunk with were naked, too. It seemed like the gentlemanly thing to do.
Mrs. Fleitheimer doesn't exactly hate you.
She hates me exactly. It is exactly me she hates more than anyone in the world.
Professor, that's not true.
No, you're right. She hates Hitler more than me. But she hates me more than she hates Goering.
But you're a distinguished scientist. She should put personal prejudice aside and award the Fleitheimer Sustaining Research Grant on the basis of merit.
She'll award it to whoever our schmuck of a department chairman says to award it to. And our schmuck of a department chairman is the pliant creature of another woman who'd like to have me stuffed and mounted on a wall.
That couldn't be Dr. Vivian Vernon now, could it?
Granted, Dr. Wissman is engaged to Dr. Vernon, but surely he is capable of making an unbiased recommendation.
Dr. Wussman couldn't make poo-poo on a potty chair without having Mother Vivian around to wipe him. She's got the grant, and that's that.
But there are other sources of grant money.
There's a depression on, didn't you know? Besides, the Fleitheimers own this podunk college. The trustees even changed the name of the damn place to suit them.
True. I did like Cowper College better.
Or Cowpie College, like the wits used to say down at the frat house.
Robert Benchley's to a man, those frat boys.
Dr. Demopoulos, let's give it another try. Another static test run.
Oh, what the hell? I've got nothing better to do.
That's the spirit,
The
Doc.
department meeting is in 45 minutes. If you can give them some positive results.
Yeah, sure, and pigs will start a major airline. Okay, once more into the breach, dear friends. I just hope we don't soil our breeches.
Doctor, that's a terrible pun.
Just remember, I'm the brilliant scientist, and you're the beautiful assistant. Let's keep it basic.
They all filed into the glass-fronted control room, where the doctor seated himself at a large console that bristled with levers and switches.
Turn it off!
He threw a few of these levers and watched needles pulsate on luminous dials. His assistants took their stations at instrument panels behind him.
Drawing 2,000 volts at 12 amperes.
Electron multipliers activated!
Radium clock reset and running.
Coils at full inductance.
Super heterodyne circuits engaged.
Rectifiers at maximum voltage.
The doctor, his frizzy hair standing on end, stared out through the glass as the copper-hued spherical machine began to emit a low, ominous whine. From other auxiliary equipment in the lab came the buzz of surging energies and the snap of hurtling electrons. And with these sounds, the thin-walled lab annex reverberated from the gray slab floor to the corrugated tin roof. The whining increased in pitch until it became an ear-splitting yowl. Suddenly, the coppery globe became the source of weird ionized discharges that played about its surface like glowing, spidery fingers.
Now, do I give it negative or positive polarity?
Negative means the time machine will go into the past. Positive, the future. At least that's what our equations say.
Yeah, either that or the thing will levitate. I've never really decided whether this contraption's supposed to be a time machine or an anti-gravity
The
device.
field equations can be solved both ways, Doctor. We've gone over that 100 times.
Yeah, I wonder what would happen if I left it on positive and inverted the phase delay on the carrier voltage.
Dr. Demopoulos, we've never tried that.
We tried everything else. I guess I just pushed this button.
But Dr. D!
Here goes.
A spark leapt from the copper sphere to a nearby Tesla coil, and gray mushroom clouds of smoke arose from both. Lightning-like spears of energy shot around the lab, making the tin wall shake and rattle. Sparks cascaded in a dazzling display of fireworks.
Roll the emergency cutoff!
Gotcha, Doc. I'll hit the main circuit breaker.
For all his all-American reflexes, though, he was a microsecond late. The lab annex blew up quite nicely. However, a split second before it did, the extremities of the spherical machine's tripod legs began tentatively and almost imperceptibly to lift off the concrete floor.
What in heaven's name was that?
Dr. Jeffrey Wussman, a bald, gnomish man in tweeds, whirled around on his Morocco leather office chair and nearly toppled over. Vivian Vernon, Ph.D., was sitting on the window seat with her shapely legs crossed, calmly smoking a Pall Mall in a teak cigarette holder. The afternoon sun glamorously backlighted her auburn hair.
Just the lab annex blowing up.
What? That's the second time this year. I'll bet it's Demopoulos.
Who else? The man is a complete incompetence.
Oh, but he continually makes a shambles of that place. If we have to keep dumping money into repairs, we'll never get that permanent lab building.
Relax. Dearest Demi's grant source has run dry. He's strapped. He'll have to stop his experiments. Then we can clear out all his junk, and the department can reclaim the annex.
Reclaim a wreck, you mean? That's what he's turned it into.
Dr. Wussman halted his motion of turning from the window, brought up short by an arresting sight, the hiked hemline of Dr. Vernon's tight black dress. Wussman felt a sudden, lustful pang.
My dear, did I ever tell you what wonderful legs you have?
Many times, Jeffrey, dear. You're sweet.
Mwah. When we finally get married, I'll get to see every inch of them, not just the tantalizing portion you torture me with every day. By the way, when are we going to get married?
Soon, dear.
But darling, we've been engaged for 8 years.
All good things are worth waiting for, Jeffrey, dear.
Well, I'll have to have a serious talk with Demetrius very soon. We've had enough unscheduled expenses around this place. What with the depression and the constant budget cuts, we're lucky this university still has a physics department.
Depression or not, the Fleitheimers are looking to dump more money on the university. Perhaps Sam can be persuaded to give us a new lab building.
Oh, how I wish.
This research grant is peanuts. They have more money than they know what to do with. And all you have to do, Jeffrey, dear, is show them what valuable research the department is doing.
For instance?
Why, my work on the electrodynamics of isotropic crystal formation, for instance.
Oh, that. You've been doing that since you were an undergrad.
Are you saying it's not valuable work?
Oh, no, of course not. Of course, it's legitimate scientific investigation and all. It's just that, Vivian, my pretty darling, it's just not, box office.
Whatever do you mean?
Well, the Fleitheimers don't know anything about science, let alone solid research work in physics. They won't be impressed by something so, esoteric. Now, what Demetrius is working on, well, that's something with pizzazz.
His time machine?
His, time machine? He's supposed to be working on splitting the atom.
Oh, that would be too mundane for Demetrius. My sources tell me that it's a time machine.
How do you know? He hasn't told anybody what he's working on.
I have my little ways of getting information.
Yeah, no doubt you have, my dear, but still, time machines are a little more glamorous than crystal formations.
Vivian tapped her cigarette out on the windowsill and rose to her full height, which was considerably more than that of the bald, homuncular Dr. Wussman. In doing so, she revealed her full figure. She was a knockout in a slinky black dress, and this was not lost on her department chairman. He got to his feet and looked up into her gray-green eyes and despaired. He gathered her in and clung to her for dear life.
Oh, darling, it's been such a long wait. Couldn't we just once...
No, Jeffrey, darling. If we can sell the Fleitheimers on the importance of pure scientific research, this department will be sitting pretty. Mrs. Fleitheimer is active in politics, Jeffrey. She has no end of friends in Washington. One of them is a certain tallish buck-toothed lady by the name of Eleanor.
Eleanor? Oh, you don't mean Mrs. Roosevelt.
The same. A war just started in Europe, Jeffrey. The U.S. could be dragged into it. Hitler invaded Poland, remember? War. Think research and development. Think of huge grants for weapon research.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Millions of dollars worth of grant money. More than enough to build not just a proper lab building, but think of this. An Institute for Theoretical Studies dedicated to pure research. A Temple of Science, headed by Jeffrey H. Wussman, Ph.D., at a salary of no less than $20,000 per annum.
$20,000 a year?
The salary of the chairman of the most important scientific research outfit in the country? A pittance, merely an honorarium.
Jeffrey lost interest in Vivian's anatomy. He stared out the window at the peaceful quadrangle where mild autumn breezes fanned the flames of the burning lab annex.
Chairman of the Institute for Theoretical Studies. What's in it for you, Vivian?
I'd be director of research. And, of course, the wife of the chairman.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We haven't even convinced the Fleitheimers about the tiny little sustaining grant, much less the rest of it. Oh, I know that Sarah is very skeptical about funding science. She likes the arts. Doesn't like science, she told me at a dinner party once. Too much math. Too hard to understand. So what good is it if nobody can understand it, she said. Well, what good is it? I can't believe she said that.
Leave that silly old bag to me. Just you leave everything to me.
I usually do. You have such a nice office here, Vivian. In fact, it's better than mine.
You insisted I take the corner office on the quadrangle. Don't you remember?
Oh, that's right, I did indeed. Nevertheless, it seems odd that the chairman of the department wouldn't have something better than that cubbyhole of mine.
Oh, you've been good to me, Jeffrey, very good. I'm so grateful to you for looking after my career, my needs.
God, I hate running an outfit with a tin cup. All scientific endeavor should be financed by the government.
That's definitely on the agenda, Jeffrey, sweetest. You love it, you filthy slave.
Oh, God, don't start, Vivian. I'll want you to get into your leathers, and we don't have time.
Who's Vivian's little love slave?
Oh, please, dear, not now.
Who'll do his mistress's every bidding and love?
Ouch! Oh, God, me.
Who'll get down on his chubby little knees if his mistress tells him to, and eat dog food out of his dirty little dog dish?
Me, I will.
15 extra minutes of house training tonight, and then you hightail it home like a good little puppy.
Oh, I'll be there, dearest Vivian. Mistress Vivian.
Come along, Jeffrey. What's wrong, Jeffrey?
Well, nothing's wrong. In fact, I've been inspired. You hurry to the meeting. I'm going to get some art materials, white illustration board, pencils, my pastels.
Whatever are you up to?
I've enough of a flair for the visual to do the kind of thing we need. Go stall the Fleitheimers. I'll work as fast as I can.
But, Jeffrey, they're waiting.
Go!
Astonished, Vivian left to do his bidding. She'd rarely seen him like this. A benign fall breeze on his back, Dr. Jeffrey Wussman began hurriedly to sketch his daydreams.
Don't you worry, Professor. We'll get her working again.
The campus fire brigade got the blaze out in short order. Lab coat smudged and torn, Dr. Demopoulos surveyed the damage. The gigantic Tesla coil was still standing, but had been turned into a tower of twisted metal. Above it yawned a gaping hole, blackened and charred around the edges, that the blast had punched into the corrugated metal roof of the annex. Much equipment had been damaged or lost to the flames, but fortunately the time machine's exterior had survived unscathed, save for some scorching along the underside. The strange machine's deliverance was an even stranger turn of events, for it had seemed the focal point of the conflagration. Dr. Demopoulos gave some thought to this puzzle. Perhaps the machine had been partially shielded by the truncated wall of sandbags that the professor had bade Troy stack up against a real emergency. However, Troy had barely begun the job. Thus the mystery remained. The machine's exterior was one story, the interior another. Although fire damage inside the vessel was minimal, virtually all the electronic gear had burnt out. The ship was a useless hulk.
But what the hell is it? A time machine or an anti-gravity device?
Heck, Doc, that's a spaceship.
It's a time machine.
It's a spaceship.
It's a time machine.
Spaceship.
Time machine.
I hate like hell to bring up the obvious, but have you two twits considered the possibility that it might be two?
Two?
Two ships in one.
He's right. It's both. It's a space-time ship. Of course, according to Einstein's special theory of relativity, time is merely one dimension of space, the fourth dimension. If the machine can travel in time, it can travel in space, too.
And vice versa, though you only notice it at relativistic velocity.
Wow, this is great. Once we get it working, we can go anywhere in this
Or
thing.
any when, any place, or any time in the whole space-time
But
continuum.
the problem is controlling the craft and knowing where the heck you're going.
Hey, Doc, you got any ideas about that? About navigation, that kind of stuff?
Don't bother me. I'm lost in deep cogitation.
Oh, my gosh. The meeting.
Huh?
The department meeting with the Fleitheimers. They probably started already.
Oh. Yeah, I'll get right over there.
Hurry, Professor.
Yeah, sure.
What the heck is space-time?
What a pile of junk.
The time machine was, in the main, a copper-clad aluminum sphere, constructed of welded sections, sitting on a tripod affair of titanium struts, and very sexy indeed. The trouble was, it didn't work.
Let's give it another try. Another static test run.
Oh, what the hell? I've got nothing better to do.
That's the spirit,
The
Doc.
department meeting is in 45 minutes. If you can give them some positive results.
Yeah, sure, and pigs will start a major airline. I wonder what would happen if I left it on positive and inverted the phase delay on the carrier voltage.
Dr. Demopoulos, we've never tried that.
We tried everything else. I guess I just pushed this button.
But Dr. D!
Here goes.
Spark leapt from the copper sphere to a nearby Tesla coil, and gray mushroom clouds of smoke arose from both. Lightning-like spears of energy shot around the lab, making the tin wall shake and rattle. Sparks cascaded in a dazzling display of fireworks.
Throw the emergency cutoff!
Gotcha, Doc. I'll hit the main circuit breaker.
For all his all-American reflexes, though, he was a microsecond late. The lab annex blew up quite nicely.
What in heaven's name was that?
Just the lab annex blowing up.
That's the second time this year. I'll bet it's Demopoulos. If we have to keep dumping money into repairs, we'll never get that permanent lab building.
Relax. Dearest Demi's grant source has run dry. He's strapped. He'll have to stop his experiments. Then we can clear out all his junk, and the department can reclaim the annex.
Reclaim a wreck, you mean?
If we can sell the Fleitheimers on the importance of pure scientific research, this department will be sitting pretty.
By the way, when are we going to get married?
Soon, dear.
But darling, we've been engaged for 8 years.
All good things are worth waiting for, Jeffrey, dear. Who's Vivian's little love slave,
Oh, please, dear, not now.
Who'll do his mistress's every bidding and love?
Ouch! Oh, God. Me.
Who'll get down on his chubby little knees if his mistress tells him to, and eat dog food out of his dirty little dog dish?
No, me. I will.
What the hell is it? A time machine or an anti-gravity device?
Heck, Doc, that's a spaceship.
It's a time machine.
It's a spaceship.
It's a time machine.
Spaceship.
Time machine.
I hate like hell to bring up the obvious, but have you two twits considered the possibility that it might be two?
Two?
Two ships in one.
He's right. It's both. It's a space-time ship. Oh, my gosh. The meeting.
Huh?
The department meeting with the Fleitheimers. They probably started already.
Oh. I'll get right over there.
Hurry, Professor!
Doctor Dimension, Episode 2.
Sam Fleitheimer, large of bone and shiny of head, puffed on a big Cuban cigar. His dark suit was conservative, and his smile seemed perpetual. Mrs. Fleitheimer was compact and cylindrical. No matter where you measured her circumference below the neck, shoulders, bust, midriff, waist, hips, it looked to be the same. Her hair was unnaturally red and cropped modishly short. She wore a flashy diamond necklace. Her dress looked fresh from the full line of one of New York's fashionable and expensive Fifth Avenue clothing stores. In fact, most of her wardrobe had come from New York's 7th Avenue, wholesale. Her shoes matched her dress. Besides a gold wedding band, she wore no less than 4 rings, 2 diamond, an emerald, and a ruby. Her bracelets were 18-karat gold, as were her earrings.
Science is so inhuman. I don't like it. It's mathematical, cold. I like warm things, human things.
She likes those sissy dancers at the ballet.
Sam, don't show your lack of culture.
What culture? Bunch of skinny women up on their toes, sissy boys picking them up and handing them around. Culture, schmulture.
My husband doesn't appreciate the finer things.
Mrs. Fleitheimer apologized to the assembled staff of the physics department. Vivian, unable to explain the delay of Dr. Wussman, was giving some excuse about some last-minute work to do on his presentation when the door to the conference room opened, and in walked Jeffrey Wussman, a single large rectangle of illustration board under his left arm. He came to the table, laid the board down, and took his seat.
Sorry, folks, sorry. I got a little behind schedule. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Fleitheimer, so nice to see you both.
Yeah, really swell, yeah.
Let me get right to the point. There is much to be said for culture, and ballet is certainly a wonderful example of sensitive and refined emotional expression. But I don't think that ballet is going to fuel our national engines of progress. And we certainly don't want to throw youngsters in tights and tutus against the Hun, if, God forbid, we have to participate in a war in Europe.
Dr. Wussman is right. The Nazis are a threat to the world. Sample my homemade chocolate chip cookies, Mr. Fleitheimer.
She set the tray on the table and surreptitiously ran a hand down Mr. Fleitheimer's broad back in a way that was quite open to interpretation. Sam smiled up at her.
Don't mind if I do. May I? You have a point about Nazis, dear. They're monsters.
We're so happy you've decided to make a contribution to the welfare of the department and therefore to the university and to science, not to mention...
It's all my husband's idea.
You got that right.
Yes, certainly. The money will certainly be put to good use. We haven't quite decided how to spend it yet, however. Use it wisely, we certainly will. Yes, I'd like to talk about the future of this department and the future of Fleitheimer University, about the choices we make now and how these will affect revenues in years to come, especially with regards to government funding of scientific research. Yes, I want to show you something. I believe, Mrs. Fleitheimer, that this will also appeal to your admirable sense of aesthetics.
Mrs. Fleitheimer looked on with a mouthful of her second mammoth handful of chocolate chip cookies. Dr. Wussman tilted up the illustration board. On it, he had sketched his vision in a burst of rushed inspiration not 10 minutes ago.
A temple of science, the Institute for the Study of Physical Theory. A hallowed institution that will not only be a testimony to pure science, but will also serve as an inspiration to the people of the world, a shining example, a beacon of enlightenment, proving that America is good for other things besides making cars and air conditioners and radios and other petty material distractions. It will attract the best scientific talent from all over the globe.
Wussman's hasty architectural rendering in charcoal and pastel portrayed a clutch of buildings done in a hodgepodge of pseudo-classical styles surrounded by sweeping lawns and formal gardens.
Now remember, this is just a preliminary sketch. An architect could do wonders with just the ideas I've doodled here, but I trust you get the general drift.
Yep, more expensive buildings. We've been nudged into building 5 of them on this campus so far.
Oh, yes, I know. The School of Performing Arts, the New Student Union, the Center for Humanitarian and Altruistic Studies.
Yeah, the Board of Trustees did a pretty good job of setting me up in the construction business, with my money, of course. Trouble is, buildings don't do anything for me.
Don't do anything for you?
Doesn't reach me right here in my pupik. I don't get excited over bricks and mortar.
But you haven't heard my ideas about what we'll study at this new facility. Mrs. Fleitheimer, you'd be very interested to hear my theories about the merging of art and science, of aesthetics and physics.
Just then the door crashed open. A burly, wild-haired figure hurtled through, waving his arms wildly.
Stop the meeting! Stop the meeting!
What on earth's wrong?
The pizza came, and I don't have enough to tip the delivery boy. Come on, everybody. Pony up.
Demetrius, please. We're having a serious discussion here. By the way, you look a mess.
Not to worry. This is my old lab coat. Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Fleitheimer. What bamboozle has Niles Boring here been trying to put over on you?
Hi, Demetrius. Hey, when are you going to come over for another swim party?
Anytime, Sam. Hi, Sarah. How's Trix?
Dr. Demopoulos.
Hi, Viv. Castrated anyone lately?
Dr. Demopoulos brushed past his rival, making sure to give her a nice backhanded squeeze on the rump. Mrs. Fleitheimer could only stare up at this dark apparition, half-eaten cookie in one hand, a darkly disapproving frown on her pale brow. Mr. Fleitheimer, on the other hand, seemed rather glad for the intrusion.
Actually, we've just agreed to fund a physics institute.
No, we haven't. We've agreed to study ballet.
Our project is academically and scientifically progressive and sound.
Proudly, he held up the illustration board with its Greco-Roman approximations. Dr. Demopoulos grabbed it away and held it up to the slant of afternoon light from the window, subjecting it to his withering, critical eye.
What's this? Okay, I'll bite. You're starting a chain of casinos. Or brothels. Which is it?
Dr. Demopoulos, read.
Let me get this stuff out of the way. I'm pooped.
You look a little ragged, old man. What happened?
I had an argument with the second law of thermodynamics.
Anything to do with all the fire alarms?
The law won. That was nothing. Just a little altercation.
So what little bit of curiosity you've been working on lately?
A time machine.
Incredible.
Yep. Or a spaceship. Maybe an anti-gravity device.
Well, I'll be. No kidding.
No kidding, Sam. Trouble is, doesn't work all that well yet.
Doesn't work at all.
Well, we really haven't tested it properly.
Spaceship or a time machine? Now, there's something I could sink my teeth into.
And get into your pulpit.
It'll be great if I can get it to work. I'll win the Nobel. Edison, Tesla, Marconi, et al. Forget it. These guys were pikers. This is bigger than anything they ever did.
Who's Ed Al?
Mr. Fleitheimer, is that your Lincoln Zephyr in the parking lot? The maroon one with the gleaming chrome hubcaps and the Alf Landon for President bumper sticker?
Yeah, that's my car.
Then, sir, you are a reader of scientific romances in the manner of H.G. Wells and Jules Verne. Maybe Buck Rogers, too.
And you're a bit of a Sherlock Holmes, too. How'd you deduce that?
Actually, there's a copy of the latest issue of Incredible Tales of Super Science in the back seat. But when I espied it, I thought to myself, aha! Now there's a man who will appreciate a bit of super science.
And I've been an Incredible Tales reader for years. You're right. In fact, I read all the scientific posts.
He stays up all night sometimes, reading and reading.
What else do I get to do in bed besides sleep?
Let me guess, Dr. Demopoulos. You're starting your own cheap pulp magazine, Mad Scientist Monthly.
Oh, splendid idea, Dr. Viv. But no, I have something in mind far more exciting. Something that will blow the lid off of science as we know it. Something that will not only move our minds and imaginations to outer space, something beyond the walls of academia. We are about to participate in a great adventure. We are about to experience something.
Experience what?
The awe, the mystery that reaches from the inner mind to... there somewhere. You know, to travel in space and time. To go where no man has gone before. Boldly, to boldly go where no man has gone before.
To go boldly. You're splitting the infinitive.
It's infinity that I want to sunder by Kronos' brazen bollocks.
How vulgar.
What a journey that would be.
But it's a journey not only of distance. We'll strike off in a different direction altogether. A new dimension.
Travel into other dimensions, too? Gosh, you got the whole Michigas working. What dimension? The fourth?
Something tells me there's another dimension. A fifth dimension. Beyond that which is known to man.
No kidding. What kind of dimension is it?
It's a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind.
Mind? Tell us more about this new Demetrius dimension. Dimension, Demetrius.
All I know is that it's as vast as space and timeless as infinity. It's some sort of middle ground between light and shadow, between...
Science and superstition?
Yes! Reaching from the pit of man's fears to the something. I'll have to work on that for the proposal anyway. It'll be the greatest adventure anyone's ever undertaken. I just hope I don't wind up at the Undertaker's. Ye gods, maybe I am mad.
I think it's great. When do we start?
Oh, why, he's already started. Haven't you, Dr. Demopoulos?
Yeah. Well, we've had a few dry runs, and then that little mishap when I reversed phase, or did I reverse polarity? No, phase. Though I forget if I actually hit the switch or not. It happened so fast.
Why, with the research grant, you could make repairs and try again, couldn't you?
It's useless. As it is now, the machine's a pile of scrap. Maybe it'll never work.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Don't give
Perhaps we should take Dr. Demopoulos at his word. Maybe the time machine spaceship is a device whose time has not yet come.
Thanks for that vote of confidence, Vivian. Hell, it could work. It just hasn't so far.
Exactly how is this contraption of yours supposed to work, Doc? Does she have rockets?
No, sir. That would be a rocket ship. There are, in fact, propulsion systems in my vessel modeled on the brilliant work of Dr. Robert Goddard. But these are only used to orient the ship along its axis and maneuver short distances. No, what the ship does essentially is to take the very fabric of space and time, the whole multi-dimensional geometry of existence as delineated by such lights as Hilbert, Riemann, and Einstein, and warp, bend, and folded in such a way as to keep the ship constantly sliding down the near side of a moving depression, sort of a mobile dimple in the continuum. The slick thing is that this dimple can move faster than the speed of light, since it's non-material. Are you getting the picture? Either that, or the ship turns quantum uncertain and propagates itself through the interstellar medium like a wave.
How does this machine work?
I don't know. But I'm sure, well, I'm not real sure. It's highly probable that it's not highly probable.
Is there anything that you do know?
Not much, but I think the time machine angle might be moot, as we have it configured now. I'd say the odds are on the spaceship side, with maybe some dimension stuff going on as a sideline.
Do you really think the thing will travel into space?
Think of the market possibilities. Mr. Fleitheimer, need to say more? Isn't a market economy what America is all about?
Isn't it true the lab blew up exactly 1 hour ago? The professor's students have a predisposition to duck under their desk when he starts lab. They've nicknamed him Dr. Dangerous.
Dr. Dangerous? I kind of like that. But from now on, my name will be...
Well?
Dr. Space Guy. No, Dr... let's see.
Dr. Dimwit.
Kindly drop dead, Viv, darling. I'll think of something later. Meanwhile, let's not quibble about a little damage.
A little damage? Come on now, Demetrius.
What's a small explosion between friends? Hey, you can't make a scientific omelet without breaking the occasional cosmic egg or burning a few buns.
The lab annex is in shambles.
Nonsense. There's just this huge gaping hole in it. True, most of the roof's gone, but we can fix it. Besides, I hesitate to report this since the findings are rather preliminary.
What findings?
We got positive results right before things got dicey.
Positive results? You mean the thing started to work before the explosion?
Well, it lifted off the ground for a second or two.
Oh, a second or two.
Do you have any recordings of these results?
Nah. The recording instruments burned out and all the paper tape was lost in the fire. I saw the ship rise, though. On second thought, it could have been due to the blast effect.
And you call that positive result?
All the same, I think it's great. It's a project I can sink my teeth into. I like it.
I hate it. You won't get any money from me.
Well, he'll get it from me, then, out of my own pocket. To heck with the foundation. How much do you figure you'll need, Doc?
Demetrius sat down again, lifted a pen from Wisman's breast pocket, and started scribbling on the back of his architectural maunderings. Dr. Vernon rose from her seat, visions of temples evaporating along with promotions and salary increases, to say nothing of her career. She flapped her hand, as though shooing away all the foregoing nonsense like a puff of noxious gas.
Gentlemen, aren't we jumping to conclusions here? I mean, Mr. Fleitheimer, you're simply going to hand this lunatic a wad of money because he claims to have some gadget that can work miracles? This Rube Goldberg contraption he's talking about? When you ask him how it works, all he gives you is gobbledygook.
I suppose I should at least get a gander at this machine before I make my commitment.
Well, perhaps another test run might be in order after repairs are effected. And I'm sure Dr. Nemopoulos would be amenable. Right, Demetrius?
What? Hey, anybody know what 9 times 8 is?
72.
Wait. Okay. Sam, looks like $400 ought to do it.
$400?
Wait. Throw in another 50 for a new magneto. I don't think my lab assistant can fix the old
Nonsense. This is ridiculous. Absurd.
one. Too much? Okay, I can get by with just the 400. I'll beat up on Talbot and get him to fix the magneto. Actually, I'll settle for 350.
Too low, Demetrius. Look, from what you said, it'll take an even 1,000 just to get that lab back into shape. What if we make it, say, 4,000 instead of 400?
4,000?
Make it 5. Yeah, that's more respectable for a spaceship building project.
Easy and over. Thanks, Sam.
My pleasure. When do you figure to get this gizmo of yours working?
Hard to say, Sam. Hard to say. Maybe in a year or 2, or maybe 3.
Or 4 or 5 or more.
Nah, 3 ought to do it.
Well, I guess a thing this important takes time.
But if we don't stop for coffee, I'd like to be ready for another static test within a week.
A week? Say, that'd be fine. If you don't mind, I'd like to watch.
And of course, the grant award will be contingent on an on-site inspection of the experiment.
But I'll need the dough to fix the thing.
Why don't we trot over to the damaged lab and have a look now? All we have is your word that this improbable contraption even exists.
Well, I don't think it's quite ready for public...
Just as I thought. Lots of talk, but when asked to produce, nothing. How like a man.
Demetrius, I'll have my secretary deliver the 400 tomorrow morning. That much I can get out of petty cash.
Thanks, Sam.
Well, we have to be moving along. Dr. Wussman, thanks for your fine presentation. Come along, dear.
Well, I think we've all learned something today.
Oh, shut up.
Stop the meeting! Stop the meeting!
What on earth's wrong?
The pizza came, and I don't have enough to tip the delivery boy. Come on, everybody. Pony up.
Demetrius, please. We're having a serious discussion here.
Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Fleitheimer. What bamboozle has Niles Boring here been trying to put over on you?
Actually, we've just agreed to fund a physics institute.
No, we haven't. We've agreed to study ballet.
So what little bit of curiosity you've been working on lately?
A time machine.
Incredible.
Or a spaceship. Maybe an anti-gravity device. I'd say the odds are on the spaceship side, with maybe some dimension stuff going on as a sideline.
Do you really think the thing will travel into space?
Think of the market possibilities. Mr. Fleitheimer, need to say more? Isn't a market economy what America is all about?
Isn't it true the lab blew up exactly 1 hour ago? The professor's students have a predisposition to duck under their desk when he starts lab. They've nicknamed him Dr. Dangerous.
Dr. Dangerous? I kind of like that. But from now on, my name will be...
Well?
Dr. Space Guy. No, Dr... let's see.
Dr. Dimwit.
Kindly drop dead, Viv, darling. I'll think of something later.
I think it's great. It's a project I can sink my teeth into. I like it.
I hate it. You won't get any money from me.
Well, he'll get it from me, then, out of my own pocket. To heck with the foundation. How much do you figure you'll need, Doc?
Hey, anybody know what 9 times 8 is?
72.
Right. Okay. Sam, looks like $400 ought to do it.
What if we make it, say, 4,000 instead of 400?
4,000?
Make it 5. Yeah, that's more respectable for a spaceship building project.
Easy and over. Thanks, Sam.
My pleasure.
Doctor Dimension, Episode 3.
Doctor, you've been working on the space time machine for nearly 4 days straight.
Yeah, that's about the size of it. On second thought, Diane, maybe you're right. What I need is a good night's sleep.
You know, you really shouldn't work so hard. We may perfect this thing and get the grant and wind up traveling all through time But it won't do us any good if you have a heart attack.
Heart attack? This ticker works just fine, thank you. Would you care to Indian wrestle?
You'd beat me.
Well, of course. You think I'd challenge anybody I couldn't? For instance, that strapping young simian who is, even as we speak, completely demolishing our only AC-DC rectifier. Albert, why are you doing that?
Soldering gun in one hand, round-nose pliers in the other, Troy Talbot was hard at work cannibalizing what was left of the space-time ship's innards. He yanked, and out came another salvageable capacitor from a carbonized circuit board. He held the smallish cylinder up to the light and examined it as a dentist would an extracted bicuspid.
Yep, she's not burned. Maybe we can use it in some other breadboard.
Talbot, may I ask what we are going to do when the ship needs alternating current and we don't have a rectifier circuit to impart a sensual sine wave to the ebb and flow electromagnetic energy?
Doc, you can ask, but I don't have an answer for you. All I know is this here rectifier is shot, and we don't have enough parts to make a new one.
In other words, we're sunk.
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
On second thought, maybe what I do need is a good night's sleep. At least some bed rest. Preferably not unilateral.
I haven't had any rest since Monday night.
And here it is Thursday, and the demonstration's tomorrow at 10 a.m., and we are sunk.
Never say die, Dr. D.
Let's face it, gang. We're up the creek without an outboard. We're through. We are history.
We'll get things back together, at least to the point where we can show them something. They'll see the circuitry registering on the instruments.
What instruments? They're all burnt out junk.
Well, at least we can show them that we once had instruments.
I'm afraid the doc's right, Diane. We got nothing but the pile of scrap metal.
Well, that should be enough.
Fleitheimer will go for it, but the rest will take one look and say, very interesting, but of what scientific value is it? And I won't have an answer except to say that I'm a Ph.D., and I ought to know what I'm doing, to which they'll reply, sorry, we're not falling for any more BS. Which I'm perfectly capable of piling higher than anyone, but there's a limit to how much you can store in the barn, if you catch my drift.
Still believe you, Dr. D. At least Mr. Fleitheimer will.
Sam won't be able to persuade his own foundation to fork over $5,000 because Sarah will be against it and Sam will be outvoted.
But it's his money.
When you have as much as Sam does, it doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to men in suits with briefcases and beady little eyes.
And we've spent most of the 400.
Yep. Should have done better damage assessment.
We didn't have time.
But we'll at least have the ship itself to show them. They'll get some idea of the possibilities.
The possibilities for what? We still don't know what the thing will do, when, and if it works. I think, though I'm not sure, that it lifted off the ground, which means it might have gone gravity negative at that instant. Okay, say it does fly. How do we control it? I mean, the thing could go sailing off anywhere. We could land in,
Peru!
Peru?
Peru! To see the Incan ruins. The Incas were a fascinating people living way up there in the Andes. Some archaeologists say there's still great cities far up in the peaks. There may still be ancient Incas living there.
Talbot, you've been reading National Geographic to look at the bare breasts again.
Doc, that's not fair. It's educational. You're making Diane blush.
Why?
She's beet red.
Actually, I would say it's more of a distinct magenta. Sorry, Diane.
Oh, that's all right, Dr. D. I'm a grown woman.
Full grown, I'd say. Anyway, we'd have no way of getting back.
Why couldn't we take a plane?
Because we'd be dead. Because once the ship takes off, if it ever does, we won't be able to control it. Isn't that wonderful? If we succeed, we die.
We'll tie a static line to the ship.
Then our data will be useless because we... Oh, I can't go on. The hell with it. I'm giving up.
We can't give up now, Dr. D.
Yes, we can. Before we succeed and kill ourselves. I'm calling the demonstration off.
No!
Get me Wussman on the line, Diane.
I won't.
Do so, or I will spank your tiny little tushy.
You're going to make me blush again. All right, Doctor.
Dejectedly, Diane crossed the lab and entered the control room, which communicated with a small office. Presently, Troy stood, laid his tools on the workbench, and took off his work gloves.
I have to be moseying, Doc. Practice.
Go on. Desert me like a rat leaving a sinking ship.
Squeak, squeak.
Yeah, save the rapier wit for State U.
You know, we don't have a chance against State U. We shouldn't even be playing them. We used to play them because we had an unusually good team for a small college.
Doctor!
Did you get Wussman on the line?
No, Doctor. There's a delivery truck here, and they say they have a whole bunch of crates for you.
Huh? I didn't order anything. Must be some mistake.
No mistake. Here's the bill of lading.
Let me see that. What in the world? Electronic parts and other equipment. Diane, you know we didn't send for this. And who the hell is this sender? Future Unlimited. Must be a gag.
If it's a gag, it's an expensive one. This shipment's definitely not COD.
So, all right already. Tell them to haul the junk in.
Vivian. Oh, Vivian.
A few hardy crickets, braving the crisp fall night, sang their dismay at the huge Gothic horror of a moon that was peeking over the hills to the east of town. Geoffrey Wussman cupped his hands to his mouth and, in a hoarse meld of whisper and shout, tried again.
Vivian.
Vivian's apartment looked dark. Geoffrey took a step back and peered upward. No, some faint light. From a small table lamp, probably. Vivian hadn't been answering her telephone. He had kept calling all day until, exasperated, he went to her place to snoop. When nothing came of the snooping, he made so bold as to knock quietly at her door. No one answered, yet somehow he knew she was in there.
Vivian. Vivian, please.
Wussman could hear snatches of conversation. Then the window shut and the curtain was drawn. Darkness returned. Geoffrey breathed again. After waiting a moment, he rose and stepped out from the bushes. Suddenly, he was hit by a shower of some gritty substance. Sand? He brushed the stuff out of his hair. A peculiar but familiar aroma came to him. Bringing a hand to his shoulder, he felt a soft, clay-like lump of something. He looked up toward Vivian's window. It slammed shut. She had dumped the contents of the cat box on him. He spat and choked, frantically dusting himself off. After a quick search through the bushes, he found an outdoor spigot and cleaned himself as best he could. Then he went back and took his former stance below the window.
Vivian, open up. Open up or I'll make a scene.
Get your gnomish little butt up here.
Vivian bade him enter a darkened apartment, the only light leaking through a half-closed bathroom door. But Geoffrey could pick out her dazzling figure, accented as it was by another outfit of the sort she favored. This one was a tight one-piece.
Vivian, darling, I had to see you. I had to know if you'll forgive me, sweetest. I'm sorry for what I did, for not backing you up, for not sticking by you, but I had a good reason, dearest, good reason. Demopulos had old Sam hooked. He really did. And there was nothing I could...
Keep your voice down.
Oh, but Vivian, lover, I just...
Come in here.
Vivian, what's wrong?
Wussman took one step into the small living room and halted. The red glowing jewel of a lit cigarette moved languidly in the darkness near the opposite corner.
Oh, I didn't know you had company. Really, I'm very sorry.
Just sit down and shut up.
I'll just go over there.
Vivian, some light would not be great risk.
Perhaps just this small one.
Ah, is much better.
The speaker was now revealed as a thin, mustachioed man in a dark, well-tailored suit. He was 35 to 40 years of age, perhaps a well-maintained 45. A dark trench coat and hat lay draped across the back of an easy chair in which he sat cross-legged, smiling, confident, and at ease.
Dr. Jeffrey Wussman, may I present Arkady Stupilov of the Soviet Embassy in Washington.
It's great pleasure to meet you, Dr. Wussman. I have heard much about you from Vivian. Please, do not get up.
Nice to meet you.
Arkady is an old friend. He was in town and gave me a call.
I've been calling all day.
I was out.
Vivian, if you don't mind my saying so, you're lying.
Be quiet. I shouldn't even be talking to you.
Oh, Viv, dear, about the meeting. I had no choice, really. It was just...
It doesn't matter now. Forget it. We have bigger fish to fry.
No? Like what?
Nazi spy.
Oh, well, actually, you, pardon me, did you say Nazi spy?
They are lurking about, and they are very interested in secret project of your Greek colleague.
Dr. Demopoulos? Really? Nazi spies? Imagine that.
Fascists have great support around the world, even in this country.
Bourgeois democracies are little better than fascist fronts.
Perhaps they are crypto-fascist.
Semantics.
Is no time for academic discussion. What do we do?
Arkady, we break into that place and see what's up and what we can do.
Is obviously best tactic. But unfortunately, I am far from my base of operations. I can give only limited support.
We won't be needing you or Natasha. Jeffrey and I can handle it.
Me?
You owe me.
Well, what do you want me to do?
We have to get into the lab annex and see what that shipment was.
Shipment?
Yes. Demopoulos took a big shipment of equipment from an unknown source. My people have tried tracing it to its origin, unsuccessfully. It's quite mysterious.
Oh. Vivian, how do you intend to get into the annex? Demetrius hasn't left the place for days, has he?
No.
And both doors are bolted.
They have to go home at some point. Then we'll get inside.
Yeah, but the campus police have standing orders from Demetrius to keep an eye on the place.
How good are you with a broom?
Broom?
Here, try this uniform on for size.
What is game?
We are the janitorial crew tonight. When Demopoulos and his stooges leave, we're in there.
Yeah, but the key...
As head of the physics department, you have a master pass key.
Oh, that's right. I do.
Tomorrow is the demonstration. They have to finish sometime tonight, and after that, they'll all go home to get some rest to be fresh for the test run.
Yeah, but they might not. Besides, we'll be at the demonstration. Why can't we just wait until tomorrow?
I've got to get at Demetrios' notebooks. He keeps them in the lab, I'm sure of it.
Why do you have to do that? You mean you're going to steal them, Vivian? Really, this is just...
Not steal them, silly. Just photograph them with Arkady's miniature camera.
Was developed in Soviet Union, but now made in Japan.
Darndest looking thing. Vivian, this is starting to sound very suspicious.
You'd rather the Nazis got the secret?
Well, I suppose we should do something to prevent Hitler from getting Demetrius a secret, if Demetrius has a secret. But I don't understand one thing.
Which is?
Pardon me, Mr. Stupilov, but what's the Soviet government's interest in this? Didn't your Mr. Stalin just sign a treaty with Hitler?
His brilliant ploy. Comrade Stalin knows what he is doing. Let West destroy itself. His last death throes of fascist capitalism. Then we pick up pieces. Soon, whole world will be workers' state.
Right. Listen, Jeffrey. Does science belong to the world or to one selfish country?
Oh, what? To the world, to humanity.
Exactly. So, what's your problem? Good. As soon as Natasha calls in that the coast is clear, we'll move. Better get into those duds. Can you fake a janitor's accent?
What in the world? Electronic parts and other equipment? Diane, you know we didn't send for this. And who the hell is this sender? Future Unlimited. Must be a gag.
If it's a gag, it's an expensive one. This shipment's definitely not COD.
So, all right already. Tell them to haul the junk in.
The delivery men hauled in the junk, which consisted of 5 medium-size, heavy-duty crates. Troy fetched a crowbar from the bench and, at the professor's urging, pried the tops off them. What lay packed carefully within, nestled in excelsior and cotton wadding, shocked even the jaded Demetrius.
What is this stuff?
Parts!
Parts for what?
You got me, Doc, but look at this gadget. This tag says it's a rectifier board, but it does 15 other kinds of electronic circuit jobs.
That? It's nothing but a sliver of bakelite or plastic. Where are the tools?
Beats the hell out of me, Doc. Oops, sorry, Diane. I didn't mean to swear.
Don't worry, Troy. What's this, Dr. D? The label says Y3984-UD, nanoprocessor cluster. What's a nanoprocessor?
A miniature electronic brain? A cluster of them, no less. That's my guess.
You mean it processes data? But it's a jelly bean with 2 leads coming out of it.
Solid-state electronics on a hereto undreamed-of level of miniaturization is my next guess. What's it all for?
Look at this big one over here. I don't know if this is electronic or what, but it says antimatter power plant. Sounds potent.
Ye gods! Antimatter? Matter identical to the earthly sort, but of reversed electrical potential. Up to now, it's only been a wild theory, and here's a technology based on it. Hey, I'm getting a little dizzy. I'd better sit down.
This is all rather disorienting.
There's only one thing all this stuff is intended for.
What?
The professor jumped up. Following his nose, he searched every crate, finally pulling out a cardboard tube. He popped open a metal lid on one end and extracted a cylinder of rolled papers. These he unfurled and examined curiously before pronouncing...
Assembly instructions. What's all this for, you ask? It's for that worthless copper sphere of ours right over there.
But who said all this stuff? Well, how did they know? And how could they?
Something fishy is definitely going on around here, Doc.
Brilliant deduction, Sherlock.
Dr. Demopoulos, do you mean to say that these parts and components were sent to us so we could fix the space-time ship?
Get with the program, Polly. Yes, they're meant to go into our little jalopy there. Someone, somewhere, don't ask me who or where, has a deep interest in this project and wants it to succeed.
The government.
Our government? Maybe. But I doubt they could come up with an antimatter power plant. Why, no one's even done a sustained fission reaction yet, let alone something as fancy as that.
The Germans?
Let's hope not. Otherwise, you can kiss Europe goodbye.
The Japanese, then.
Oh, come on. The Japanese are industrious, but hardly capable of outpacing the West in technology. The funny thing is, they make such damn good cameras.
Then who, Doc? Mussolini?
Don't be absurd. Besides, well, whoever it is, they have my undying thanks, I think. Then again, I think I'd have rather done it myself.
But these discoveries are monumental, Doctor. This technology is years advanced over anything on Earth. We owe it to science, no, to the world, to continue our efforts.
Diane, you're right. I'd like to say a few words. In times like these, when we all have to pull together...
Hey, Doc, you going to make speeches or pitch in?
I thought you had football practice. Don't you have to go out there and win one for old F.U.?
More important things in this universe.
Here's the screwdriver. Now get screwing.
Anything you say. And here it is Thursday, and the demonstration's tomorrow at 10 a.m., and we are sunk.
Never say die, Dr. G.
Oh, I can't go on. To hell with it. I'm giving up. I'm calling the demonstration off.
No!
Get me Wussman on the line, Diane.
I won't.
Do so, or I will spank your tiny little tushy.
All right, Doctor.
Dejectedly, Diane crossed the lab and entered the control room, which communicated with a small office. Presently, Troy stood, laid his tools on the workbench, and took off his work gloves.
I have to be moseying, Doc. Practice.
Go on. Desert me like a rat leaving a sinking ship.
Squeak, squeak.
Yeah, save the rapier wit for State U.
You know, we don't have a chance against State U. We shouldn't even be playing them. We used to play them because we had an unusually good team for a small college.
Doctor!
Did you get Wussman on the line?
No, Doctor. There's a delivery truck here, and they say they have a whole bunch of crates for you.
Huh? I didn't order anything. Must be some mistake.
No mistake. Here's the bill of lading.
Let me see that. What in the world?
Oh, Viv, dear, about the meeting. I had no choice, really. It was just...
It doesn't matter now. Forget it. We have bigger fish to fry.
No? Like what?
Nazi spy.
Oh, well, actually, you, pardon me, did you say Nazi spy?
They are lurking about, and they are very interested in secret project of your Greek colleague.
Dr. Demopoulos? Really? Nazi spies? Imagine that.
Fascists have great support around the world.
Arcady, we break into that place and see what's up and what we can do. We have to get into the lab annex and see what that shipment was.
Shipment?
Yes. Demopoulos took a big shipment of equipment from an unknown source.
I've got to get it to Demetrios' notebooks. He keeps them in the lab, I'm sure of it.
World. Electronic parts and other equipment. Diane, you know we didn't send for this. And who the hell is this sender? Future Unlimited. Must be a gag.
If it's a gag, it's an expensive one. This shipment's definitely not COD.
So, all right already. Tell them to haul the junk in.
The delivery men hauled in the junk, which consisted of 5 medium-sized, heavy-duty crates.
What is this stuff? Parts. There's only one thing all this stuff is intended for.
What?
The professor jumped up. Following his nose, he searched every crate, finally pulling out a cardboard tube. He popped open a metal lid on one end and extracted a cylinder of rolled papers. These he unfurled and examined curiously before pronouncing...
Assembly instructions.
Do you mean to say that these parts and components were sent to us so we could fix the space-time ship?
Get with the program, Polly. Yes, they're meant to go into our little jalopy there. Someone, somewhere, don't ask me who or where, has a deep interest in this project and wants it to succeed.
Here's the screwdriver. Now get screwing.
Anything you say.
Dr. Dimension, Episode 4.
In the dead of night, the hum of the refurbished space-time ship was barely perceptible. No more did magnetos whine and rattle. No longer did gigantic sparks arc across heated air. All was quiet inside the ship, where, in the tight space of the central circular control room, the 3 hopeful space-time travelers sat at their assigned stations.
Would you look at that?
What, Doctor?
The graviton wave detectors.
You mean these squiggly things?
Yes, Diane. They're going crazy. The electrostatic flux calibrators are up, too. And the interstitial quantum field calibrations are in undreamed-of territory. I think we're close, folks. I do believe we've got something here.
Yeah, Doc. But what?
A space-time machine!
Eureka! I found it! Years of work coming to fruition. The universe beckons. The stars are ours. The doors to the past and future lie open before us.
The graviton wave indicators sank to 0, as did all the other digital displays. The humming, previously an almost subliminal background presence, died pitiably. A clank, a sputter. The researchers watched one indicator spike as they felt a shudder, the death twitch of their mammoth machine as all its fibrillations flattened. After which the space-time ship became as pregnantly still as the air in a music hall after the last crescendo of a symphony and before applause begins. Darkness fell briefly before emergency lighting automatically switched on.
It's dead, Doctor.
Damn it, Diane. I'm a physicist, not a physician. Oh, well. Just goes to show that we can't follow assembly instructions. Insert tab A into slot B. What do you think, Talbot?
I think we blew another power control nanoprocessor.
How many spares do we have left?
1.
Wonderful. And there's no electronic parts house in the world that can supply replacements.
Except where the originals came from.
Right. Well, oh, dog do. Speaking of which, I ought to try out the head in this thing. Don't think we ever tested it, did we?
I did, Doc. Kind of cramped in there, so watch your head. Huh, that's pretty funny.
Grumbling, Demetrius descended through a circular hatchway in the deck, climbing down the narrow ladder that connected the control cabin with a small compartment that served as storage space and entry area.
Ow! Watch her, Doc. The ceiling's even lower down there. Well, it sure was nice watching all these pretty colored lights for a while.
Digital display.
Well, to tell you the truth, Diane, I think someone's pulling old Doc's leg.
What do you mean, Troy?
Well, all these gadgets. Very impressive, but I can't believe this ship's going to lift off of the stars.
Why not?
Well, I don't know, but it just can't be. Things like that don't happen. It's got to be some kind of practical joke.
Troy, I think you need some sleep. We all do.
Yeah, maybe you're right. All the same, Diane, I don't think this thing will ever fly.
Diane sat back and ran her hands through her hair. She crossed her arms on the control panel and laid her head down. Troy yawned. By the time Dr. D climbed back up into the control room, both had dozed off.
Rise and shine, everybody.
What? Oh, Doctor, you scared me.
All right. We've reached the end of our rope. No more work tonight. We need rest. No kidding this time. Let's all go home. Be back here. Gee, gods.
What is it, Doc?
It's nearly 5 a.m.
The demonstration's at 10. We'll never be ready if we don't keep at it.
Forget it. All we'll do is make more mistakes. Go home. Get 3 hours shut-eye. Be back here at 8. No, make that 8:30 sharp. We'll have 90 minutes to get this ship back in working order before the bigwigs get here. If we fail, we can at least get the instruments functioning and show them Christmas lights.
That sounds great to me, Doc. I think I'll conk out on the sofa in the office. Save me walking home. I'll get more sleep time that way.
You do that, Talbot.
Dr. D, there's a cot in the back of the lab. I think I'll stay too.
Fine, Diane. You two skedaddle. There's something I want to look at. I'll run the diagnostics on batteries.
Doctor, you need rest too.
I'm not sleepy. Too keyed up. You kids get some shut-eye. That's an order.
Aye, aye, Skipper.
Dr. Demopoulos, you really should rest too.
Run along, Diane. I'm going to fiddle here for just a few more minutes. Then it's off to dreamland. I'll shag it over to my faculty office and catch 40 winks on the couch.
Okay, Dr. D. Good night.
Hello? Da. Niet.
What's up?
Natasha says lab is dark. Very quiet. She thinks they leave by back door. She did not see them.
We'll have to risk it. Wake up, Jeffrey.
What?
He is taking big risk.
So what happens if we're caught? Jeffrey is the department chairman responsible for all research. It's outrageous that he should be kept in the dark like this.
Yes, I resent it highly.
You see?
You are better than any agent in NKVD.
What's NKVD?
Is a cultural exchange organization.
Oh.
Jeffrey, you know where my garage is. Get the car and bring it around front. There, be a good boy. Arcady will drive us.
Oh, anything you say, Vivian, dearest.
Is always that stupid.
Always. Kiss me, you fool.
Natasha was short and stocky. Standing on the corner near the science building, she looked like a dark, oversized fire hydrant. Stupilov swerved to the curb, and Natasha got in the front seat. Instantly, the odor of alcohol permeated the interior. When the car stopped again, it was in a short driveway leading to the loading dock. A ramshackle enclosed walkway of weathered plywood and tar paper connected the rear of the physical science building to the unfinished lab annex.
Wish us luck.
I should go. I have diplomatic immunity.
Let's avoid an international incident. We'll stick to our plan. Park my car in the faculty lot. Get yours and go back to my apartment. Wait there. Check.
Check.
You certainly took your time coming down to the car.
Be quiet, Jeffrey. And don't forget the mops and janitor uniforms.
Jeffrey's key got them into the rear of the physical science building through a fire door next to the loading dock. However, progress was then halted by a padlock on the double doors to the lab annex.
They're probably using the back entrance.
Which will be locked from the inside. This is no problem. I'll just pick it with this
hairpin here.
Where did you learn that?
The padlock came open. Amazed, Dr. Wussman helped Vivian carefully unthread the chain around the door handles. Jeffrey's passkey worked again on the remaining lock. They went through the door, traversed the bare corridor of the connecting walkway, and paused at the next set of double doors. These were unlocked.
Easy as pie.
Tell me one thing. If you wanted to steal Demetrius' secrets, why did you do everything you could to block the project?
I didn't think he had a project until he did his song and dance for the Fleitheimers. That persuaded me he might have stumbled onto something. When the mysterious shipment came, Arcady's men had been watching. That convinced me. There's more to this than meets the eye.
What do you think is going on?
I think Demopolis is working for the Nazis.
No.
Yes.
Did it ever occur to you that some people who aren't politically progressive might not necessarily be Nazis?
Spy now. Politics later. Come on.
They entered a narrow corridor leading to the right. It made an L to the left and proceeded into the darkness of the 3-story-high interior of the annex, which originally had been designed to be a field house and gym until the Depression put a stop to construction. They stopped at the sound of snoring. Then, cautiously, they slipped past a lighted open office where one of Demetrius's assistants lay fast asleep on a threadbare settee.
They're still here.
Obviously. Ditch the janitor stuff. The disguise won't do us any good now.
Wussman carefully put down the mops and brooms. He kept his silence, but had trouble keeping his composure as he followed Vivian into the darkened lab. Shadows seemed to move in the corners. Above, wind sighed through the hole in the roof. Vivian stopped him.
What? I hear breathing. Where? Over there, back in that niche. Never mind, let's go.
Then he saw the space-time ship, a massive sphere with an open hatch on the side that leaked a faint light. The place was a shambles. Odd components lay strewn all over. Layers of litter and junk covered the floor. Wussman tripped over wire and nearly fell. He had to pick his way toward a table heaped with more junk, a huge twisted coil, and heaps of papers.
At last, Demetrius's data.
Yeah, but this is a mess. How are we going to find anything?
It's here. I know it.
Vivian began rifling through the snowdrift of graphs, tape, and scrap paper. Jeffrey didn't have much to do. With one shoe, he prodded a pile of debris. The top of the pile slid off and spread out over the floor. He ventured into the gloom, wandering toward the space-time ship. It was impressive, he had to admit. Perhaps he should have backed Demetrius all along. Why hadn't he? Because Vivian, for some reason, hated Demetrius, and Jeffrey loved Vivian more than his own soul. Therefore, he'd gone along with Vivian for years. He cast a glance back toward the table as Vivian flicked on a small flashlight. She was leaning over the table, throwing her heart-stopping backside into relief. Oh, no shabby charwoman's frock could hide a body like that. Wussman heaved a great sigh. He still loved Vivian with all his heart and what was left of his soul.
Someone's coming, quick! Find the back door!
But they couldn't find the back door. It was pitch dark to either side of the ship, and all Jeffrey found was an immense stack of crates, which he bumped into and sent crashing.
Where do we go?
Inside the ship.
Vivian climbed the ladder to the open hatch and disappeared into it. Huffing, Jeffrey clambered up in pursuit. It was dim inside the anomalous vessel, auxiliary lights providing a feeble glow. Wussman saw a ladder leading to an upper level. Cautiously he climbed and peered over the edge of the hatchway. He saw a seated figure slumped over an instrument console on the other side of the compartment. In a moment he realized it was Demopolis. He felt someone tugging on his baggy pants and looked down. Vivian was beckoning. Before he could move, he saw Demetrius raise his head, then sink back into slumber. Jeffrey climbed down, and Vivian pointed to what looked like a narrow broom closet. He peered in. There was a seat with a hole in it and what looked like a small sink. The tiny space looked like a restroom on a miniature train. Vivian pushed him through the narrow door and squeezed herself in. He fell backward and found himself sitting on the commode. Vivian sat on his lap. The scent of her perfume filled his nostrils. She grabbed his collar.
Don't you get any ideas, mister?
What?
padlock and chains to the door between the buildings.
Someone broke in?
Yeah, well, we checked around. The back doors are still locked from the inside, and there's no one here, unless they're hiding under all this garbage. Have you seen anyone or heard anything?
No, I was dead asleep. We were working late on a project.
That's your boyfriend out in the office there? We couldn't get him up for love or money.
I'll wake him.
Yeah, you'd better, just in case. The intruders could still be in the area. Anybody else here?
I don't know. Dr. Demopoulos probably went home. I'll call.
Say, isn't that our quarterback in there?
Yes, that's Troy Talbot.
Ooh, he stinks.
After a further search of the annex, the police left. Dawn broke, and there was no question of trying to get any more sleep, so the team set back to work.
I think the diagnostic instruments have helped me get a handle on the problem.
What did they say, Doctor?
They say you got a broke machine, buddy.
Well, that's just great. It's awfully stuffy in here.
Open a window. Hey, wait a minute. We do have a window in here, don't we?
Sure, Doc. The quartz viewport. Hit that button right there and the steel shutter rolls back.
Why, I plumb forgot. Now, let's see. This button here, not exactly the largest picture I've ever seen. Egad, the lab is a mess. It's so light and airy in here now. All we need are a few plants, curtains.
Boy, you sure are a kidder, Doc.
All right, let's set up all the controls to duplicate conditions as they were right before the blowout. Maybe that will tell us something. Switch to battery power.
Right you are, Dr. D.
Nothing.
Maybe the plug's loose.
Diane, you would think of something that silly.
What's this, then?
What's what?
This thing down here next to my foot.
It's a plug. It's loose.
I don't believe it. And don't stick your tongue out at me, young lady.
What should I do?
Plug it back in, Dr. IQ. For God's sake, Talbot, you can screw up a two-car funeral.
Okay, Doc, here she goes.
The reaction was immediate. The ship's arcane machinery came to life, humming, throbbing, as it had commenced to do before the malfunction. The rapid heart pulse sound quickly increased to a bone-jarring roar, enough to vibrate eyes in the socket, fillings in the teeth. Dr. D's thick spectacles bounced around his face, fell into his lap and out, dropping to the deck. When every seam in the vessel screamed to pull loose, things got worse. Weird things began to happen. Colors went off, pulsing and bleeding. Everything looked out of kilter, warped, twisted in some odd way. Prismatic auras sprang up along surfaces and edges. A weird light played about the tiny cabin, and then, with a sudden wrenching, all was still. The interior of the ship, which had previously seemed to be bending ludicrously out of shape, now returned to its previous state. Colors went back into their proper hues as well. Everything seemed back to normal, except for one thing. Outside, the lab annex had disappeared, replaced by a field of stars.
At last, Demetrius's data.
Yeah, but this is a mess. How are we going to find anything?
It's here, I know it.
Vivian began rifling through the snowdrift of graphs, tape, and scrap paper.
Someone's coming, quick! Find the back door.
But they couldn't find the back door. It was pitch dark to either side of the ship, and all Jeffrey found was an immense stack of crates, which he bumped into and sent crashing.
Where do we go?
Inside the ship.
Vivian.
Vivian climbed the ladder to the open hatch and disappeared into it. Huffing, Jeffrey clambered up in pursuit.
I think the diagnostic instruments have helped me get a handle on the problem.
What did they say, Doctor?
They say you got a broke machine, buddy.
Well, that's just great.
Let's set up all the controls to duplicate conditions as they were right before the blowout. Maybe that will tell us something. Switch to battery power.
Right you are, Dr. D.
Nothing.
Maybe the plug's loose.
Dan, you would think of something that silly.
What's this, then?
What's what?
This thing down here next to my foot.
It's a plug. It's loose.
I don't believe it. And don't stick your tongue out at me, young lady.
What should I do?
Plug it back in, Dr. IQ. For God's sake, Talbot, you can screw up a two-car funeral.
Okay, Doc, here she goes.
The reaction was immediate. The ship's arcane machinery came to life, humming, throbbing, as it had commenced to do before the malfunction. The rapid heart pulse sound quickly increased to a bone-jarring roar, enough to vibrate eyes in the socket, fillings in the teeth. Dr. D's thick spectacles bounced around his face, fell into his lap and out, dropping to the deck. When every seam in the vessel screamed to pull loose, things got worse. Weird things began to happen. Colors went off, pulsing and bleeding. Everything looked out of kilter, warped, twisted in some odd way. Prismatic auras sprang up along surfaces and edges. A weird light played about the tiny cabin, and then, with a sudden wrenching, all was still. The interior of the ship, which had previously seemed to be bending ludicrously out of shape, now returned to its previous state. Colors went back into their proper hues as well. Everything seemed back to normal, except for one thing. Outside, the lab annex had disappeared, replaced by a field of stars.
Dr. Dimension, Episode 5.
Oh, my. What happened?
Gee, Doc, everything seems kind of, well, screwy.
Yes, my thought precisely.
Good reason for that, people. It's because things are indeed screwy. If I'm reading these dials and widgets correctly, we've gone ahead and done it.
Done what?
We've made the journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. We've bought a one-way ticket on a steamboat named Infinity.
Doc, you're babbling.
Yes, sterlingly.
What's that out there? Chopped liver? These are stars, Talbot. We're in space.
Gee, does this mean I'm going to miss the football season?
But where are we, Dr. Demopoulos?
Diane, you're manning the navigator's position. You tell me.
Oh, right. I haven't the foggiest idea, Doc.
Neither do I. We simply haven't had the time to figure out how to read any of this stuff. It's all so foreign, so alien. Yes, that's the word. We could be in another universe entirely.
Another universe, Doc? That don't make sense.
Think on it a bit, Troy, me boy. Meanwhile, I suppose I'll have to do some calculations. Good thing this ship has a computer the likes of which I never imagined. Too bad I haven't the slightest idea of how to use it.
Well, how do we get back?
That, my young friend, is the $64,000 question.
Well, this little jaunt ought to be exciting any way you look at it.
In the sense of the Chinese curse.
What Chinese curse is that, Doc?
May you live in interesting times. Get the meaning? No? Well, Troy, if you consider the usual sense, you'll see...
I got it, Doc. Give me some credit.
Well, why did you grunt?
I didn't grunt.
You didn't grunt? Someone grunted. Diane, did you grunt?
Dr. D, I do not grunt.
Well, somebody did.
There it is again. It's Martians, Doc.
No, not the Martians of H.G. Wells, nor those of Orson Welles either.
Space-time being?
Something a tad more mundane, I think.
Even as he spoke, a disheveled and quite green physics professor by the name of Jeffrey Wussman came climbing up the ladder from the lower deck.
What happened?
A ship took off.
What? Where are we?
Somewhere in outer space. Hundreds, possibly thousands of light years from Earth.
You're joking.
Nope.
Yeah, but that's impossible.
But guess what?
What?
We done doed it.
Demetrius, please just let me out of this thing.
Can't do that, Jeffrey, old bean. If we open the hatch, all the air will rush out, and we'll suffocate.
Oh, nonsense.
Jeffrey, just look out the viewport.
Oh, my God. Demetrius, we're in outer space.
Hundreds, possibly thousands of light years from Earth. Wait a minute. Didn't I just say that a second ago?
The world is going on.
Hey, Viv, join the party.
What happened?
Vivian, come look.
Jeffrey, what is it?
You have to see it to believe it, Vivian.
Oh, my God. Where are we?
That is a small problem. We didn't have time to find out how the navigation gear works.
You mean we're lost?
Let's not use the L word just yet. Let's just say it might take us a bit of time to get back to Earth. But then we're in a space-time machine, and what's time to a space-time machine, huh?
Or space, for that matter.
Stuck with you people in the middle of nowhere? I think I'm going to faint.
A fierce lightning flash flooded through the viewport. Suddenly, the craft began to shake, knocking Vernon and Worcester down. Demetrius looked up the viewport, but nothing was visible save the unwinking, multicolored splendor of the stars. The ship did have a television viewer, which had yet to be tested. He snapped a few switches. A small screen on the console began to glow. Apparently, the explosive jump through space-time had not affected the miniature cameras set into the hull, because an image was coming through on them right now. A moving dot registered on the television screen. He increased magnification, and the outside cameras adjusted their telescopic lenses to the proper focal length. Immediately, the image of something incredible resolved to crystal clarity. Demetrius was astonished at the sharpness of the photographic detail, in full color, no less. It was some sort of gigantic ship, a dreadnought hanging in space like a Christmas tree ornament from hell, bristling with more spines than a sea urchin. Two particularly large, pointy spines shot bolts of blue-green fire.
What in the world is it?
Alien space vessel, and it's engaged in combat with something farther away. Yes, another blip on the scanner. This one is headed our way, though. If it gets too close...
A tremendous flash lit up the area of space around the space-time ship. Inside the ship, the lights flickered and went out. Somebody squealed in Vivian Vernon's voice. Then, like a supernal lightning bolt, another gigantic flash lit up the interior of the ship, fading quickly. Darkness returned with a vengeance. Everyone now temporarily flash-blind.
Hey! Somebody goosed me.
Vivian, you hit me.
Keep your hands off me and you won't get hit.
I didn't touch you.
And I suppose you didn't have your paws all over me when we were hiding in the bathroom?
Well, it was tight in there.
People, listen! I really think we should be doing something more constructive than waging the battle of the sexes at this particular moment. We're stuck millions of miles from home in the middle not only of space, but in the midst of what very well may be the most cataclysmic battle in the history of the universe. We'll need every ounce of calm, cool, calculated rationality that we can muster.
Dr. D is right. So what should we do, Doc?
Pray! If we get caught in the crossfire, we're dead. I want to go home.
Then this is the end. Hold me, my precious Vivian. We may have only seconds left in this life, our final chance for the intimate embrace you promised me for so long.
Dr. Woodman, please.
Oh, sorry. Vivian, where are you? Vivian!
Jeffrey, darling!
Keep your hands to yourself, Demetrius.
You know you're a loser when the homely ones start turning you down.
Vivian!
I'm warning you, Jeffrey.
Vivian, darling.
Oh, that sounded wicked.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
What did you do to him, Viv?
Need him in the crotch.
Jeff, did you ever want to sing soprano?
Vivian looked out the viewport. The battling dreadnought was now visible to the naked eye, growing ever larger and appearing all the more formidable in 3 dimensions. It was an immense artifact. Demetrius made his way along the curving bulkhead, feeling his way carefully along the nuts and bolts and wads of chewing gum, inching toward an access panel that he hoped was located where he thought it was.
I don't know why the auxiliary lighting failed, but it could have something to do with those huge explosions. They might be releasing powerful pulses of electromagnetic energy, which would play havoc with the ship's electrical system. Ah, here we are, the circuit breakers. Let me just get inside there now.
The lights came on to reveal a miserable Jeffrey Wussman doubled up on the deck, moaning piteously. Talbot, standing at another panel, flicked more switches. Demopoulos sidestepped his way toward the pilot station, inadvertently, although happily, brushing against Vivian's ample bosom.
Oops! Sorry, Viv.
You were probably the one that goosed me.
Ah, you fingered me at last. All right, battle station.
This tub has armaments?
We installed something that the instructions called weapons. The trouble is, not only don't we know how to shoot them, we don't even know what the heck they do.
All right, let's try to get this ship away from the danger zone. Anybody have a suggestion?
Let's set up for another thrust, just like the first.
But we thrust along an unknown vector. We have to find out how to steer this damn thing, or we'll get completely lost.
Doctor, we're already completely lost. Let's get away from whatever those people are doing out there.
You have a point, Talbot.
Even as he spoke, multiple flashes dazzled all within the space-time vessel. Seconds later, a shockwave slammed against the ship. Vivian and Troy were thrown to the deck on top of Wussman. Demetrius stabbed a button, and the steel shutter closed over the viewport.
Those must have been atomic explosions. Nothing else could produce that much radiation. If we were any closer, we'd fry.
The radiation meters are registering dangerously high exposure as it is.
All the more reason for us to vamoose. Set up for another jump. Quick!
Outside, as viewed by the telescopic lenses of the exterior cameras, the mighty space battle seemed to intensify. Now there were two mammoth starships, looking like nothing so much as huge, pregnant, leather-clad porcupines. They had approached each other and halted, and were now exchanging rainbows of projected power, slamming back and forth with mighty force beams. That the comparatively tiny space-time ship had not yet been melted into slag was testimony to its luck. However, from all signs, time was not on the side of the spatio-temponauts.
Talbot, get off the floor. Man your station.
Demetrius got back to work, his hands moving furiously. There were any number of buttons to push, instruments to recalibrate, switches to throw, and thingies to do what's it to.
Are we ready, co-pilot?
Yes, sir.
Ready, engineer? Engage the main gizmo.
You mean the electrogravitic thrusters?
Yeah, those.
Engage.
All hands stand by for spatio-temporal displacement. That sounds snazzy, doesn't it?
Just like Bob or any other calculator. Now get us the hell out of here.
Madam, you'll show proper respect for the master of this vessel or be thrown in the brig.
Drop it, you moron.
At that moment, plans once more went awry. The space-time ship again lost its moor, on the brink of delivering an unimaginable push into the unknown. The throbbing and the humming died. The engines failed, completely losing power, but this time the lights and all electrical systems remained functional.
Come on, Talbot. We need those able mitts of yours. Get to work on the bolts to the 4 access plates.
Aye, aye, Skipper.
Engines right under our feet?
Sure is, between compartments. Jeffrey, would you mind scooching over?
Oh, yeah, sure.
How does this contraption of yours work?
I don't know.
What kind of engine is it? What are its components?
A couple of big coils, 4 gyroscopes, some rotating discs, a bunch of other little thingamajigs.
Thingamajigs? That's what propels this vessel?
Look, I had the theory all worked out, but test results never jived with my theory. Nonetheless, the thing works to some degree. I just don't know how it works.
This is all a bad dream.
You and Jeff shouldn't have gone snooping around other people's property.
This pile of scrap, this whatever it is, belongs to the physics department of Flytimer University, Dr. Demopolis, and don't you forget.
I'm not about to debate the issue with you, my dear Dr. Vernon.
Well, you better see what you can do to get us out of this mess. And I mean pronto.
Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am.
Talbot had returned from the depths and got to work on the bolts. Now he had them all undone, and he and Demopolis slid back the aluminum deck plate that allowed access to the engine bay. Dr. Demopolis peered down into the dark, machinery-clogged declivity, tools at the ready, a grin on his face. The grin sagged. The tools sagged as well.
What's wrong, Doctor?
Well, it appears as though that big shot we took bit one of the main rotors.
Can't you bend it back?
Well, not without taking it off, setting it up in the machine shop and hammering at it a little.
But it would never be right. Those blades are aligned to tolerances of 1,000th of an inch. The engine would never work right.
The television screen flashed with a tremendous starburst of light, and when the shock wave hit, the crew was thrown around once again. When the rocking subsided, they all struggled to their feet and made for the television screen. Sure enough, one of the starships was cracking up in a soundless cataclysm of light. The explosion had knocked the starship into jagged shards, and some of the shards were headed this way.
If I'm reading this equipment right, the radio detecting and ranging gear shows the leading edge of the cloud of debris to be about 100 kilometers away. It's advancing at a rate of 200 meters per second.
How do you know all that?
Radio detecting and ranging. I had the idea for it long ago, but the mysterious shipment provided the mechanism in developed form. Essentially, it tracks objects by bouncing high-frequency radio signals off them.
Sounds far-fetched.
Let's see. We should be mincemeat in about 8 minutes. Of course, the cloud will thin out according to the inverse square law, so by the time it hits, we could have a chance. A slim chance, but that looks like a hell of a lot of wreckage to dodge, and it's all radioactive to boot. It'll be like dancing between raindrops.
What can we do?
Whatever you do, you better do it quick.
Bushman, is that you? Stop that nonsense.
That certainly wasn't Jeffrey. Sounded as though it came from inside the room, right here, right next to me.
Talbot, go down and see what Wussman's up to.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Diane, go down and open the arms locker. Get the shotgun and a few pistols.
Well, at least you're prepared for some contingency.
I was an Eagle Scout.
I can just imagine you as an Eagle Scout.
I used to help young women across the street.
I thought the idea was to help old women.
You define compassion your way, I'll define it my way.
Dr. D wheeled around and cast a glance at the screen. Sure enough, scattered chunks of debris, visible as tiny gleamings in the starlight, were tumbling lazily toward the ship. He mentally calculated time was running out.
Listen, people, not to worry. I realize you're scared, but you've got nothing to fear until that junk arrives. Then you should worry.
Dr. Wussman locked himself in the head.
I'm sure he has things well in hand. Meanwhile, we either have a ventriloquist aboard or we're being visited by the Invisible Man.
I'm flesh and blood as you. You'll see soon. Of course, the flesh is weak and the blood is thicker than water.
As Diane climbed the ladder, weapons clutched to her bosom, a strange thing began to happen in the middle of the cabin. A tinkling musical sound grew to the visual accompaniment of multicolored sparkles, a microcosmic July 4th fireworks show springing into being in the middle of the air. Slowly, the outline of a human form took shape, providing borders for the miniature display of pyrotechnics. Features and clothing colored over the flashing lights. Gradually, the sparkling dispersed and the figure filled itself in. The end product was, to all appearances, a balding man with a bulbous nose, dressed in a threadbare tuxedo, black bow tie, boiled shirt, cummerbund, and holding a violin and bow.
Good evening, ladies and germs. It's nice to be here. Hey, it's nice to be anywhere. You know, on the way across the galaxy, I ran into an android who wanted a sex change. I said to him, "You want to be a female?" No, he said, "I'd just like to get some sex for a change." Bada boom! Did you hear the one about the astronaut who couldn't sit down? He had asteroids! You can laugh any minute now. Boy, is this a tough room.
Who are you? And my God, what are you?
Who do you want me to be, honey? I'll be frank with you. And then you can be frank with me.
What's that noise?
That's the rim shot, darling. Lets the audience know I just did a joke. Otherwise, they'd laugh at my violin playing. I want to say that it's nice working here at Alfredo 5, formerly Nuncio's, formerly Vito's, formerly...
See here, you owe us an explanation. I don't know if you recognize it or not, but I've got a double-knot shotgun pointed at your head. What are you doing here, and what do you want with us?
What kind of pop gun is that? You should sue Crackerjack. You didn't get your money's worth. Play nice, Junior. And now I'd like to do a little rendition of an old folk song, which I learned from a couple of old folks.
Talk, or I'll blast.
Hey, what an ugly crowd. I heard of rough lounges, but this is ridiculous. All right. You got any questions? Shoot. No, I mean ask.
Who? No. First, tell us what you are.
I'm what you call a virtual artifact. I'm projected, like an image, only a material.
I don't understand.
Read my oral cavity. I'm a projection, like a movie. Only I
get it. Let's go to the next item. Who are you, and where do you come from?
I was created by a great race of beings called the Krill. A great race. But I don't do race material. I'm a liberal.
Huh?
I keep pitching them, and you keep swinging. But it's the last of the night, kid. Never mind. The moniker's Krill Man. Krillman for short. Sid Krillman. But you can call me Sid.
What happened?
A ship took off.
What? Where are we?
Somewhere in outer space. Hundreds, possibly thousands of light years from Earth.
You're joking.
Nope.
But that's impossible.
But guess what?
What?
We done doed it.
Demetrius, please just let me out of this thing.
Can't do that, Jeffrey, old bean. If we open the hatch, all the air will rush out, and we'll suffocate.
Oh, nonsense.
Jeffrey, just look out the viewport.
Oh, my God, Demetrius, we're in outer space.
Oh, my God.
It was some sort of gigantic ship, a dreadnought hanging in space like a Christmas tree ornament from hell, bristling with more spines than a sea urchin. 2 particularly large, pointy spines shot bolts of blue-green fire.
What in the world is it?
An alien space vessel, and it's engaged in combat with something farther away. Yes, another blip on the scanner. This one is headed our way, though. If it gets too close...
A tremendous flash lit up the area of space around the space-time ship. A strange thing began to happen in the middle of the cabin. Slowly, the outline of a human form took shape, providing borders for the miniature display of pyrotechnics. Features and clothing colored over the flashing lights. Gradually, the sparkling dispersed, and the figure filled itself in. The end product was, to all appearances, a balding man with a bulbous nose, dressed in a threadbare tuxedo, black bow tie, boiled shirt, cummerbund, and holding a violin and bow.
Good evening, ladies and germs. It's nice to be here. Hey, it's nice to be anywhere. You know, on the way across the galaxy, I ran into an android who wanted a sex change. I said to him, "You want to be a female?" "No," he says, "I'd just like to get some sex for a change." Bada boom! You can laugh any minute now. Boy, is this a tough roof. Never mind. The moniker's Krill Man. Krillman for short. Sid Krillman. But you can call me Sid.
Dr. Dimension, Episode 6.
Look, Mr. Krillman, nice of you to drop in, but we're a long way from home and in a bit of a jam.
You're telling me. In a jam, you said. All you need is some toast and you can feed breakfast to an entire army. Let me ask you one. What's a load of primitives like you doing out in the middle of galactic space in a ship with technology that's 1,000 years beyond you?
I thought the Cheap Jack comic bit was just a front. The Catskills are a long way from here. So you have us pegged, do you?
Like a tool rack, pal. Actually, my demeanor was designed to be as innocuous as possible. We scanned your minds for language and culture, and we were kind of choosy about our iconography.
Really? So what's your game, Krillman?
I was sent by the AAA.
The what?
The Anti-Anomaly Association. We're a non-profit group of highly advanced space intelligences who watch the proceedings in this galaxy and generally make sure that things muddle along properly and nobody gets hurt. Think of us as a interstellar B'nai B'rith. We also analyze freak occurrences. An anomalous space vessel from a low-technology level world landing in the middle of a high-tech space battle fits the category nicely.
So you come to help us.
Oh, boy. Are most Earth creatures that good-looking?
He's special.
Actually, he has a sympathetic face. It has my sympathy, that's for sure.
But he asked a good question. Do you intend to help us?
Well, first I'm going to analyze the situation and then take any action necessary. You gotta understand that this kind of thing doesn't happen terribly often, so we're a little bit rusty. Most of the time we just ain't galactic travelers.
Hey, Doc, what do you think gives with the fiddle?
I don't know.
I'm accessing my data storage area. This isn't a violin, really. It's a file cabinet with strings. Just a minute.
Dr. Dimopoulos, who had been surprised many times this day, now stood regarding this undeniably real individual who had invited himself aboard the doomed spaceship and was surprised yet again. Meanwhile, time was running out. Massive chunks of debris loomed on the radar scope. If only he could think of something. But time for thinking was past.
Well, crew, it looks like we have indeed put hand money down on a piece of acreage.
What's that, Doc?
Talbot, get a clue. We're goners. We're gonna die. The guy with the big size is at the door. We are soon to be former individuals. I want to thank you all for making mine a most interesting life, and although, speaking personally, I don't believe in such things, perhaps we'll explore the afterlife together. Just leave a note in my mailbox.
Whoa, there, folks! Don't forget about me. This is a little tune I learned at my grandmother's knee. Her name was Lilac. She can lie like crazy.
The violin began doing strange things, namely radiating colorful emanations, coruscations of pure light that raced around the cabin, bounced off the curving walls and ceiling, and made pretty interference patterns, singing and buzzing and humming.
How is that going to help?
Well, it's pretty. Would you rather watch something ugly as you die?
Oh, I'm ashamed of myself.
That takes all of us.
Well, I haven't been myself lately.
We noticed the improvement.
No, this is so strange. Well, anyway, I'd like to apologize for my behavior. No, I'd like to apologize to you especially, Demetrius.
Kindly get stuffed. I've got a man's job of dying.
Demetrius hit the button that sent the viewport shutter retreating back into its slot. With a calm that comes only to those with a sure knowledge of imminent death, or to any taxpayer on the eve of April 15th, Dr. Dimopoulos looked out into the vastness of space. The debris was very close, appearing as an approaching snowstorm of glitter. Somewhere at the back of his mind, he believed that the alien intruder was a group delusion and should be ignored. He tried to concentrate on composing himself for death, his great mind sweeping back over the events of his life. The trouble was that he didn't like his life very much. In fact, he thought it sucked eggs. Then again, maybe the alien was good for one more shot. What was it that Sherlock Holmes often said? One first eliminates the impossible, then one is left with the totally stupid, or words to that effect.
All right, Krillman, or whatever your name is, if you really exist. Is there some sort of deal to be struck with you? You want your way with one of our women?
What? Hey, you got me all wrong, pal. I don't go for alien bait.
Well, it may not be a law of physics, but it must be the law of the universe. You can't get something for nothing.
Listen, honey, I'm not a wolf.
I'll bet you're a real Don Juan.
That's right. Women don't want anything to do with me.
Gee.
Hey, really, my purposes are purely altruistic. Listen, you seem like nice people. I don't want anything should happen to such nice people. I've decided to lend a helping hand to get you out of this mess, and then who knows? We'll worry about the rest later.
Well, I suggest you get on the stick and perform whatever science you've got planned, unless, of course, you're good at reanimating splattered protoplasm.
He placed the bow to the neck of his instrument and commenced sawing furiously. The instrument made odd noises, sounding not much like a violin anymore, but the output was music of a sort. The song sounded disconcertingly like Cocktails for Two as arranged by Spike Jones, but Dr. D made no comment as he watched shimmering rainbows dance and cavort in the air around the visitor. Varicolored shapes gathered and parted. Pulsating spectra throbbed through the room, overwhelming everything and absorbing all into one gay celebration of color. A tilt, a slip, a sudden wrenching, as though the very fabric of space and time had become a rug yanked from beneath the feet of the senses. Demetrius somersaulted into a pool of strange sensations. Normally the doctor did not like strange sensations, but out here in a strange new universe it seemed that novel sensations were the norm, not the exception. So he relaxed and let go, following the precepts of the Oriental sages, letting himself drift with the vibrational ebb and flow of the scheme of things, surge with the cosmic wash of an eternal tide, an inexorable force beyond time and space, beyond all understanding, the cosmic all. Soon he was adrift in the ocean of oneness, the sea of eternity, whose sole chanty was the ever-repeating mantra of universal peace and love. He absolutely hated it. Suddenly, with a gurgling noise, all the oceanic oneness seemed to go down the drain, and the bridge of the space-time ship coalesced into being once more. Demetrius found himself with his feet planted firmly back on metal. It was much as he'd left it an eternity ago. His companions still in the same poses, and the alien visitor still standing where he had before. However, there was a notable and significant difference now, a change that was crucial. Demetrius looked out the port and breathed an immense sigh of relief. The space that a moment ago had been clogged with masses of jagged metal and radioactive plasma was now devoid of everything but the jeweled glitter of starshine. There was no sign of the victorious starship, whose absence also went a long way toward calming the professor's nerves.
There we go. You see, I told you there was nothing much to worry about. Now then, I suppose we should get on to the next item of business. But first, I'd like to do another number.
Wait. The next item of business is getting us back to Earth.
I registered that as the name of your home planet. Yeah, sure.
Surely you can do that. I mean, after all, you seem to have moved this behemoth a goodly distance with that whatever it is of yours.
Could I dimensionally teleport this ship to Earth? I guess so. The question is, where is Earth?
Well, I'm pretty well equipped with astronomical knowledge. Naturally, it's entirely geocentric, but as long as we're in our home galaxy, the Milky Way...
In the galaxy's at the candy bar.
Candy bars? Gosh, I could use a candy bar. Come to think of it, I could eat a horse.
Talbot, at a time like this, how could you think of... food? Food. Talbot, I think you've hit on something. Maybe we should invite our friend Krillman of the AAA to stay for supper.
I hate dinner shows. Never mind. Hey, what's cooking?
Nothing yet. Diane, you were in charge of provisions.
I sent Troy out to shop. Troy, what did you get?
Beans.
Beans? That's all?
I didn't have time to do a proper job of shopping. Hey, why is everybody looking at me? Don't you like beans?
You couldn't have varied the menu a little?
Do we have a can opener?
Got one right here on my Boy Scout Camper Special.
Score one for the Boy Scouts. Well, beans it is. Krillman, you're welcome to stay for supper.
Beans, huh? What kind of beans?
What kind? Is there any other kind? Why, pork and beans.
Pork? Oi, have you got the wrong alien?
Seated on the metal deck of the control cabin, the alien creature called Krillman spooned up a steaming mound of pork and beans and examined it dispassionately, his long nose twitching as it sampled the odor. Then he shrugged, smacked his lips, and directed the spoon and its contents to his quite human, though overlarge, mouth. He chewed, his face first registering surprise, then going into contortions of pure pleasure. Swallowing, he sighed and seemed absolutely overwhelmed by the experience.
I heard of this stuff, but I never had any. What vintage is it?
Gee, a couple of months ago?
Only wine has a vintage.
Oh, right. Little glitch in my data file. Sorry. My compliments to the chef, whoever he or she may be.
H.J. Hine.
Well, he sure knows how to cook. Of course, almost any food would taste good to me. I never get to eat. I mean, it's rough being an artifact.
Don't the krill feed you?
Feed me? I've never eaten before in my life.
How old are you?
By your time, about 15 minutes. I don't look my age.
That's absurd. How can you be only 15 minutes old?
This get-up was created on the spot for your benefit. Like I told you before, I was just a bunch of electrons whirling around inside a big computer.
Sounds so cold.
It ain't no picnic, lady.
If you're just a computer artifact, how can you eat?
Oh, I'm material, all right. But I'm still dangling at the end of a teleporter beam in case you guys turn nasty and I gotta duck out of the kitchen. I remember one club I worked. I think it was in
I
Cleveland.
thought you were only 10 minutes old.
Sorry. I got implanted memories to make me more believable. They get in the way sometimes.
Krillman worked his spoon into the dish, lifted out another moundlet of beans, and ate with as much relish as before. Dr. Demopoulos solemnly regarded his own hill of beans. The browned legumes in their watery tomato medium, speckled with glutinous cubes of pig fat, were hardly at the top of any gourmet's list. Heaving a vast sigh, he began to eat his meal. With the exception of Troy, the other terrestrials ate dourly. The strapping quarterback seemed to be enjoying himself, but the thought of being millions of miles from home had clearly dampened everyone's spirits. All human eyes were on the spacecraft's savior and guest, with Talbot included, his gusto notwithstanding, but the human-like creature who called himself Krillman seemed oblivious. He savored every morsel of food. Then, having gobbled up everything, he examined the bowl to make sure he'd gotten it all. Thus satisfied, he smiled contentedly.
Now, I guess we can talk about the business of getting you back to your home planet.
Yeah, boy.
You ain't got a chance.
Huh? Why not?
Because I've scanned your minds and your data files, and you don't have a clue as to where Earth is in relation to where we are. We gotta be able to find this Earth place of yours. I mean, it's gotta be on the map. Some map. Someone must have noticed your race by now. You're a reasonably intelligent species. Maybe a little on the slow side, but you're not total dummies.
Oh, you're so kind.
Hey, don't mention it. Actually, you guys aren't bad at all. I actually wish my IQ were lower so I could enjoy your company.
Big of you.
I have a gift for people. Anyway, give us a little time. We'll get back to you.
But we're safe here for a while, right?
Yeah, sure. That is, if your atmosphere mixture is correct and your life support mechanisms continue working.
You know, I'll bet you could heat food by zapping it with radar waves. You might even be able to cook an entire meal using radar.
What a ridiculous idea.
That cooker I installed in the mess does a pretty good job.
Mess. A drawer with some plates and spoons under a counter with a hot plate. Well, when we redesign the ship... Hey, we never named this vessel.
How about the SS Disaster?
Not bad. But I thought something like the Prometheus, or something a little more classic.
How about the Skylark?
Mudlark is more like it. Any other suggestions?
Voyager.
Enterprise.
Lollipop.
Mudlark it is until we come up with something better. Meanwhile, we'll put our heads together on that cosmological map.
Well, first, though, I was rather hoping that our guest would tell us exactly who owned these space-going battleships.
Of course, least I can do. Yeah, I'm sure that creatures that can put together a vessel like this from a primitive technology can comprehend... Whoops.
Well, it's like this. I came up with the general idea for the electrogravitic thruster, and Talbot here cobbled it together from parts we designed and had fabricated at a machine shop. But a working prototype was years away, on the other side of about 24 technological breakthroughs. That was the state of things before somebody, somewhere, sent us all the internal guidance and power components we needed to construct a real working prototype, with all those engineering problems solved and all those barriers broken through.
No kidding. And you don't know who sent the stuff?
Haven't a clue.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Obviously, there's been some intervention here.
By whom? Do you know?
Got some suspects in mind.
Was it the Krill by any chance?
No, not a chance. The Krill don't give away good technology.
At least now we know what a fraud you are, Dr. Demopoulos.
I said the theory was basically sound. I'm telling you, right before the explosion, I saw this buggy
A likely story. When you pitched this whole business to the Flytimers, you had nothing, absolutely nothing. You've admitted
But
it.
we were on the right track. We had a basic idea.
You have 2 tons of junk cluttering up valuable laboratory space. Why don't you admit where the shipment came from?
Okay, I admit it. Now you tell me where it came from.
The Nazis.
Viv, baby, you've taken leave of your senses.
Well, who else? The Germans lead the world in science. What other country can claim so many famous scientists?
Most of whom have left Germany by now.
Yeah, that's true, Viv.
After the Nazis milked them of their secrets. I'll bet this whole ship is based on the work of men who now rot in concentration camps. Nazis steal everything. Why not science?
I stole from no one. And I don't have anything to do with the Nazis. The basic principles propelling this vessel are mine.
Yeah, well, you certainly didn't filch any good tips on construction. This thing is absolutely creaky, and there's no toilet paper in the bathroom.
Oh, stuff it, Jeffrey. That goes for you too, Bill.
Eat doo-doo and die, Demopoulos.
Ladylike, isn't she?
You will go stuff yourself, you big Greek jerk.
Oh, now we're getting etchy.
Shut up, you fraud.
Did I tell you your dress is a knockout? Is that a Paris original? Or did you mug a cleaning lady at
Would you like to eat this tin plate garlic breast?
Watch it, Viv. Your male hormones are
At
showing.
least I have some, which is more than I can say for some men.
Oh, come on. Jeff has hormones somewhere in that pudgy body.
Jeffrey, are you going to let him talk to me that way?
Yeah, well, that was completely out of line, Demetrius.
What a hero. Viv, you have great taste in men.
I certainly do.
In fact, your taste in men are uniform. Army, Navy, and Marine.
You rotten creep!
Grab her, Troy!
Get your big dumb hands off me, Hasty!
People! Let's show our guests that we're civilized human beings.
It looks like lots of civilization out here in space. Ships blasting each other apart.
That's simply war. All civilizations got war. You mean your planet doesn't? Mr. Goody Two-Shoes?
Let me go, or you won't have any hormones in your body either.
I'll let you go if you settle down.
Let her go, Talbot.
Come sit next to me, dear.
Of course we had war. Got a doozy going on in Europe at this very moment. But we're not talking about us. We're talking about those ships we saw. Whose were they?
I gotta fill you in on some background. But first, did you hear the one about the traveling biomass salesman who ran out of liquid fuel?
Please, don't go on.
Okay, forget the jokes. Here's how it is. In the beginning, there was darkness, nothingness, chaos, and Heinz 57 variety.
What?
All right, Krillman. Is there some sort of deal to be struck with you?
I've decided to lend a helping hand to get you out of this mess, and then who knows?
He placed the bow to the neck of his instrument and commenced sawing furiously. But Dr. D made no comment as he watched shimmering rainbows dance and cavort in the air around the visitor. Varicolored shapes gathered and parted. Pulsating spectra throbbed through the room, overwhelming everything and absorbing all into one gay celebration of color. Suddenly, with a gurgling noise, all the oceanic oneness seemed to go down the drain, and the bridge of the space-time ship coalesced into being once more. Demetrius found himself with his feet planted firmly back on metal. It was much as he'd left it an eternity ago. His companions still in the same poses, and the alien visitor still standing where he had before. However, there was a notable and significant difference now, a change that was crucial. Demetrius looked out the port and breathed an immense sigh of relief. The space that a moment ago had been clogged with masses of jagged metal and radioactive plasma was now devoid of everything but the jeweled glitter of starshine. There was no sign of the victorious starship, whose absence also went a long way toward calming the professor's nerves.
So what's your game, Krillman?
I was sent by the AAA.
The what?
The Anti-Anomaly Association. We're a non-profit group of highly advanced space intelligences who watch the proceedings in this galaxy and generally make sure that things muddle along properly and nobody gets hurt. Think of us as a interstellar B'nai B'rith. Now, I guess we can talk about the business of getting you back to your home planet.
Yeah, boy. First, though, I was rather hoping that our guest would tell us exactly who owned these space-going battleships.
Of course, least I can do. I gotta fill you in on some background. Here's how it is. In the beginning, there was darkness, nothingness, chaos, and Heinz 57 variety.
What?
Doctor Dimension, Episode 7.
In the beginning, there was darkness, nothingness, chaos, and Heinz 57 variety.
What?
I was only trying to put it in terms you'd understand. I'm talking about way back in the beginning of the universe, when things were pretty elemental. Says here on the can that these 57 varieties go a long way back.
Assume we know at least the rudiments of physical science and cosmology.
For God's sake, you're all mad if you listen to another word of this nonsense.
Why don't you sit down, Dr. Vernon?
Thank you. So, for the first time, life began in the universe. Only it wasn't so common as it is now. Now, intelligent races are a dime a dozen. But then, you could hardly find intelligence in the universe. In fact, there were only two really brainy races. One, inhabiting a planet named Lithonia, and the other one renting a planet, because they didn't think real estate was such a hard investment, called Prozatonia. Now, both these races were totally unlike life is today. They made them real strange back in those days. Both were pretty powerful, almost godlike. You couldn't quite tell whether they were made of matter or energy or what. They were kind of like half and half. Anyway, between the two of them, they pretty much ran everything in the universe. Okay, it's pretty hard to talk about good guys and bad guys when you're dealing with gods or near gods. But the Lithiums were, how shall I put it, nasty critters. Albert Schweitzers they were. On the other hand, the Prozacs only wanted for the universe to be at peace. They liked joy and happiness, universal harmony and the stuff. The Prozacs were willing to live and let live. But the Lithiums weren't. They started a war. Instead of doing it directly, they fought the war by proxy, using as puppets all the new races coming along in the new, improved universe. The little scuffle back there that you witnessed was fought by two of their current proxy races, the Pisons and the Prunes.
Absolutely astonishing. But let me get this straight. There are two basic but opposing forces in the universe.
Embodying the principles of good and evil?
You got it.
And these forces, constantly at odds, are presently doing battle in the forms of two spacefaring races, the Pisons and the Prunes, who we just witnessed battling.
Nice recapitulation job there. Now we can get along with the plot.
It's all very interesting, but don't you think we could wrap this up and get this ship back to Earth like you promised?
That's why I'm telling you about it, to warn you. It's best to be prepared. So, when I do give you a lift back to Earth, or whatever you call your planet, you should acquaint people with the situation out here. Be prepared for contact within a few eons.
That'll do our academic reputations loads of good. Spouting off about godlike aliens in outer space, they'll lock us up and throw away the key.
Not if we show them the recordings the ship has automatically made and the data it's gathered and stored.
Hit them with the facts. They gotta believe you.
Can you tell us more about these Pisons and what did you call them?
Prunes. Yeah, sure. What I'm going to do is just look up the material in the Encyclopedia Galactica.
Where are they?
Where's what?
Where are the books, the encyclopedias?
They're up here, kid, in my noggin. I got this little speaker embedded in my head. I'll just turn it on and let it talk.
The Prozacs and the Lithiums, the two great godlike races of the universe, had battled each other for eons. As eternities of time passed, these mortal enemies and eternal combatants, the Prozacs and the Lithiums, took to fighting their intergalactic wars through proxy races, the latest of which are the Pisons and the Prunes. The Pisons are a fun-loving race of quasi-bird-like beings, whose home world is a tropical paradise featuring thousands of casinos and lots of little strip joints that don't charge a cover or try to stick customers with overpriced drinks. The Prunes are the indigenous race of the planet Hammeroid and have a decidedly expansionist universe view. They are wont to raid strip joints and shut down gambling operations and generally spoil the hell out of everyone else's fun. In time, the Prunes encountered the far outpost of the Pison Confederation. The Prunes scrutinized this new civilization and did not like what they saw. Pleasure, cheap thrills, naked anatomical parts. Coldly and with deliberate calculation, the Prunes began to draw up plans for invasion of the Pison Confederation. And it is at this point in our story that you guys get involved.
How did it know about us at the end there?
I just threw that in as a gag. After all, I am a comedian. I do it for a living.
Why don't you start thinking about your job as a good Samaritan? You promised to get us back to Earth.
Yeah, Earth. Just a minute.
Krillman took up his fiddle and put it to his chin. He bowed and stroked tentatively, then played a sequence of notes. Before long, a 3D panoramic display of stars and nebulas appeared above his head.
1,000 points of light.
It's a hologram, a star chart. Now, if you'd care to shoot me the astronomical information you said you had, we got a chance of pegging the exact location of your star system.
Well...
Why?
I'm really not so sure we're in our home galaxy.
What about this one over here? Is this your galaxy?
Doesn't look familiar. Do you know where Andromeda is?
Andromeda?
Andromeda is our name for it. You wouldn't know it by that name.
Is it this one over here?
Nope. At least I don't think so.
You guys anywhere near the Lucite Nebula?
Not hardly.
How about this fine globular cluster over here?
Can't say I recognize it.
We're getting nowhere fast. What kind of star is it? White, red, blue, yellow.
Yellow.
Okay, that narrows it down some. Down to about 6 trillion stars.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. We can do it, though. It'll take a century of searching by computer.
We're lost. Doomed.
That's the fighting spirit. Never say die. Well, this ain't doing us a bit of good. Listen, there's only one thing I can do under the circumstances. According to the AAA regulations, you get one free tow to the nearest garage or the equivalent.
Well, that's something. Maybe we can get this crate fixed.
Well, then, that's it, folks. One free tow coming up. Hey, it's been great meeting you all. Before I wind it up, though, I'd like to leave you with this one little thought. A guy walks into a doctor's office with a chicken on his head.
Oh, God.
The doctor says, "What are you doing with a chicken on your head?" And the chicken says to the doctor, Hey, not with my wife, you don't.
I don't get it.
Oh, well, nothing's perfect. Anyway, now, I'd like to finish up with a big number, an original composition of my own by Felix Mendelssohn. And the one, and the two,
Out of control again. The ship seemed to tumble end over end as Dr. Demopolis hurtled along with it, awash in a painter's palette of color. Garish pink and blue light invaded his eyes, swirled into his brain, taking root there to blossom. Desperately he clung to consciousness, but consciousness had other ideas. It slipped from his grasp, and the good doctor plummeted, splashing into the dark river of oblivion. Demetrius was the first to get unsteadily to his feet. He counted heads. Everyone accounted for, with the exception of Krillman. He sat at the control console and took a look out the viewport. Instead of the glitter of distant suns against the dark velvet of space, there appeared a network of shadowy tunnels, like the interior of an anthill or termite mound.
Doc, this doesn't look like Flightheimer University to me.
Where the hell are we? Krillman, would you care to explain? Hey, where's Krillman?
He's not anywhere in the ship.
Did you check the bathroom?
The door reads occupado, but there's no one in there.
I didn't see him go anywhere. He must have left the way he came.
Dr. D, where in the world is this place?
This place isn't in our world, I'm willing to bet. It does appear, though, that we're inside some sort of enclosure with, tunnels.
Brilliant observation.
Okay, Viv, you take a guess.
Looks like we're underground.
But those walls look too smooth. That's not rock, surely. Nor is it dirt.
It looks like intestines.
Yuck! A huge space monster swallowed us?
Krillman said he'd tow us to a garage, so this must be it.
Funny kind of garage.
Well, we can sit here and wait for the mechanic if there's one here, or we can go out and take a look around.
Dr. Demopolis, you know that if there's no atmosphere or the wrong atmosphere, we'll be in horrible trouble.
Why don't we consult the atmosphere sensors? Here we are. Remember these dials? We installed them, but didn't have time to figure them out.
Here, let me look at them. I think they're reading oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide.
And in a tolerable mixture at a tolerable pressure, though it does look a little thin on the oxy and rich on the carbon dioxide. But not enough to worry. Well, gang, are you up to it?
Count me in, Doctor.
Actually, I think I could use a nap. Why don't you three shuffle off and Jeffrey and I will guard the fort?
Doctor, they're stowaways. Worse, they're academic rivals. Do you think it wise to leave them here?
Someone has to keep an eye on the ship, Diane. Vivian's quite right.
Are we going out, Doc?
We are, the three of us. Let's get together what supplies we can. Vivian, if we don't report back within 2 hours...
Yes?
You're plumb out of luck. What's the matter, Viv? You look a little green about the gills.
Those beans didn't agree with me.
Sorry to hear it. I, for one, am looking forward to the olfactory possibilities of being cooped up in a tiny space with a bunch of people who have nothing to eat but beans. Let's get cracking, Marines.
Right you are, Doc. I'll get another pistol out of the ordnance locker and meet you outside.
Check. Jeffrey, hand me that shotgun.
Here, take it. Seriously, Demetrius, what do you suggest we do if you people don't come back?
Come looking for us.
No.
Come here and give me a group hug, you two. I just want to say that if we never see one another again, well, we'll always have Paris.
Just don't.
But I've never been to Paris.
Throw me out like a worn-out shoe. Use me, abuse me. I'm just a toy.
Lunatic, that's what you are. Look what you've done to us. Here we are, light years away from our planet, stuck in the middle of God knows what monstrous thing, and all you can do is joke about it.
See here, Wussman. Take this shotgun and do the right thing. Poor girl can't make it. Put her out of her misery.
Don't be silly. Demetrius, take this thing back.
Keep it, Jeff. I just realized you'll need something to defend yourself when they attack.
When who attacks? Demetrius, who is going to attack? Demetrius!
Whoever owns this crazy rocket ship, that's who. Good luck, kids.
I'm really disappointed in you, Jeffrey. No, strike that. I'm absolutely ashamed. You've displayed nothing but absolute cowardice throughout this whole affair.
You're going to beat me?
You don't deserve such pleasure.
Can I have a kiss?
Certainly not. Figure out how to get us out of this fine mess you've gotten us into.
Well, you were the one who insisted on burglarizing the lab.
And if you hadn't lost control of the Fleitheimers, there wouldn't have been any need to do it.
I think you still love me.
Oh, snap out of it.
But I adore you, Vivian, dearest. I can't think of anything but you. Come here, into my arms, you adorable vixen.
Take that, you oversexed boob.
Oh, thanks. I needed that. Where are we? Who am I?
That's Felicity I know and love. Now, let me bounce some things off your head.
Ooh, really?
Listen up, idiot. First of all, we're going to have to dump Demetrius and his idiotic sidekick.
Of course, my love.
And then we're going to have to get this boat back to the university.
Naturally.
It's our ticket to not just control the physics department, it could make us famous and absolutely stinking rich.
Could I just be rich?
So, are you for it?
Oh, I certainly am.
For rubbing out Demetrius and company.
Rubbing?
Making them walk the plank.
You don't mean
All
that.
I mean is leaving them here.
Oh.
Yes, we'll get the ship fixed and leave on our own. We'll get back to Earth, make up some story about our valiant companions getting lost, and take all the credit. I hate to admit it, but this insane contraption just might be the scientific breakthrough of all time.
But it wouldn't do just to go off and leave Demetrius and his assistants. I just don't know.
You're right. We should kill them.
Kill them? You shouldn't joke like that. Why, we could get the electric chair.
Jeffrey, think. We're light years beyond the silly laws of Earth. Out here, in deepest space, it's the survival of the fittest.
I thought that was in the jungle.
That's the way it is out here, too, my dear. Don't you think that even as we speak, the doctor and those dim-wit assistants of his are plotting our demise?
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Wandering out there was just an excuse to regroup. They're going to come back, probably in league with hideous space monsters.
Well, I'm going to the bathroom.
Jeffrey, no use in hiding.
Aliens coming. I bet they won't even have toilet paper either. What a universe. I really could use some milk and magnesia.
Vivian Vernon, on the other hand, was absolutely invigorated by the challenge. Now that she had some time to think, she realized what was at stake. No longer was it just a matter of a paltry grant. Now there was a world, no, a cosmos of power to contend for. She thought of the glittering stars she had seen. To think that her destiny was woven into the stars. She loved that phrase. It was so mystical. Her moment was at hand. Carpe diem. Seize the day and squeeze every last ounce of possibility from it. Now, what to do first? First, she would have to go up and get a good look at that twisted rotor blade. There must be some way of bending it back. This plan of action was immediately interrupted by a loud banging against the hatch. She got up, went to the hatch, and listened.
Hello? Who's there?
Who is it, Vivian?
I don't know. Who's out there?
Who else could it be? It's me, Demetrius, back with Jeffrey's toilet paper.
But I don't think we ought to.
Please, I'm really going to need it soon. I hope.
Oh, very well.
Jeffrey Wussman, Ph.D., heard Vivian's screams and was afraid, very afraid. In a sudden deliverance, his constipation problem was solved. He groaned with relief. But now another problem immediately presented.
Jeffrey, help! Help!
See right out.
It's got me! Help me, Jeffrey!
If you'll just wait a sec.
Really, this was the awfulest thing he could imagine. The love of his life was out there in the clutches of who knew what hideous creature, and here he was, embarrassingly indisposed and unable to help, unless he rooted through the pockets of his patchwork pants. Hooray, he thought to himself as he pulled out a wad of tissue paper. After unraveling the crumpled mass into something usable, he used it. In just a few seconds, he had himself hitched up and ready to dash to the rescue. But he hesitated, listening to Vivian's horrid shrieking. What exactly was out there? He had no weapon. What could he do? Then quickly something rose in him. His gorge, for one thing, but also something resembling courage. He loved that woman. If she died, he couldn't face life. He was sure of that. He got a hold of himself and pushed the handle of the door open. He was greeted by a look on Vivian's face that nearly screamed, "What took you so long?" Stepping out into the compartment, Wussman beheld a strange sight. Vivian was the prisoner of pink spaghetti, wrapped head to foot in thousands of tiny strands of wriggling, writhing vermicelli. The entire bunched-together bundle of it, congealed and glistening, trailed out the hatch and downward in a long, trunk-like mass.
What is that stuff?
How the hell would I know? Get it off me! Get a knife or something. Cut it.
Yeah, right. You know where they keep the knives?
You stupid jerk! How the hell should I know where they keep the knives? Look for them. Try those storage compartments.
I'll try these ones on the left. Oh, nothing but blankets. I'll try this one over here.
Jeffrey, look out!
What?
Your foot!
He looked down. One strand of pink linguine had wrapped itself about his ankle. He felt it constrict. He tugged, and it tugged back. As he watched in horror, several reinforcing strands reached outward to join the first, encircling his ankle and calf. Whatever the stuff was, it had him. As more of the strands snared his other leg, he felt himself being pulled toward the larger mass.
Viv, dear, I'm afraid it's got me, too.
I can see that, dummy.
In no time, Jeffrey was completely enwrapped, hog-tied and helpless. The whole pink mess then began to withdraw, spilling out the hatch. Grim-faced, but resigned to their fate, Vivian and Jeffrey flowed out with the noodly ebb tide.
But let me get this straight. There are two basic but opposing forces in the universe.
Embodying the principles of good and evil?
You got it.
And these forces, constantly at odds, are presently doing battle in the forms of two spacefaring races, the Pisons and the Prunes, who we just witnessed battling.
Nice recapitulation job there. Now, there's only one thing I can do under the circumstances. According to the AAA regulations, you get one free tow to the nearest garage or the equivalent.
Maybe we can get this crate fixed.
One free tow coming up.
The ship seemed to tumble end over end as Dr. Demopolis hurtled along with it, awash in a painter's palette of color.
Doc, this doesn't look like Flightheimer University to me.
Dr. D, where in the world is this place?
Inside some sort of enclosure with, tunnels.
Looks like intestines.
Yuck! A huge space monster swallowed us?
Well, we can sit here and wait for the mechanic if there's one here, or we can go out and take a look around.
Why don't you three shuffle off and Jeffrey and I will guard the fort?
Vivian, if we don't report back within 2 hours,
Yes?
you're plumb out of luck.
We're going to have to dump Demetrius and his idiotic sidekick.
Of course, my love.
And then we're going to have to get this boat back to the university.
But it wouldn't do just to go off and leave Demetrius and his assistants. I just don't know.
You're right. We should kill them.
Kill them? You can joke like that. Why, we could get the electric chair.
Jeffrey, out here in deepest space, it's the survival of the fittest.
Well, I'm going to the bathroom.
Jeffrey, no use in hiding.
Aliens coming. I bet they won't even have toilet paper either. What a universe.
Who's there?
Who is it, Vivian?
I don't know. Who's out there?
Who else could it be? It's me, Demetrius. Back to Jeffrey's toilet paper.
Oh, very well.
Stepping out into the compartment, Wussman beheld a strange sight. Vivian was the prisoner of pink spaghetti, wrapped head to foot in thousands of tiny strands of wriggling, writhing vermicelli. In no time, Jeffrey was completely enwrapped, hog-tied and helpless. The whole pink mess then began to withdraw, spilling out the hatch. Grim-faced, but resigned to their fate, Vivian and Jeffrey flowed out with the noodly ebb tide.
Doctor Dimension, Episode 8.
The walls of the giant spaceship were not exactly featureless. They bulged here and there, and in places they bore odd, ill-defined contours. Some sections were blotched and mottled. In other places, the surfaces were rippled or warped. But for the most part, the environment was a warren of tube-like tunnels, like the inside of a pile of congealed pink spaghetti.
Gee, Doc, not much to this place, is there?
It does have a rather minimal look to it.
Creepy is more like it. I can swear these walls are moving.
They are, and their movement resembles peristaltic action, heaving like an intestine. Maybe we are stuck inside the gullet of some giant creature, like spacefaring Jonahs.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would explain the foul odor, which seems to have abated a bit.
So, what do you think then, Dr. D? Are we in a spaceship or inside an alien space creature?
Maybe a bit of both. Do you smell something new?
Sour milk.
We're on the mothership!
The mothership?
The mother of all motherships from the size of it.
Wonder where all the little baby ships are.
Frankly, I don't know what to make of this dump, but I have a number of theories. The problem is putting them to empirical test.
Seems to me the simplest way to find out about this place would be to ask the people who live here.
There must be some way of announcing ourselves.
Not that way, Troy.
Please show a little diplomatic protocol. Use proper terminology and appropriate honorifics when dealing with aliens. Yo! Hey, tentacle breath! Anybody home, or did you just leave your lights on?
I'll sue you for everything you've got. You won't have 2 pennies to rub together after I get done with you, you rotten crate.
Vivian Vernon shouted demands to see her lawyer, the resident United States diplomat, or both. Wussman merely whimpered. When it became clear that her demands would remain unmet, Vivian began detailing the hypothetical and improbable sexual proclivities of the pair's unseen captives. This tactic proved fruitless as well, and Wussman began to pray. The moving pasta mass whisked them through tunnel after tunnel, seeming to move knowingly through the maze.
If you had any idea of the number of important and influential people in the United States government that I happen to personally know and even be friends with, you'd be shaking in your boots, you lousy, no-good sons of...
Vivian!
What?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to whoever the hell is... Oh, God, I think I'm going insane.
Vivian, darling, keep your chin up. We'll get through this. We will, I promise.
At long last, they reached a destination of sorts. It was a large chamber into which several tunnels converged. Here they were unceremoniously dumped and set loose. The squirmy, vermiform mass dispersed, withdrawing into the walls and disappearing without a trace. The 2 captives were free, but not free to go. Strange tubular appendages extruded from the walls and surrounded them, blocking escape. Some had lenses on their ends, and these bizarre instruments proceeded to scan, scrutinize, and examine. A rose-colored light flooded the chamber. Arms with 3-fingered hands reached out from the walls, poked and prodded the captives, then withdrew. Finally, a disembodied nasal voice said,
"What sort of creatures are you?"
We're human beings.
You're very odd creatures. You don't look like one another.
I'm male, and she's female.
Bipolar sexuality? How perverted. Well, at least you can communicate half intelligibly. However, you have a lot of explaining to do. Just how did that primitive ship of yours get onto level 7, tunnel 192, right in our empty storage areas?
Yeah, well, actually, it isn't our ship. It belongs to Demetrius Demopoulos.
What a strange-sounding name. But of course, creatures as perverse and unnatural as you would have an outrageous language and nomenclature. Where is this misbegotten creature?
Well, he went out to explore this place you have here.
This is a space vessel.
Oh, well, he went out to explore.
Attack it, you mean, from within?
Well, I don't think he had that in mind.
He carries weapons.
Oh, those. Well, what space vessel is this?
You are aboard the Imperial, super outrageously humongous, star-straddling flagship of the cosmos, the Vindicator, owned and operated by none other than we, the universal keepers of true morality, the feared and just this side of immortal prunes of the heavenly and tasteful planet of no one at all.
Prunes, thought Dr. Vernon. Of course. These were the nasty creatures that Krillman had spoken so negatively about. How wonderful of him to plop their ship right in their midst. But then, at least there was communication happening here, and even though they were plainly immune to her feminine attributes, indeed seemed to find them rather disgusting, at least they might be vulnerable to her feminine wiles.
Prunes! Oh, you're the guys who were fighting the Pisons, right? You're the folks who've been carrying on such a noble and excellent crusade in the cosmos.
You've heard of us, even though you're clearly from a planet not of our knowledge.
That's right. And you know what? There's a very good chance that we can help you.
It's questionable that a superior race like ours actually needs help, but your sentiment is politically correct, and you bear the marks of creatures who are willing to be educated.
Can we talk this over face to face? We're feeling a little uneasy here, like bugs under a microscope, you know?
But you are bugs under a microscope. Your intellectual filth that we have just wiped off our boots. Your common space bacteria who cannot even aspire to our lofty range of morality and intellect.
Yes, but we know something you don't.
You do?
Something really, really juicy.
Oh? What?
We know where there's a planet that's quite the naughty planet.
Yes. A planet that could really use a good spanking. And you just might be the big and noble creatures just right to give it to them.
Yes. We're always looking for naughty planets. Which one is this?
It's called Earth.
Wow, another ship.
Finally, they seemed to have arrived at some destination. A membrane ahead dilated and admitted them into another spacious, irregularly shaped chamber. And in the middle of it stood something surprising, a spaceship. This was no great surprise as such, and actually it was a relief from the monotony of all those endless corridors. And after all, a large mothership was bound to have tiny little baby ships. Demetrius had already hypothesized as much. However, there were definitely incongruous things about this ship, unexpectedly incongruous. For one, the lines and angles of the ship were decidedly at odds with those of the hallway. For another, it somehow was fitted into a cavern of the hallway, rather like a crab in a seashell, its nose poking out only slightly.
What do you think, Doc? Another bunch of hapless space travelers lost in space and time?
Oh, speak for yourself, Talbot. I feel quite comfortable in this situation. I am not lost, only exploring. Now then, let's have a look.
Okie dokie. I'll just knock on the entry hatch.
We need someone who might tell us something, anything about exactly where we are.
As it turned out, they were in luck. The door opened with a squeak of rusty hinges. 4 eyes peeked out from the gloom.
Yeah? Stand a little further back. I warn you, I've got a pretty big blaster here.
If you and your friend would care to step out so we can see, we'll raise our hands in the air to show you that we are unarmed. Perhaps we can make friends.
The 4 eyes stepped out from the spaceship. They were attached to one being. They wiggled above a bald dome like a hunchback who uses his hump for a head. 2 arms, 2 legs, draped with a kind of purple velvet with tassels, and, as promised, the triple-jointed arm held a weapon like a weirdly assembled bunch of tinker toys with a multicolored lamp in its middle.
Howdy. I'm Troy Talbot. You must be an alien. Well, this trip just keeps getting better and better.
An alien that speaks English. Pretty curious.
The same variety of English as dizzy old Krillman, I bet.
Krillman, are you in cahoots with that villain?
He was supposed to send us back to Earth. Instead, we landed here.
The problem is, we don't exactly know where here is.
Well, I'm not surprised. That Krillman fellow is an absolute menace. He should be reported to that AAA place he claims he's from.
Perhaps he's some sort of recruiter for rats to run this maze.
Do you have any clue where we are?
You really don't know.
We only just got here.
The party-colored eyes blinked incredulously. Bits of its body wobbled gelatinously. Dr. D presumed this was the display for some sort of emotion, but its exact nature was difficult to determine.
Well, folks, sorry to break it to you this way, but you've just landed on the biggest ship in the universe. A ship about the size of a small planet. It's a mothership. And it belongs to the meanest mothershippers in the whole universe.
You don't mean?
Yes, I do mean. And I do mean the prunes.
The planet is called Earth, and that's where we're from. And we're just the people who can tell you how to get there, and how to run it, and who the really naughty people are there. And taking it over will be a lot easier than duking it out with those difficult Python creatures. Not only are morals low on Earth, so is technology.
Dear, yes, and all the universities there are in sore need of better guidance than they're getting.
Absolutely. So what about a deal? We help you conquer Earth, and you put us in charge of the universities there.
Perfect. Absolutely wonderful. No sooner had the thought sprung to her mind than it blasted off out of her mind fully formed and complete. Why, this was turning out even better than she'd possibly imagined. There'd be no need now to show off a silly new kind of engine and grapple their way on some ladder to success. They'd just help these weird beings, show them the way, and then accept the spoils. Oh, there might be some death rays blasted here and there, and maybe directed at a few bothersome professors, a little muss and fuss, maybe some casual genocide, but hey, as Joe Stalin had said, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. Well, he didn't exactly say that, but never mind. Besides, in the end, Earth would be a far better planet, and certainly it would have better universities.
How intriguing!
So, is it a deal?
You have very far to go, mind you. But it is good that you are willing to essay a moral turnabout. And by the way, conquering this planet of yours and putting it upon the path to proper conduct is an excellent concept. We're always on the lookout for worlds needy of our firm hand.
Then we can talk about this?
Yes, let's do talk. We've already examined you anyway, and you seem harmless enough.
They walked into a room with considerably more furniture than an examination interrogation room, but somehow just as severe. There was a door on the other side of the room marked Recreation Room. A sign across it read, Closed indefinitely. With great ceremonial dignity, a creature much like the ones that had carted the doctors there entered, with two other prunes by his, her, its side. The creature was wearing a long, flowing robe, completely hiding its body. Its face was partially hidden behind what looked for all the world to be a Groucho Marx mask. Bushy eyebrows, spectacles, hooked nose, and mustache.
Jeffrey, I think we've concocted a superior plan.
I get Harvard University.
Don't count your universities before they're hatched. We've got a long way to go yet.
Release them of their fetters.
The other creatures, masked like the one who commanded them, scurried forward and unlatched the cuffs on Vernon and Wussman. Their robes had sleeves that accommodated multiple tentacles.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I don't suppose you'd have an Alka-Seltzer, would you? Ow! Why did you slap me, Dick?
Excellent. I approve of your chastisement. Clearly, you keep your nacky in line, a true sign of the rudiments of civilization. I am the Grand Prune, resident counselor and general head of the Prune Turnabout, and also, by the way, head inquisitor.
Why is he wearing that Groucho Marx mask anyway? Do they get comedy movies out here?
Must be coincidence.
Yes, darling, but he really must be. Ow! That one hurt.
Is this some right of human beings that I'm not familiar with?
We were just admiring the nobility of your carriage and the courage that shows on your face, to say nothing of your integrity.
Ah, I'm glad that it shows through this regal mask I wear. Thank you. And how, by the way, do you like our masks? Items that you do not seem to have. You go about with naked faces, although in truth, you do not seem to have much to hide.
Wonderful.
Gorgeous.
Excellent. Then you'll be asked to wear the same, so that we will no longer be subjected to the stark and shameful, ugly nakedness of your human face.
Well, I really don't think
we'd be happy to wear the mask. Indeed, it would be a wonderful honor.
The Grand Prune nodded and then clapped his hands. Immediately, a prune servant trundled out, carrying 2 Groucho Marx masks and handing them to Doctors Vernon and Wussman. Vivian checked hers. She put hers on and then looked over at Wussman, who had also donned his.
You know, you remind me of someone.
I once shot an elephant in my pajamas. What it was doing in my pajamas, I'll never know.
Stop that this minute. I cannot abide laughter. It signifies fun. And fun inevitably implies immorality and degradation.
He stomped up and down, his Groucho Marx mask wobbling precariously on his face. Vivian Vernon could not help but wonder what the mask hid. What kind of nose did the thing have? Curious, did all advanced interstellar species have nose problems? She and Wussman stopped chuckling immediately. No sense in spoiling a good thing.
Oh, 1,000 apologies.
You can see that we need instruction, but we shall aspire to your high achievements. You may beat my companion here if you like.
Wait a minute.
You men there, take him into the other room and give it a go.
Thank you for your wonderful instruction.
Now then, let us discuss the best way to get to Earth.
Well, first off, we're going to have to deal with a certain troublesome doctor and his fellow stowaways aboard our spaceship. And my goodness, have they ever been naughty.
Howdy. I'm Troy Talbot. You must be an alien. Well, this trip just keeps getting better and better.
An alien that speaks English. Pretty curious.
The same variety of English as dizzy old Krillman, I bet.
Krillman, are you in cahoots with that villain?
He was supposed to send us back to Earth. Instead, we landed here.
The problem is, we don't exactly know where here is.
Do you have any clue where we are?
You've just landed on the biggest ship in the universe. A ship about the size of a small planet. It's a mothership. And it belongs to the meanest mothershippers in the whole universe.
You don't mean?
Yes, I do mean. And I do mean the prude.
So what about a deal? We help you conquer Earth, and you put us in charge of the universities there.
Some look out for worse need of our firm hand.
Then we can talk about this?
Yes, let's do talk.
Dr. Dimension, Episode 9.
Dr. Dimopoulos had to admit that in the entirety of his admittedly dodgy career, he'd never before careened and kilted from disastrous event to disastrous event with such speed. The explosion, the near success of his rivals to ruin the physics department, the catapulting into who knows when, who knows where, utilizing the, let's face it, who knows what drive. Bumbling into a space battle, nearly getting crunched, and then saved by a being with the strange name of Krillman, who in turn handily delivered them from the atomic frying pan into the atomic fire. If it all wasn't so exhilarating, it would be all simply too much. Running into this alien here, of course, could not be considered disastrous, but it nonetheless had that definite potentiality. Dr. D wasn't sure whether it was the way the thing's eyes tilted or the way it would froth at its mouth on certain words, but it definitely felt like trouble.
We're on the Prune's mothership. I guess the first appropriate thing to ask is, A, how do we get a hold of Krillman, and B, what do we do with him when we do get hold of him?
I've got a few suggestions on that one, and 2 involve a cauldron of boiling oil.
I sense much anger here. I, too, was angry until I ascertained that I should get even. And then, when I examined fully the nature of the universe and my meditations here in the belly of this space whale, I concluded that I should not blame the being known as Krillman. For it is not true, as one of the ancient masters of our universe said, Squiggly, I believe his name was, that the underlying principles of the universe are not merely absurd, they are goofy.
Oh, And who made them goofies? What does Squiggly say about that?
His answer would have been the sound of one tentacle slapping.
An alien Zen master. How fascinating.
Although philosophy hasn't seemed to do you much good in getting out of this place.
Well, as long as the prunes haven't found you or found us, I would rather imagine that time is something we've got plenty of.
Speak for yourself. I'd like to get back to Earth.
Yeah, the football team needs me.
Talbot, they need you like they need a bad cold. How can you think of football at a time like this? This is mankind's greatest adventure. The awe, the mystery, remember? Don't you want to travel to the farthest ends of the universe?
I'd rather do an end run and score a touchdown.
You're hopeless.
We have not yet exchanged names.
Excuse my bad manners. I am Dr. Demetrius Demopoulos, and this bodacious blonde of a figure here is Diane Derry. And that mindless hunk is called Troy Talbot. And what are you called, sir?
My name is Spawn.
Spawn, eh? Well, pleased to meet you.
Gladness is in my circulatory pump. Please enter my humble abode. I shall serve tea.
Silently mouthing tea and exchanging baffled looks, the Earthman went in. The inside of the ship was peculiar, but hardly stranger than the weirdness outside. In fact, it looked positively homey. The tea reminded Dr. D more of cod liver oil floating in water than actual tea, but he did not say anything to offend their host. Troy, who was a big cod liver oil fan, slurped happily. An hour or so later, Dr. D and friends were still listening to Spawn's expositions on alien philosophy, their cod liver tea long since gone cold, all having something to do with the eternal cycle of door-to-door karma salesmen. Dr. D, who used the opportunity to take a short catnap, feeling refreshed and more than a little bored, interrupted the proceedings politely by asking for a warm-up on his tea, and then gently prodding Spawn on exactly what alien philosophy really had to do with getting them all out of the clutches of the bad guys.
After all, it is a fairly basic plot situation, a problem that indicates the need for a solution.
You clearly don't understand, Doctor. But perhaps you're right. I could expedite my summary somewhat. I guess what I'm getting at is that I was so frustrated by the loop-de-loops of philosophy that I just got inside my spaceship and split, searching for the truth. What I ran smack into, though, was this huge space battle.
Hey, Doc, just like us.
And that's when old Krillman popped into your ship's cabin saying that he was going to solve all your problems.
This is true, although it was some time ago. And if I can only unwind our discussion about philosophy and ethics and the basics of the meaning of life and the warring parties of the cosmos, then maybe I'd have a clue on how to get us all out of this situation.
Seems to me that's a dialogue that could go on for a very long time indeed.
It's already been going on long enough that I'm hungry again. I sure could use some more of those Heinz pork and beans. I lost that can I had.
What did you say?
I said I was hungry. You wouldn't have any human being food around, would you?
No, I mean what you said about what you were hungry for.
Well, Heinz beans, of course. Pork and beans, to be precise.
That's it. That's what I've been looking for. You say you've got the Heinz beans?
Yep.
The sacred 57 varieties. The very foundation of our metaphysical alchemy. How can this be? This is too wonderful.
But exactly how is this going to help us get out of here?
Krillman was excited about the beans, too, but all he wanted to do was eat them.
That's because he hasn't done the in-depth quantum philosophic studies that I have concerning the Heinz 57 varieties. They're the very foundation of everything. Matter, energy, life, death. To say nothing of the makings of a consummate picnic.
I don't understand, Spawn. What does this have to do with getting away from the prunes?
I'm sorry. You couldn't possibly understand. You see, most of my problem wasn't being lost when I ran into that space battle. My engine runs on Heinz tomato soup or pork and beans and water. And I ran out.
You mean?
Yes. It makes great rocket fuel. Take me back to your ship. Get me some of your supplies of that wonderful stuff. And I can save us all. To say nothing of delving once more into the very nature of things.
I can see that I'm going to have to re-examine some of my fundamental assumptions about physics.
As it happened, Dr. Vivian Vernon was having exactly the same kind of thought, albeit in a decidedly different set of circumstances. She, too, could clearly see that she was going to re-examine her fundamental assumptions.
Fun? Did you say fun? I thought I told you we don't allow such words here.
Basic. I mean basic.
Base is a suspicious word as well. And sick, it sounds as though you have a very twisted planet.
Yes, and we need help, as I have said.
Good. I'm glad we're understood. We've practically crushed the Pisons. Only a few more space fleets to mop up. Well then, this evil doctor and his fellows, we have not yet been able to locate them.
It's your ship, why not?
It's a big ship.
As I told you, we're here by accident. I've no idea where Earth is. Once you get us there, there will be no problem. I can tell you exactly what to do.
Your vessel. Do you think anything in it might jog your memory? Navigational equipment, perhaps?
Yes, that might be of help.
Excellent. We'll procure your ship for you then. You'll have plenty of time to determine how to use it, and your evil doctor to get back to your native planet.
Fine. In the meantime, have you beaten Dr. Wussman properly?
Thrashed him. Would you like a blow or two?
Oh, that's all right. I'll get my licks in verbally.
He made the most curious range of noises.
Yes, he does that.
We had absolutely no fun at all with it.
Oh, of course not. What a shocking thought.
And I trust you will not.
I have forsaken the very concept.
True, our ways are decidedly superior. Nonetheless, you are an unusually quick convert.
Only because, in my heart, I have known the path you prunes tread as the correct one.
Now that we've finished with your companion, would you like him back?
Sure.
Vivian did not know what to expect, but hopefully it was going to be a more pliable Wussman, a more docile and quieter Geoffrey. Certainly she did not expect the man who actually lumbered into the room. Dr. Geoffrey Wussman, held up by two prunes, was actually smiling. Smiling in a decidedly silly fashion, true, but grinning nonetheless. His seeming happiness annoyed Vivian terribly.
What's going on with you?
It was absolutely wonderful.
The beating? That was wonderful. Better than mine?
No, of course not, my love.
What is it then? Why have you got that dopey smile on your face?
Well, it's what they gave me to drink after the whipping.
What is he talking about?
He must mean the eternal elixir of life liquid, stirred and diluted. It is meant merely as tonic for us to cleanse our minds and hearts, and put a little hair on our chests. The effect upon your fellows most curious. We find his smiles most upsetting. You're not having fun, are you?
His smiles are those of a creature upon whom the truth of right living has just dawned. Isn't that true, Geoffrey?
Yes, I guess so.
Good. Well then, it's agreed. We shall go off and get your ship. We shall bring it back, utilizing it. We will determine where your home planet of Earth is. We will then make plans for its conquest. In the meantime, you will be taken to your quarters for now and given food and drink. We will come for you when we need you. Guards, take them to the room that has been prepared for them, and take them by the very least entertaining path.
Vernon and Wussman were unceremoniously shuffled out, down the most boring, long corridor that Vivian had ever seen, and then ushered into a small room with a chair, a bed, a pitcher of water, and two glasses. The door closed. After waiting an appropriate period of time, Vivian attempted to open it without luck. Wussman slumped, exhausted, on the bed.
Well, this is another fine mess Dr. Demopolis has gotten us into.
Oh, Viv, you weren't the one that got the beating.
You loved it. And you got to drink that stuff, whatever it was.
The stuff the aliens had me drink gave me hallucinations. I don't really think I can express it in words.
You tell me, and we'll work out any possible meanings from that.
Oh, gee, Viv, I was kind of hoping we could sort of, fool around.
Haven't you been listening to these guys? They're blue noses. They're probably watching us right now. If we even start acting like we're about to do something unseemly, they'll come in and hold us down like a couple of dogs.
I'll take that chance. I'll take that chance. Oh, I remember it all now.
You remember?
You remember what?
The vision.
What are you talking about, man?
That drink they gave me, it gave me a vision of the Prunian conceptual philosophy of the universe. And that pop on the jaw, it made it all fall into place. I see it all now. It's beautiful. It's spectacular. It all falls into place. Oh, catharsis. Oh, holy vision. Oh, hallelujah.
You want to spit it out?
Yea, and verily I walketh out into the wilderness, and above me were the stars.
Cut the pseudo-biblical stuff and tell me what you saw.
I'll try. But it really all does deserve to be described in those kinds of terms.
What did you see? The Virgin Mary? Some apostle? The Buddha? The Holy Grail? The face of God? The one and true tenure?
No, nothing so glorious as that.
Well, then, is it bigger than a bread box?
Bigger than the universe. Yet, microcosmically speaking, able to fit into a single Rice Krispies.
Okay. The new Jeffrey. No more physics. No more let's get physical. The phrase flavor of the day is, let's get metaphysical.
You scoff, O ye of little faith.
Get on with it. Any way you like, just for God's sake, get on with it.
You want to hear about my religious experience?
It would seem that it's more than a religious experience. You've been converted to something.
Yes. And you need to worry no longer about my amorous advances.
I've never worried. I mean, what's that supposed to be?
I've taken a vow of total no fooling aroundhood.
What?
Holy and just folks, do not exchange precious bodily fluids in carnal and craven acts. It's a part of the Prunes Bible which somehow, quite mystically, was engraved on my sensibilities with the drinking of that potion.
Continue, please.
Anyway, like I stated, I found myself in the wilderness. The ultimate truth I learned, however, was that sex was the reason why we human beings cannot concentrate upon the more mystical aspects of existence that our minds were meant for. Mystical states that the prunes can achieve with ease, with only the aid of a good, non-illustrated technical manual, very densely printed and readable only with very thick glasses. And so you see, Dr. Vernon, thus I am rid of the petty shackles of my life. However, in my religious conversion, I forsook the pleasures of the flesh. I realize now that the prunes are truly on a righteous path, and I long to aid them to conquer the earth, not to achieve status and power for myself, but for the sake of my fellow human beings.
Oh, well, all the more universities for me.
You, too, should drink the wondrous fluid, and you, too, shall experience the cosmic mysteries.
No, thanks. I'm fine just the way I am. I wonder why they didn't give me any of that stuff. Maybe they were using me as a test control. Or maybe it had something to do with my sex appeal.
Oh, by the way, there was one more thing that I noticed in my vision.
Do tell.
There's more to those Heinz baked beans than even that guy called Krillman knows. Oh, yes. Dr. D? He's the devil incarnate.
I could have told you that, my dear. Here.
Oh, yuck.
Excuse my bad manners. I am Dr. Demetrius Demopoulos, and this bodacious blonde of a figure here is Diane Derry. And that mindless hunk is called Troy Talbot. And what are you called, sir?
My name is Spawn.
Spawn, eh? Well, pleased to meet you.
Gladness is in my circulatory pump.
I'm hungry again. I sure could use some more of those Heinz pork and beans. I lost that can I had.
What did you say?
I said I was hungry. You wouldn't have any human being food around, would you?
No, I mean what you said about what you were hungry for.
Well, Heinz beans, of course. Pork and beans, to be precise.
That's it. That's what I've been looking for. You say you've got the Heinz beans?
Yep.
The sacred 57 varieties. The very foundation of our metaphysical alchemy.
You mean?
Yes. It makes great rocket fuel. Take me back to your ship. Get me some of your supplies of that wonderful stuff, and I can save us all.
Oh! I remember it all now.
You remember? You remember what?
The vision.
What are you talking about, man?
That drink they gave me, it gave me a vision of the Prunian conceptual philosophy of the universe. And that pop on the jaw, it made it all fall into place. I see it all now. It's beautiful. It's spectacular. It all falls into place. Oh, catharsis. Oh, holy vision. Oh, hallelujah.
Doctor Dimension, Episode 10.
In the company of their new ally, Spawn, our intrepid heroes made their way back to the Mudlark. It was by no means an easy affair. Dr. D half wished now that indeed he had left a trail of beans or string or something. There were so many twists and turns and side tunnels, and they all looked pretty much the same. Without the aid of compass or sextant, which was Dr. D's favorite choice of direction finder purely because of its name, or even a Heinz-baked bean detector, trying to figure out which was the right way was quite difficult. Fortunately, Diane Derry's sense of direction was the absolutely best the doctor had ever seen a woman possessed of. Before long, the Mudlark loomed before them.
Well, there it is, Spawn, the Mudlark. Stranded, but absolutely full of beans.
The alien capered up, his eye stalks wiggling about with great curiosity. It examined the bolted metalwork of the ship's hull, then rapped it hard with one of its 4-digit hands, making a small dent.
What sort of ridiculous alloy is this?
Aluminum mixed with titanium.
Sounds more like cookware than a space vessel. In the port?
That's a base.
No. You said you'd get me a drink when I got here, and I prefer a large glass of port.
Sorry, I didn't bring any alcoholic beverages, alas. Most certainly would have if I knew we were going to meet you. I could use a drink right about now myself.
Yes, could we all? So, how do you get into this thing?
The hole in the bottom.
How anal dementive.
You mean anal retentive? That's our 2 stowaways we left behind.
No, anal dementive.
I don't think I'm going to ask what that means.
Hey, Doc, the barn door's open. Dr. Vernon, Dr. Westman, we're back. Maybe they're snoozing.
You go first and check, Talbot. I believe we're sufficiently well announced.
Okay, Doc, right away.
A brave soul.
No, just very dumb. You know, Doc, if you keep on going like this, you're going to get that big darling of mine killed.
What?
Why do I get the feeling that he's going to get us killed before I manage to get him killed?
We have a saying among our race. The clumsy are often the charmed. Small pricks at the karma bubble are better than gigantic blows. Ouch. What a doofus.
Watch out down there. I think some stuff fell down.
Amazingly distorted time sense.
Troy means well.
I don't see hide nor hair of Drs. Vernon or Westman.
You checked the bathroom?
Yeah, nothing.
The bar?
We haven't got a bar.
First order of business, Diane. Next time we head out for the hinterlands of outer space, we stock a bar.
Check, Dr. D. But I didn't think you were a drinking man.
I'm taking it up as of the first chance I get. Come on, let's get up into the ship.
Do you think your friends wandered off exploring?
They were specifically ordered not to leave the ship.
How can we explain this high-heeled shoe over here?
It's Dr. Vernon?
Who else wears stiletto heels?
What is it, Doctor?
This heel. It's cocked at an odd angle, and there's something inside of it. Some sort of capsule or something. It's some kind of code book. It appears to be in Russian. It would appear that our Dr. Vivian Vernon is even busier than we thought.
Gosh, she's taking Russian studies, too?
She's moonlighting as a Russian professor?
She's a Soviet spy, you nincompoop.
Oh, I thought they were on our side. I mean, aren't they pioneering a new social system that's based on compassion and caring and brotherhood and like that?
Troy, you sound like a radical.
Well, I'm a card-carrying member of the Students, Workers, Farmers Alliance for Peace, Prosperity, and Social Equality.
What's that?
A student radical socialist group.
I don't know, Troy. It sounds a little un-American.
Oh, heck, radical socialism is as American as cherry pie.
That political stuff is millions of miles away. To hell with it. Right now, we've got other things to think about.
You mean how it's apparent that the Prues have carried off Vernon and Woodman?
To hell with them, too. We want to get out of this stinking place. And fast.
I think in light of this discovery that it's not a bad idea. It looks as though we may have done our country a service without realizing it.
What a waste. What a bustin' hits, too. Oh, well. C'est la vie, c'est la guerre, Burmaches. Come on. Let's show you what we're packing inside this boat.
Gesturing for the alien to follow him, Dr. Demopoulos began to ascend the ladder. The laugh sounded like a Bronx cheer by a bunch of monkeys in a swimming pool of raspberries. Fortunately, no alien saliva sprayed on Dr. D. Otherwise, he would have been really ticked off.
You've got a problem with my space-time drive?
Oh, no, not at all. Pardon my mirth. I'm being much too rude. So, this is the very heart, the very quintessential core of the ship.
Yeah, well...
I'm surprised. Your technology is more sophisticated than I thought. Clearly, you are quite influenced by the internal commotion machine.
You mean the internal combustion machine?
Wasn't that what you were working on last year, Doc? The eternal commotion machine?
No, you dunce. That was the perpetual commotion. Perpetual motion machine.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, whatever it was, it made a bunch of noise.
Well, you've jammed all your rotogyros, and your gravito initial stabilizers are absolutely useless. I'm afraid this engine is totally screwed up. However, not to despair, for it just so happens that with those Heinz beans you promised me, hope is available.
You mean to fix it?
No, to inspire me to tinker together an entirely new kind of space drive. The quantum fuzzy drive.
Can you do that without new parts?
Well, it's just a matter of taking out some parts from your drive. Unfortunately, there are some disadvantages that way.
Oh, such as?
Navigation problems.
That's nothing new with us. If you can fix this crate, do so, please, with our blessing.
I can't do beans without the Heinz. Must have spiritual inspiration.
Diane, serve 'em up.
Dr. D's appetite, however, was not exactly keen for anything, much less beans. And so as Troy and Spawn happily took their steaming mugs of the delicious and nutritious and heaven knows cosmic treat, he just looked down mopily at his tattered space-time drive and then back up at their alien guest technician.
Quantum fuzzy drive?
Quantum fuzzy drive.
How exactly does it work?
Well, you see, it's quite simple. It's a machine that gives to gross objects the same quantum uncertainty that little subatomic thingies have. I.e., you never know what the heck they're doing. They're here, they're there. You don't know their momentum. You don't know beans about them. Oh, I made it funny. And thus they propel your vessel through fantastic distances of space.
Sounds good to me.
And you can rebuild my engine to do this?
In a trice.
Yeah, but can you do it fast?
Absolutely. However, there is just one weensy kind of problem.
You did speak of some disadvantages.
It isn't really a disadvantage. Actually, it's a major problem. Trouble is, when the ship goes quantum fuzzy, you never know where it's going to wind up.
Oh, dear! How precise we scientists are in this universe.
Yeah, but it'll be away from here, right?
True. Very true.
Well, then that's all right then. We can modify it to our specifications. And besides, it's really not much different from the way it worked before, but now we have a name for it.
So you're hoping to end up in the middle of another space battle so that we can attract Krillman's attention again?
Well, hopefully not Krillman, per se, but definitely the AAA. And then they can take me back here and jumpstart my ship.
You can fool with this, but not with your own?
This is much simpler. Besides, you've got the baked beans, a vital inspiration for contemplating the essential chaos that underlies all natural phenomena.
Gee, you better make it quick. We've got company.
Let me look out that viewport. There's a bunch of strange-looking aliens in robes marching down the corridor with holsters bearing ray guns.
Yikes. I need more time than that. Doctor, you've got to stall them.
Stall them?
Just a few minutes. That's all I need.
Dr. D could feel the decided tread of panic upon the nether regions of his spine. An unusual sensation, not one that he experienced often. Spawn grabbed the tool case and proceeded to work away with lightning speed upon the motor under the open hood.
Hey, Doc, they all look like Groucho Marx.
Those look like masks, Troy, and they're not very good ones at that.
They mostly just use it to hide their noses. Details later.
What can we do to stall them? Where's that shotgun of mine?
Violence is not recommended. They have far more firepower than you.
What can we do? Are they vulnerable in any way?
Well, no. They're fairly powerful. Oh, wait. I remember something about them. They don't like music.
Music? How can that help us?
I mean, they really hate it. Along with a lot of other things.
Hey, Doc, you can use this.
A harmonica? Is this yours, Talbot?
Yep, carry it with me always.
But I've never heard you play.
Do it alone mostly, Doc.
Well, you shouldn't play with yourself alone. Okay, it so happens I used to play a little when I was a lad. Well, here goes nothing. Diane, do you sing?
Sing? Why, I really
Well,
never...
you're about to make your debut. Come on.
But Dr. D, I really
The
think...
show must go on. Act like a trooper, Diane.
Never thought I'd end up at the Starship Lounge Act.
There's always time enough for love songs. Let's do it!
Diane and Demetrius were clambering down the ladder as another party of prunish creatures, clustered around a prune in a different colored robe, who looked authoritarian, came down the main tube. Behind them marched none other than Doctors Vivian Vernon and Jeffrey Wussman.
It's the professors. They're back.
Lewdness and luxury are their stock in trade, especially that one they call the Demetrius.
Stop it, Wussman. Into a little treachery now, are you? And what's with the get-up, Viv? That dress just isn't you.
I have given up nasty thoughts and actions of all sorts, and no longer will I wantonly display secondary sexual characteristics.
Diane, I think we've been sold down the river. And speaking of rivers, here's our little chanteuse to ask the musical question, Swanee, how I love ya!
They've got something up their sleeves. Grand Prune, they've got something up their sleeves.
What's the matter, guys? Got something against music?
Oh, foul, egregious noise! Oh, horror! Oh, terror!
Tough tune!
After Diane got through 3 stanzas of the Star-Spangled Banner, the duo did an eclectic medley of 5 numbers. Short and Bread, I Dream of Jeannie, Fascinating Rhythm, Begin the Beguine, and the Fleitheimer University alma mater. They danced, soft shoeing, then went into a tap routine.
Sword, seize them. Don't let them get away.
Diane, we're ready.
Quick, Diane, up the ladder. Glad you made your new affiliation known, doctors. We won't feel so guilty in leaving you behind.
They're getting away!
Demetrius, don't go up those stairs. Surrender. This is the way of truth and righteousness.
Come back, Doctor, and we'll give you Stanford University.
What in the world are these weirdos talking about?
One of the guards apparently had more willpower than the rest. A badly aimed power ray buzzed past Demetrius, sizzling into the hull. He shimmied up the ladder, the air around him distinctly warmer. Something grabbed his leg. He managed to shake it off and flopped into the hatch with the help of Troy's brawny pull. Hastily, Diane pushed the hatch closed.
I don't know how long we can hold them. Spawn, what's going on in there?
Almost finished, Doctor. Just need to tear out one more superfluous component.
Hurry up!
The entirety of the Mudlark shook as though it had been hit by an 8.1 Richter scale earthquake. Dr. D slipped and slid back down the ladder, tumbling with Troy and Diane to the deck. The ship rocked and rolled about. Everything began to spin in front of Dr. D's eyes. He grew faint, dizzy. There was a terrible wrenching, like the A-train makes pulling into Times Square after a particularly jazzy night in Harlem. Dr. D could feel his body's protons getting jammed into his neutrons. His electrons seemed to be kicked right out of their orbits, sailing around his head dizzily. Quantum fuzzy drive, that's what Spawn had called it, and clearly for good reason. Everything around him, the whole ship and its passengers were getting, well, fuzzy, smeary colors slipping out of their normal outlines and bleeding into the atmosphere. Troy wore a surprised look on his big face. Diane was clinging for dear life onto a handhold. In the compartment above, Spawn was rolling around on the floor, making some sort of apparently gleeful, chortling noises, looking like some kind of demented sea creature. The colors seemed to pulse, shake, and then splinter into 1,000 variations of themselves. All in all, Dr. D realized it was rather like that strange chemical he'd worked on with that Swiss chemist and then taken while listening to Richard Wagner records. What was his name? Hoffman. That was right. The guy had claimed he was going to name it after what Dr. D had hallucinated. His childhood dog, Lucy, capering in the sky among a field of diamonds. Dr. D had also heard a particularly distasteful sort of music in his head during the ingestion of the chemical, and it was based on this that he'd decided the chemical was bad. Electrified guitars jangling with feedback over top a driving jungle beat? Horrible. He'd called it troll music. Rocking troll music. Ugh. Now was no time for musical criticism, however. It was time to hang on to one's sanity. He felt like a beetle in a field of rolling stones, clashing about who knew which way, smashing into doors and hammering and rapping about, his very soul ripping his body, splattered by Guns N' Roses. Then he got locked into some exploding bass drum, and his consciousness escaped like a terrified medley, in a manner of speaking.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Doctor, wake up!
Someone slapped him, and the lights came on. He opened his eyes and he looked up. Staring down at him with concerned looks on their faces were the rest of the crew of the space-time ship Mudlark.
Doc, you okay?
That's a nasty bump on your head.
Don't worry, that's just his nose. It's always big and red.
Where are we?
He rose to get a look out of the viewplate. And what was there, if noticeably better than the interior of the prune ship, was nonetheless disconcerting. Stars. They were hanging in space again. Clear space, fortunately, not fuzzy quantum space, but alas, about as far away from Earth as before.
We escaped. Spawn, let me shake your hand. Or, whatever you use for a hand. That had to be a record rebuilding of a space drive.
At least we knew where we were when we were on the mothership. Now we haven't got the faces.
Oh, don't worry, gang. We still got plenty of fuel, and enough for dinner, too.
My ship. I had to go without my ship.
Diane, you keep on working on finding out where we are.
Roger.
Great, I'll go fix dinner.
But not too much. Remember, that's space drive fuel we're eating. Spawn, you come back to the engine with me. Nothing like a bit of brass tacks engineering to take one's mind off one's trouble.
By the dip in the Big Dipper. What is that terrible noise?
The alarm?
Diane Derry was in her usual seat. Only the dials and needles in front of her were going absolutely bonkers. And it was pretty clear why. Standing smack dab in the middle of the viewplates, screening out most of the stars, was a spaceship. It was a conical-looking thing, attached to a sphere, attached to a pyramid, attached to a football field. What looked like wings sprouted from its side at unlikely and certainly non-aerodynamic angles. Indeed, it looked rather like one of those ships from that incredible space battle before. A long worm-like tube extended from the unknown ship, snaking toward the Mudlark.
Well, you've jammed all your rotogyros, and your gravito initial stabilizers are absolutely useless. I'm afraid this engine is totally screwed up. However, not to despair, for it just so happens that with those Heinz beans you promised me, hope is available.
You mean to fix it?
No, to inspire me to tinker together an entirely new kind of space drive. The quantum fuzzy drive.
Gee, you better make it quick. We've got company.
There's a bunch of strange-looking aliens in robes marching down the corridor with holsters bearing ray guns.
Yikes. I need more time than that. Doctor, you've got to stall them.
Stall them?
Just a few minutes. That's all I need.
Diane and Demetrius were clambering down the ladder as another party of prunish creatures came down the main tube. Behind them marched none other than Doctors Vivian Vernon and Jeffrey Wussman.
It's the professors! They're back!
Glad you made your new affiliation known, doctors. We won't feel so guilty in leaving you behind.
A badly aimed power ray buzzed past Demetrius, sizzling into the hull. He shimmied up the ladder, the air around him distinctly warmer. Something grabbed his leg. He managed to shake it off and flopped into the hatch with the help of Troy's brawny pull. Hastily, Diane pushed the hatch closed.
I don't know how long we can hold them. Spawn, what's going on in there?
Almost finished, Doctor.
Hurry up!
The entirety of the Mudlark shook as though it had been hit by an 8.1 Richter scale earthquake. Dr. D slipped and slid back down the ladder, tumbling with Troy and Diane to the deck. The ship rocked and rolled about. Everything began to spin in front of Dr. D's eyes. He grew faint, dizzy.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Doctor, wake up!
Someone slapped him, and the lights came on. He opened his eyes and he looked up. Staring down at him with concerned looks on their faces were the rest of the crew of the space-time ship Mudlark.
Where are we?
He rose to get a look out of the viewplate. And what was there, if noticeably better than the interior of the prune ship, was nonetheless disconcerting. Stars.
By the dip in the Big Dipper. What is that terrible noise?
The alarm?
Diane Derry was in her usual seat. Only the dials and needles in front of her were going absolutely bonkers. And it was pretty clear why. Standing smack dab in the middle of the viewplates, screening out most of the stars, was a spaceship. A long worm-like tube extended from the unknown ship, snaking toward the Mudlark.
Doctor Dimension, Episode 11.
Some sort of boarding device. These must be the Pythons. Look at that ship. Why, it's absolutely
ludicrous.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Diane. What kind of mind was filled with that kind of contorted mess?
Something between the sublime and the ridiculous. But then again, these are alien minds we're dealing with here.
Yeah, let's just hope they're not as weird as those prudes.
All right, company for dinner?
Pythons, huh? Of course, better than the warthoggers who tend to come in and eat your popcorn and watch your 3D without even saying hello. And of course, far preferable to the prudes.
Still, they are the good guys, right?
I suppose you could say that.
But if it's a battle between good and evil, surely the prunes are the bad guys, which logically implies that it's the Pythons that sport the white hat.
I'll leave that for you to decide. Meantime, I'm afraid I owe them a lot of money.
Spawn took a gun from his pocket, put it between his eyes, and pulled the trigger. Green ichor and gray matter splattered against the wall. Spawn flopped over like a bag of alien potatoes. Diane coughed out a cry, never really caring much for splattering alien potatoes.
Please, just don't toss me out into the vacuum. Just stick me in the cabinet. Okie dokie.
This doesn't exactly bode well for our prospects, does it, Danny?
Even as he spoke, the hatch banged open. A creature stepped in, looking around imperiously as it did so. The alien was humanoid, no question about that, but the actual nature of his body was difficult to ascertain since it was covered by white robes. However, it was rather vaguely humanoid, but from the shoulders there sprouted what appeared to be birds' wings. The face, however, was far from angelic. 2 dark holes for eyes beneath a greasy cap of black hair, long sideburns, and a pencil-thin mustache.
We're dirty faces, ma'am, but thanks for the compliment. These white robes are just our 4-screen spacesuits. They double as bulletproof vests.
No bullets here.
Looks like that guy on the floor ran into one. Not much left of the face to recognize. Must have owed us some money. Well, we'll just take the gun and pawn it or something.
He opened the weapon from Spawn's paw and pocketed it beneath the folds of his bulletproof robe. Then he strolled around, examining the facilities.
Nice little joint you got here. Ever think about doing a little remodeling?
Who are you?
Diane was a little annoyed, and also upset that her fantasy creature appeared to have feet of pepperoni. Actually, when it came right down to it, this guy did rather smell like a hero sandwich, heavy on the oil, vinegar, and oregano.
A nice little card game in here, some slots on this side, and you, honey, yeah, stick in one of the bedrooms. We make a lot of money off of you. What a babe!
Diane slapped him, and he stepped back a bit. His wings went up like shields for a moment, and a couple of stirred feathers drifted out of the batch onto the deck. Without warning, he pulled something from beneath his robes, something yellow, stepped forward, and smashed it into Diane's astonished face. It was half a sliced grapefruit.
Wow, that was just like Jimmy Cagney in the movies.
Hey, boys, come on up. They're okay, these folks. They like to play the game.
Well, I guess I'll go stick Spawn in the cabinet like he wanted.
You do that, Troy.
I thought these were the good guys. They're acting like gangsters.
Cosmically speaking, perhaps the gangsters are the good guys. Would you prefer to be back in the cold hands of the prude?
No!
Meanwhile, several other angelic gangsters stepped through the hatchway, landing inelegantly on the floor, sniffing and peering around like rodents. They were shorter and bulkier than the first, and a good deal grosser looking, with hair sprouting from ratty noses and ratty ears, and the profound odor of garlic emanating from their robes. They all carried violin cases slung around their thick necks.
Hey, boy, never seen a ship as rickety as this one.
Ow! Paisan, have you no manners? It's a good boat, this one. We must not be rude. We are the Paisans. My name is Buzzoid. We're just patrolling the area, shaking some action, collecting protection money, you know? And we hear your distress call.
Diane, do you know anything about a distress call?
A little something I rigged up. I wasn't sure if it worked or not.
It apparently worked quite well. My name is Dr. Demopoulos. My companions are Diane Derry and Troy Talbot. And until you showed up, an alien named Spawn.
Spawn? Hey, Fredo, you want to check on the list?
Here we go, boss. Spawn, from the planet Squid Fog. $2,322 in back interest and principal on the Aquarius cruiser, plus $500,000 on gambling debt.
Can't hardly take it out of his hide now. Guess we gotta repo his ship. So where's his ship?
I'm afraid we had to abandon it back on the prune mothership, where it was stranded and where we picked up the boat.
No kidding? You guys must have something good going for you.
That's what I was rather hoping to chat with you folks about. You see, we're a little bit lost and would like to find our way home. Unfortunately, we've really got to deal with a little bit of trouble some traitorous associates have stirred up.
You're asking us for help.
I guess so.
We paisans. We don't do something for nothing. What's in it for us, bud?
How about a nice Heinz bean dinner? On spaghetti, with garlic bread if you like, but I'm afraid you'll have to provide those.
Friends.
The interior of the Paisan ship looked like nothing less than a spacefaring casino. As Dr. D and his companions, Troy lugging the bean dinner that they'd promised, walked down the corridor after being ushered into the Paisan ship, Dr. D was amazed at the number of slot machines that lined the halls. From greenly lit rooms came the spinning of roulette wheels, the hushed roll of craps dice, the slap of cards. Smoke hung everywhere, and waitresses in frilly costumes with high hems and low necklines carried cocktails with pink umbrellas sticking out of them to waiting customers who gambled away like there was no tomorrow. Somewhere, crooning orchestras played and comedians joked, all under a tomatoey haze of garlic and excitement.
We call this place Lost Wages. Good joke, huh?
Dr. D didn't really get it, nor did Diane or Troy. However, they figured it was politic to laugh, and so they did. Bugsy grinned happily and sailed on, feet a good foot from the ground, trailing foul cigar smoke.
Say, babe, you know, you'd look awful good in one of those dancers' costumes, kicking those beautiful legs up in the air.
You mean like this?
We got ourselves a spirited filly. The big fella, he likes some sassy.
Just mind your own linguini from now on.
The party continued along the plush carpeting, swishing past plush violet drapes, until they reached a set of double doors, done in fancy carved wood, or whatever it was.
Nice woodwork. That's Rococo designing, isn't it?
No, Rocco.
Rocco?
Yeah, Rocco, the big guy's designer.
Who exactly is this big guy you've been talking about?
The paisan you're about to meet. Come on in. Drinks on the house.
They were led into a long, narrow room in which was situated a long, narrow table, highly polished and bracketed by high-backed wooden chairs. At the head of this long table was an older-looking paisan, leaning, a jowly frown, upon one hand. His wings settled and relaxed upon his shoulders. He had on a black tuxedo with a red carnation in one lapel. The man's hair was gray, and he wore a mustache.
Don Delamonte, may I introduce our guests? This guest is our godfather, Don Delamonte.
Welcome to my spaceship. Please, sit. Make yourselves comfortable. What planet do you come from? I do not believe I am familiar with the Genoa-type power meter show.
You mean genotype?
Genoa-type, like Bologna-type and Milano-type. Doctor, can you shut her up?
No, sorry.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Oh, well, same with my wife, huh?
You know, you remind me a lot of mobster folks I know. In fact, dollars to donuts, I'd say you were mobsters.
Troy, that's nonsense. The mob is an Earth phenomenon. How could there be mobsters in space?
The mob is not a phenomenon. It is a metaphysical state of being. We paisans, we're just more advanced in concept and practice. We run our empire according to the old ways. We get things done, huh? And you know what? We're the good guys.
Thank God.
So, your organization pretty much runs the galaxy?
We don't want to run everything. Just all the gambling, sex, contraband substances. You know, the stuff that intelligent beings everywhere in the universe like a lot. We're a business, and we do pretty well, too.
Except for the problem with the probe.
Those bulldozers, we don't want none of their action. They can't keep their world. They're the ones who come and bust up our operation and open up Sunday schools and tell us how to live our lives. We know how to live our lives, and we live good lives. We have some fun. We have some action on the side, sure. Maybe a few people get hurt. Go into a vacuum with cement spaces from time to time. Hey, that's the business, huh? What's the hurt? People get to gamble a little, play a little, drink a little, fool around a little. But they all still go to worship on their respective alien Sabbath mornings. So the big guy upstairs, he don't mind. But these guys, they come and they tell our people naughty, naughty, all natural urges. They're dirty. They want our lives to be boring. No vino, no action, no hoochie-coochie, you know what I mean? So they try to push us around with their big ships. And so we gotta push them around a little. And kabash, we got Titanic space battles. We don't like Titanic space battles. We like nice little alley fights with knives and garrotes. Tradition. All these power rays and beams and cosmic weaponry. It makes us sick. We just want him to leave us alone.
The poor guy seemed to be about to dissolve into tears, but he recomposed himself as his flunkies brought in the coffee and treats for the guests. When all was poured and handed out, and the serving folk bowed and slunk away, Dr. D gave the head paisan a moment to compose himself.
I can certainly sympathize with you. You were stuck on the mothership. That's what Bugzoid says. Nobody ever leaves that place. How did you get away?
Beans?
No, not the sacred beans.
Yes, that and a pretty advanced space drive. But look, Mr. Delamonte, you seem to be an honest, let's just say reasonable fellow. You've got some trouble. We've got some trouble.
Because of these prudes.
Well, we've got a little more immediate problem. But I think that if you help us, we can help you, huh? How about a little deal?
Deal? You speak our language. This deal, there's something in it for us.
Don Delamonte?
It's a deal you can't refuse. Let me get this straight. You took a couple of your own with you who've turned stoolie. They want to take the prunes to your planet and conquer it.
That's right. Vivian Vernon and Jeffrey Wussman, the rotters.
What kind of people are these that they would rat on their own race? Especially to uptight scum like the prunes.
Hardcore academics looking for scholastic power.
So, what you want us to do is help you stop the prunes by blowing the mothership. How the hell we gonna do that?
Well, I figure you let me into your super science workshops, and I'll whip up some sort of power beam.
Don't you think we'd have done that by now if we could? Don't you think we got our own scientist, huh?
Yeah, but not like the doctor. He can't handle a screwdriver worth beans, but he's an incredible whiz at the theory part of it.
Exactly. As long as I've known him, he's always complained about the primitiveness of earthly technology. Why, just last month he was saying, "My goodness, Diane, if I could use some of the advanced monsteroid technology, I'd have the whole universe at my feet." Right, Doc?
Exactly. And by the way, I'm very impressed indeed at the level of your engineering. Ours, as you can no doubt tell, is quite primitive. Perhaps you might take the Mudlark into your shops and do a little bit of refitting or whatnot?
Yeah, we could add a little chrome here and there. And the ugly thing could use a bit of expansion, streamlining, maybe some mag hubcaps, a fancy pair of dice to hang on the rearview mirror, maybe a turret laser in the back for those little police problems.
Just the thing, Don.
Look, my question is, what do we get, huh? I mean, what's in it for the boys and me?
I know just the thing. You look like reasonable, rational souls. You don't want to conquer another planet, do you? No, of course not. All you want is a little action. So here's the deal. I'll put you in contact with the mobster folks on our planet, and they'll cut you in on a piece of the action.
Why should they do that? They stupid or something?
Because with those power rays, you can turn them all into fried pizzas if they don't.
Yeah, I like the style of your reasoning. Meantime, we deal a painful blow against the prunes. Maybe teach them a thing or two about stepping into our territory.
That's right. You see, we all win, Don. But first, let me fiddle a little bit in these workshops you mentioned.
Let me get this straight. You took a couple of your own with you who've turned stoolie. They want to take the prunes to your planet and conquer it.
That's right. Vivian Vernon and Jeffrey Wussman, the rotters.
Hardcore academics looking for scholastic power.
So, what you want us to do is help you stop the prunes by blowing the mothership. My question is, what do we get, huh? I mean, what's in it for the boys and me?
I'll put you in contact with the mobster folks on our planet, and they'll cut you in on a piece of the action.
Meantime, we deal a painful blow against the prunes. Maybe teach them a thing or two about stepping into our territory.
That's right. You see, we all win, Don.
Dr. Dimension, Episode 12.
I like the style of your reasoning.
But first, let me fiddle a little bit in these workshops you mentioned.
Yeah, no problem.
He swiveled and hit a switch. A great door opened. Naked light bulbs hanging from the ceiling turned on, illuminating rows of tables overflowing with an odd metallic garden of unclassifiable junk.
Sometimes, the civilizations we put our slots and games and stuff into, they can't make their payments in time. So what do? They give us what they can. We got art. We don't like to knock heads or break kneecaps unless we got to, huh? So we take this junk, figuring maybe someday, hey, it might be useful or something.
There were all kinds of machines and gizmos and whatnots. Cut glass and weird alloys and alien gems gleamed and glittered in the harsh light. There was the smell of exotic desserts here, and the taste of cold minerals. Dr. D could see pieces of robots and androids poking from the junk as though somehow disinterred from a cemetery.
It's all yours, Doc. It'll take a couple of days to do a number on that sad boat of yours. Think you can whip up something by then?
Tools. I'll need tools. Soldering irons, screwdrivers, wires.
I'll send in a couple of my hitmen. That's why we call them mechanics. They'll fit you out good. Now, I'll let you go about your business, and you can be sure that I'll tend to your ship in a way that will make your mission back to the Bronx effective as possible. Sure.
What a treasure trove. Let's do see what exactly we have here, huh?
What they had there was the most astonishing amount of stuff that Dr. Demopoulos had ever seen in his life. There were mechanisms of such clearly alien nature that he didn't really have the faintest what they were or what they did. Item by item, he examined them. There were motors, odd weapons, and decidedly strange kitchen appliances by the score. But for the life of him, Dr. D didn't have the faintest how they could be used singly or collectively against the prunes. He reached down and pulled what appeared to be a pair of spectacles from a tangle of wires and popsicle sticks. The eyeglasses were plastic, connected to a coil of spring, connected to fake bloodshot eyeballs. The thing appeared to be just something out of a novelty ad from a pulp magazine, the old eyeballs popping from the fake spectacles gag. $1.98 plus postage and shipping.
Hey, Diane, look. I'm a bug-eyed monster.
Take those ridiculous things off this instant.
Wow, these things are weird. It's like I'm looking through a pair of kaleidoscopes.
Alien novelty items are bound to have alien novelty tricks.
Gee, my head feels funny. It's all tingly. Doc, I think I finally understand that theory of relativity thing. It's not about family.
No, you simpleton. It's not.
Troy, take those ridiculous things off this instant.
Hey, Doc, look at that thing underneath that pile over there. That looks interesting, huh?
What? Oh, you mean that pile of coat hangers and go-cups?
No, that.
Suddenly, the mess was lifted up by an invisible force.
That's impossible. How did you move that entire pile, Troy?
I don't know, Doc, but these glasses are making me think really strange things.
Take those glasses off this instant. They bother me.
Gosh, Diane, I can see right through your sweater.
No kidding? Let me see.
He grabbed the glasses, took his own off, and fitted them around his ears and on his nose. He pushed the eyeballs back into place, and almost instantly, something other than cheap metal and plastics clicked. It was as though his brain were a car and he'd always driven in first or second gears, never realizing that there were other, higher gears. He looked at Diane a moment, but was much more interested in more cerebral matters. He turned and stared out over the field of trashed artifacts. Suddenly, he recognized them. Suddenly, he understood the meaning and importance of each and every item.
What garbage.
I forgot to tell you, this stuff is mostly trash. But over there, under that pile of petrified automatic dryer lint, there's something that appears to be a positronic particle gooser gun.
Dr. D turned toward where Troy had pointed, and it was as though someone had turned on an entirely new and different kind of light over the entire room. Everything seemed much clearer, sharper, with startlingly deep outlines. He could see things so clearly that he could almost make out their molecular structure. But what was unique about the device, And now he understood perfectly how a clod like Troy could recognize alien articles. Were the little labeled red arrows in the air now, pointing toward things and labeling them in clear and legible English? Yes, there was a pile of petrified automatic dryer lint, and underneath it, as advertised, was a rifle-shaped thing labeled Positronic Particle Gooser Gun.
Yes, most marvelous. The lenses of these glasses somehow focus not only one's mental acuity and thought energy into an actual physical force, hence the levitation and eyesight, but are able to increase the level of one's latent psi powers. According to the labels I can read with these glasses, I can see a lot of raw materials around here. And with the tools that Don Delamonte will provide, however, I am not entirely satisfied with this as a weapon.
Gee, what are you going to do, Doc?
Troy, hand me that hacksaw there.
Troy Talbot held the spectacles braced in his powerful hands. It was but the work of a few strong back-and-forth movements of the hacksaw. The blade went through the frame with surprising ease. Not only was it plastic, it was apparently cheap plastic.
I've come up with a brilliant idea. Thanks to these glasses, we know what all this stuff is here. Inner workings right down to the molecular structure. These spectacles, however, were not able to analyze themselves until now. Voila! Incredible! Astonishing! Marvelous!
Stop staring at my chest and get to
The group worked for hours, going through most of the junk in the room. Troy and Diane, at Dr. D's suggestion, took a little snooze. Upon waking, excited, expecting some wonderful new death ray or something truly stupendous, Dr. D did, after all, deal in largely outrageous inventions. They were surprised at what the doc had concocted.
Is that it, Doctor?
What did you expect?
I don't know. Something big. Something nasty looking. Something that has some panache and power to it.
Gee, Doc, it looks like something you got in a Cracker Jack box.
Behold, assistants, I proudly present the magnetic monocle.
He held in his hand what looked like nothing more than the sort of magnifying glasses utilized by Sherlock Holmes in silly stage versions of the Arthur Conan Doyle stories. As he stared at them, though, the lens was a kaleidoscope of color and movement, Walt Disney's Fantasia in fast forward. The lens was wrapped in a frame much more complex than the plastic version that inspired it. There were all sorts of zigzags and doodads of electronic paraphernalia. Connecting the stem of the monocle to a power pack on the doctor's back was a long series of curlicued wire. On the power pack was a single vacuum tube, pulsing purple vibrantly.
How is that silly-looking thing going to stop the prudes from conquering Earth?
When placed up to my eye like so, not only do I look rather dashing, but my thought waves are channeled through it, focused into a vortex, channeled through the processes of my back, and then directed outward again by the lenses of the glasses by the directional vector of my latent psi forces.
How's that going to deal with the incredible powers the prudes clearly have?
Let me show you something, my dear. Where did I put it? Oh, yes, here. You see this pocket flashlight? Watch. When I turn it on, it illuminates, say, that dark corner over there. When I shut it off, the corner is dark again. A simple, ordinary light beam, correct? So it would seem. Well, if my theory is correct and soldering skill is accurate, then something interesting should happen here.
He placed the light up to the lens, directed it, and clicked the power on. The small bulb shone brightly, and brighter still as it accumulated in the crystalline cache of the lens. Round and round it rolled through the glass, vortexing out and then streaming on the edges, up and up and up through the wires it shot, glowing. Then, in an instant exultation of exhalation, the light flamed out from the lens in a coherent flash of concentrated energy. It sounded like a god clearing his throat. It laid waste to everything in its path, cutting a biting swath through metal and plastic and glass.
My word! Whatever was that?
I shall call it a laser.
Why?
Sounds like an anagram. Let's see. Light amplified through stimulated emission of radiation?
I was thinking more along the lines of, let's attack the sucking extraterrestrial.
Yahoo! Geronimo!
That's the spirit.
You know, Jeffrey, I think that since you've become the mystic of the two of us, we should adjust accordingly in our plans toward Earth.
She gave him a good sound whack across the fleshy part of his buttocks as he knelt in the prune's version of the lotus, the bum mantra. His posterior sticking out like that was simply too much of a temptation for poor Vivian. Besides, it seemed entirely appropriate for the Prunian mystical path that Jeffrey was taking anyway, and it allowed her to vent her natural sadistic tendencies.
Aren't you listening to me?
Oh, sorry. I was lost in blissful chant.
You've gotten mystical, Jeffrey, and I'm not entirely sure if that's going to sit well with the duties and responsibilities necessary in running centers for the pursuit of excellence in academic applications. By the way, I thought the proper chant was Om.
Sorry, Freudian slip.
In fact, Dr. Wussman seemed entirely oblivious to everything around him. He'd been this way the whole time since he'd had that vision of his, and while on some levels Vivian found it enjoyable to take advantage of his distraction, a zoned-out Jeffrey was admittedly getting a tad boring. Ever since that nasty little scene with old Demetrius and his odious companions escaping somehow, they just kind of shivered off into nothingness, leaving the prunes all befuddled. It had taken a great deal of verbal tap-dancing to convince the old Grand Prune that she and Jeffrey had not been conspirators in that escape. Jeffrey had just sort of withdrawn, leaving everything to her. He just sort of knelt there in that kneeling position, spouting off all manner of religious gibberish of an incoherent Prunian cast. Sermonish stuff like sinners in the hands of a breakfast cereal-hating God and talk of the damned of the universe writhing in lakes of hot oatmeal with no milk or sugar. It was positively weird. No way did she want him to be in charge of anything important in any of her universities.
At any rate, Jeffrey, I thought that rather than split up the colleges and such among us, you can head up all the departments of religion and philosophy, and I can relieve you of all those awful duties and responsibilities attendant to dealing with the rest of that nonsense. You'll get a nice little salary, a nice cold cloister to pray and meditate in, the promise of at least one scouring a week by yours truly, and all the bread and water you can eat and drink. Rich rewards for a man who's clearly become a matchless ascetic.
Yes, dear. Sounds delightful. And did I tell you about the prune over deity X-lax and the punishment that will meet those who do not swallow his holy message? For behold, those wretched souls shall slide down the holy lower intestines and be defecated down the tubes of eternal despair.
Indeed, Jeffrey. Cheerful stuff. The masses will eat it up. You'll have a wonderful time upon the planet Earth with that delightful message.
I trust, Vivian, that you are heeding my words sufficiently to take the appropriate spiritual action.
Indeed. Aren't you happy with the purging qualities of the purging I'm giving you?
I have great concern for your soul, Vivian, for you know we used to sin greatly. I especially, I admit, for I had great amounts of lust for you.
Used to?
I've given up the baser elements of my nature, sacrificed them on the altar of decency and prudence. Thank you for the departments of philosophy and religion. Thus, I will disseminate the wisdom and vision of total sexual abstinence upon the whole of the earth.
Come on now, Jeffrey. Surely you don't buy that stuff. I mean, how do the prunes reproduce if they don't fool around once in a while?
None of my business.
All well and good, but you're a scientist, man. Don't you have any curiosity on the subject?
I am born upon the wings of uplifting spirituality. I am swallowed up by the blissful allness of self-denial.
This was serious. Maybe she should show him some thigh or something, flash him some flesh. That would get his pot cooking. Still, in any event, he wasn't complaining about her getting the top spot in the universities they were going to control once the prunes conquered Earth. She never got a chance to implement any bid for sexual attention, however, because the Grand Prune chose that moment to make his entrance, along with his royal train.
And what visionary triumph have you enjoyed today, newly anointed one?
I went unto the mountain peak, and there I saw the angel of uprightness, and he saith,
heedeth the words of the prune, for they run like delicious from the dried plum, and they maketh the bowels to run fast and quick.
Excellent.
Oh, why don't you two commune, and I'll just go and use the neuters.
No, Vivian Human. We must discuss certain necessary matters. It is becoming more and more obvious to us that while your pulmonary organ sings in the correct place, you haven't got the faintest idea where this home planet of yours is.
What, Earth? I gave you specific instructions.
As I explicitly recall, when showed a model of the galaxy you titled the Milky Way, you simply pointed one of your extensor digits toward a cluster containing thousands of suns, to say nothing of planets, and said, somewhere in there. Your description of your system lacks somewhat as well. Nebraska? Now tell me, Vivian Human, what are we to make of that?
Nebraska, Grand Prune. Everybody knows where Nebraska is. It's right by Iowa.
For behold, saith Xlax, I shall create the center of the universe, and it shall be called Omaha.
Well, you can quote all you like, but that won't help us find the blasted place, and I need remind you, Vivian Human, if we do not find the Earth, you cannot have your universities.
Yes, there was the rub. If only they'd been able to capture Dr. Dimopoulos, he'd know. They'd be able to torture the information out of him easy enough. She would have shown them his most sensitive spots. She knew that she wouldn't be able to put up with this barren hellhole much longer. It was so boring here that she was afraid that she'd fall asleep sometime and simply not care to wake up anymore, which wasn't like Dr. Vivian Vernon at all.
Well, you're the one with the super science. Haven't you found a number of possibilities?
A mere 510.
Well, you should have said something. That's an easy enough number to handle. I'll just go on up to your map room and have a look. I'm sure it will prove more interesting than hanging around here listening to Jeffrey drone on and on with his mystical nonsense.
That would be extremely helpful.
Why do I get the feeling that you don't believe me?
What proof have you offered us even the existence of this planet you call Earth? For all we know, this is all part of a plot. Yes, a complex and sinister Paisan plot to undermine our holy domination of the galaxy.
You're paranoid.
Perhaps. But we had better find the location of Earth soon, or you both will suffer dire consequences.
Look, pal, I don't care who you are. Nobody talks to me like that.
Get back, foolish creature, or meet the wrath of the mighty Broom.
Yeah? You and what army? You scrawny, quivering little creature.
Although Vivian was plenty peeved, she was still under control. She knew it wasn't exactly wise to commit violence upon the person of the prune leader. Nonetheless, it was her understanding that a stance of defiance, albeit mild, was always considered a stance of strength. It was best that the Grand Prune and the other prunes never consider her weak-willed, or how long would they allow her to hang on to her precious universities? So she stepped up to the Grand Prune, squared her shoulders proudly, extended her hand, and flicked a finger at the tip of the Groucho Marx mask the creature wore. The rubber band that held it on snapped. The mask fell off.
Oh, my God!
Although Vivian was plenty peeved, she was still under control. She knew it wasn't exactly wise to commit violence upon the person of the prune leader. Nonetheless, it was her understanding that a stance of defiance, albeit mild, was always considered a stance of strength. It was best that the Grand Prune and the other prunes never consider her weak-willed, or how long would they allow her to hang on to her precious universities? So she stepped up to the Grand Prune, squared her shoulders proudly, extended her hand, and flicked a finger at the tip of the Groucho Marx mask the creature wore. The rubber band that held it on snapped. The mask fell off.
Oh, my God!
How is that silly-looking thing going to stop the prunes from conquering Earth?
When placed up to my eye like so, my thought waves are channeled through it, focused into a vortex, and then directed outward again by the lenses of the glasses by the directional vector of my latent psi forces.
How's that going to deal with the incredible powers the prunes clearly have?
Let me show you something, my dear. If my theory is correct and soldering skill is accurate, then something interesting should happen here.
He placed the light up to the lens, directed it, and clicked the power on. The small bulb shone brightly, and brighter still as it accumulated in the crystalline cache of the lens. Round and round it rolled through the glass, vortexing out and then streaming on the edges, up and up and up through the wires it shot, glowing. Then, in an instant exultation of exhalation, the light flamed out from the lens in a coherent flash of concentrated energy. It sounded like a god clearing his throat. It laid waste to everything in its path, cutting a biting swath through metal and plastic and glass.
My word! Whatever was that?
I shall call it a laser.
Why?
Sounds like an anagram. Let's see. Light amplified through stimulated emission of radiation?
I was thinking more along the lines of, let's attack the sucking extraterrestrial rat.
Yahoo! Geronimo!
Doctor Dimension, Episode 13.
We have successfully modified your ship, and my goodness, whatever is that?
With this, we believe that we might be able to beat the probe.
Use it by all means, and bring that beautiful-looking thing back. I have a few worlds I'd like you to blow up for me.
Sorry, Don. We don't do that sort of thing.
Yeah, well, just a thought. Defeating the probe will be sufficient. Walk this way, please.
They followed Don Delamonte and his hatted goons down to the shuttle bay where their engineering confederates had been working on the ship. The Mudlark proved quite a surprise.
Wow.
Yeah, you like,
Where before it had been merely a huge, glowering, globby hunk squatting stolidly on thick supports, it was now oblong and snazzy, chrome flashing everywhere.
It looks like something from a Flash Gordon cereal. My God, how garish!
With mingled gratification and misgiving, Dr. D had to agree. It looked like an Art Deco car designer's idea of what a spaceship should be. It had filigreed silver and gold fins and mag hubcaps on wheels. Wheels? Why did they need wheels in space? The wheels had mud flaps with engraved rhinestone wings. It even had a winged hood ornament sprouting from its nose.
Garish, of course, is the ultimate compliment from Earth people.
Perhaps I should point out a few features of your new vessel.
They were ushered into the Mudlark Mark II, and Dr. D was suitably impressed. The place had not only been rebuilt with superior alloys, looking distinctly stronger than the rickety structure that preceded it, but it had been refurnished and refurbished with elegant and plush fittings.
Wow, it hurts my eyes.
Indeed, all the chrome fittings gleamed, and the gem-like studs on the controls sparkled magnificently. Velvet curtains hung sumptuously. Purple and red wallpaper glowed with an unearthly illumination.
Don, this is nice. Very nice indeed. Thank you.
But you can thank me by kicking through butts. You can thank me by scuttling the mothership as you have promised to do. Well, toward those ends, let me show you the other more strategic innovations we have accomplished with your vessel.
Don Delamonte pulled aside a curtain, and there was the control room, shimmering metallic in the soft glow of its dashboard lights. Levers and switches glistened gold with silver highlights. Shiny black buttons and verniers were spread out on a panel field, fronted by two turret-mounted control chairs. Hanging from a rear-view mirror was a pair of dice.
Just like the old control board, only much prettier.
And much more functional, I assure you. Also, we have installed a subspace radio with which to keep in contact with us.
Can we listen to the Jack Benny Show?
Yeah. You are armed with the complete Paisan assortment of power beams, tractor beams, and such, but we have made a bit of an innovation upon your Star Drive.
Oh, good. Like some kind of control over it?
It turns out that your quantum fuzzy drive was quite similar in principle to one of our drives, the garlic and onions drive. We have taken the liberty of programming the location of the prune mothership into your ship's computer.
Aren't you going to help us? You know, back us up with your fleet or something.
That is why we are sending you back to the mothership. Although you need not actually destroy it, The Prunes do have a fuel generator on board that must be shut down if we are to defeat them. It has been their most effective tool in their insane war against us.
What field generator is that?
Don't ask.
The antipasto device.
And once that happens?
Once that happens, we will finally be able to contain the advance of the Prunes through the universe and thus prevent them from conquering your planet.
This thing sounds pretty nasty. But if we're going to shut down this antipasto device, we're going to have to know where it is.
There are two ways of dealing with it. You may either destroy it or destroy the mothership itself. Either way will be sufficient. Capiche?
That's a pretty tall order.
You have your world at stake.
Well, I guess it's time for us to strap ourselves in and get ready for takeoff.
The mudlark flashed through the thronging stars like a darting fish through an awesome ocean. Dr. D found it a wholly glorious experience, caroming through space. Where the mudlark previously had been the Earth equivalent of Ford's Model T, it was now a Cadillac with all the trimmings. He was actually able to enjoy the views provided, instead of worrying about things like navigation, a clunky motor, and keeping out the ether. And spectacular views they were. Roaring suns, blossoming planets, milky moons, creamy comets. Together, he and his companions piloted the mudlark toward their date with destiny. Dr. D hadn't had a date for a long time, and he was looking forward to it, setting his attention upon the duty that was before him, saving Earth. The bedraggled place wasn't worth much, he supposed, but it was home.
Diane, you've got the hang of the main controls?
You bet, Doc.
Good. Troy, you tighten those grommets and deal with whatever incidental repairs and work that must be done. Diane, you pilot. I'll man the magnetic monocle. Communications via intercom, right? Well, gang, Prunes, here we come!
He situated himself in the bubble and strapped himself in. He inspected the magnetic monocle. Yes, there it was in all its wonderful glory, a bright and shiny testament to his brilliance. He pushed it, making sure it could swivel properly, then made the necessary adjustments. Then he fitted the thought-conducting apparatus in place. Excellent. He could feel a frisson of power pass through his system like an electronic goose. He fired off a burst of energy into the ether just to test the device. The air around him crackled with excited particles. It reeked of positive ions. His hair stood on end. Ah, the thrill. Perhaps he'd found his true and romantic calling, turret gunner in a spaceship. Only the breathless black of the ether and the shiny eyes of the majestic stars watching and awaiting the outcome.
You bet. Troy, how are those grommets? Did they detect us yet? Good. We'll dive in straight for the mothership. We deal with that, and they won't be able to invade Earth. You bet, Diane. Who would have guessed it last year when the mudlark was just a gleam in my eye that we'd be fighting space battles today? Well, just goes to show you, science is a wonderful thing.
Diane's readings soon became visual fact. Dr. D could see spread before them a vast armada of prune ships. And in the very midst, like a bullfrog amid a horde of tadpoles, was a most ferocious and lumpy sight. Against the blazing field of stars, the prune mothership.
There it is!
Dr. Vivian Vernon tapped the thing in the hollow tank triumphantly. The thing in the hollow tank was a planet, and a single pale moon sailed it.
That's what we're looking for.
Your home planet, eh?
He'd kept good distance from the pair. Ever since he'd lost his glasses and nose guard, he'd kept a healthy distance away.
Earth. And right down there. That's Nebraska.
The Grand Prune glanced over the solar system, nodded, and then pushed aside a lesser prune to get at a computer console. He tapped a few keys. a readout monitor lifted from the side table, and Prune perused the alien language messages that scrawled there.
According to our records, our ancestors utilized it as a toxic biological experiments dump. That would explain a great deal. Your human race is apparently our little mutated accident.
Well, there's a disquieting thought.
Indeed, thought Vivian Vernon. Well, they'd still get the universities. It had been touch and go ever since that little accident. When she'd unfortunately knocked off those Groucho Marx glasses, there'd been quite the shock. Apparently, the prunes had their male procreative features where humans had their noses. It was a most startling and disconcerting sight. In a fit of anger, the grand prune had thrown them into a cell occupied by a solitary prune tax evader and sex offender. He had explained that all prunes were hermaphrodites, the necessary female aspect of their plumbing in the more traditional humanoid spot, and were allowed to mate with themselves only at predetermined times and then supervised to make sure that no pleasure whatsoever was involved. Those prunes caught in the closet being naughty with themselves were neutered and placed in the prune choir where they sang the high parts.
Well then, coordinates are fed into the system. How long before we can hit Manic Drive, Lieutenant?
The fleet, as per orders, is already in formation.
How fortunate. Well, then I must admit, you've been of great help to us, Doctors Vernon and Wussman, and these universities of yours will be under your control very, very soon.
You hear that, Jeffrey? Colleges, whole universities, and my theories will achieve the true recognition they deserve.
Theories? There are no theories in Prunian science, philosophy, ethics, religion, or, for that matter, Prunian tiddlywinks. It's all fact, and that fact is what you will be allowed to teach at your schools, and that is all.
That violates academic freedom.
Vivian was about to jump on the prune leader and claw his beady little eyes out. However, she was fortunately restrained by the more moderate Geoffrey. Nonetheless, Vivian calmed down. She smoothed her hands down her side as though rearranging ruffled feathers. Now was not the time to object.
You are in agreement, then?
You seem to be in charge, oh boss of the prune.
The Grand Prune nodded with great self-satisfaction. He then made the necessary orders to send his incredibly large and powerful military fleet against the comparatively puny and feeble, and hardly super-scientific or even high-tech, forces of Earth. He raised a pointed finger.
Very well. Ready the engines. We will enter Manic Space Hut.
Suddenly, however, the whole room lurched. Again it jumped as though struck by an earthquake. But of course, there were no earthquakes in space.
What is happening?
The Bisons are firing upon us, sir.
We will crush them, the fools.
This appears to be a new kind of Bison ship.
As soon as the image flashed upon the screen, as soon as they saw the chrome and the shape of it, both Vivian and Geoffrey knew who it was.
Dr. Demopolis!
It was an awfully big mothership, and Dr. D, hardly in the habit of fighting huge space battles, was at first a bit daunted. However, as soon as he got the thing within sight, his target fever returned, and he felt as though he'd been living in this cockpit for a very long time. The magnetic monocle was something else again. On the one hand, it was so alien to his sense of proportion and reality, and yet, on the other, it was part of him. Even now, as it warmed up, veins of light streaming through it like hot, rich blood, he also felt his own excitement rise. The primeval lust for battle overwhelmed his rational self. The points of light on the starfield around the massive mother were now almost discernible as ships.
We have visual.
Remember the Alamo!
Geronimo!
Dr. D wanted to test the range of the magnetic monocle, so he aimed the thing at the biggest target, the prune mothership, inserted the coil control, and concentrated. The thing, hooked into place on the bubble so that it rotated all around, let loose a blast of energy like nothing Dr. D had ever seen, let alone produced before. The energy slid in a straight shot to the mothership, clipping it on the side in a fiery explosion. Even at this distance, Dr. D could see it rock.
Great shot, Doc.
We're going to have to get closer.
I suggest you get those 4 screens ready. We're going to need them.
We're going up now.
Dr. D could see the vibrant, colorful wash of sparkling energy as the force field erected itself. It seemed to shimmer with excitement, as though it wanted to pierce the enemy defenses itself. The small prune ships, each bigger than the Mudlark, were coming at them, letting loose rays of every color and description. Disintegrator rays, disruptor rays, manta rays, man rays, ray bands, the whole catalog of super scientific energy beams were let loose upon the Mudlark. Dr. D swept them away with his brain ray, cutting a huge swath in their numbers. The prune ships whirled and crashed and flared. They sank and fell and crumbled, crashing into one another in brilliant bursts. It was like a spectacular 4th of July in hell. However, the first foray had been lucky. Diane had been able to avoid the larger rays beamed at them, but then a particle beam struck them full on, turning the force fields bright scarlet and shaking the whole vessel up considerably. Dr. D was flung back and away. A good thing he'd buckled in, or he'd have crashed straight through the canopy. The time before he could get the magnetic monocle ready and aimed again was just seconds, but it gave the prunes time to regroup and swoop in above them.
Doc, they're coming from the other side! There! I can't! Not fast enough!
If all those myriad ships concentrated their beams on their force shields, it would crack like an eggshell, and they'd be disintegrated by a whirling torrent of energy. It seemed hopeless. However, just at the very last moment, a volley of multicolored rays erupted from another part of the ether, blasting the first advance of prunes into sparks and glowing dust.
We told you we'd not be far behind. That magnetic monocle of yours is something, Doctor. There's the mothership. Go get it. We'll defeat the smaller ships.
Dang! This thing is shaking apart. I'm fixing and tightening as fast as I can.
Okay, Diane. Head for the mothership. I'm okay, and I'm ready to blast!
Get him, Doctor!
He channeled every bit of concentration, every bit of energy into the magnetic monocle, and started thumping away with the coil. This time, the beam produced was truly thick and powerful and well aimed. It slammed with instantaneous and unspeakable velocity into the very center of the mothership. An explosion of crimson, purple, and yellow flowered out of the center. Dr. D kept concentrating. He dipped down into the remote reaches of his psyche, to the very heart of his secret world of computation and cogitation. The beam intensified, boring into the dark metal hide of the vessel. The explosions ignited were magnificent. They cracked the mothership, spewing out threads of flames and garbage. Clearly, the doctor's efforts had initiated a chain reaction.
It's gonna really blow, Doc! We'd better get...
However, she did not finish her sentence. The prune mothership shattered like a pulverized cue ball. The energy waves were so tremendous that it took only seconds for them to reach the Mudlark, which was thrown back, tail over bow, like a little rubber duck in a storm-tossed bathtub. Dr. D shut off the magnetic monocle and clung to consciousness, but only barely. When the Mudlark finally drifted to a halt under Diane Derry's excellent piloting, he took a relieved breath.
Status report.
Everything's shaky, Doc, but it's still holding together.
Thank God for those robins, Diane.
Still under control, Doctor. Good job. You're wonderful.
I did nail them, didn't I? Too bad about Vivian and Jeffrey, though. However, it was Earth or them.
Doctor, I'm getting some sort of reading on the sensors.
Good God! Another battleship? My mind waves are just about fried.
No, Doctor. It's some kind of lifeboat.
The thing is shaking apart. I'm fixing and tightening as fast as I can.
Okay, Diane. Head for the mothership. I'm okay, and I'm ready to blast!
Get him, Doctor!
He channeled every bit of concentration, every bit of energy into the magnetic monocle, and started thumping away with the coil. This time, the beam produced was truly thick and powerful and well aimed. It slammed with instantaneous and unspeakable velocity into the very center of the mothership. The prune mothership shattered like a pulverized cue ball. The energy waves were so tremendous that it took only seconds for them to reach the Mudlark, which was thrown back, tail over bow, like a little rubber duck in a storm-tossed bathtub.
Status report.
Everything's shaky, Doc, but it's still holding together.
Thank God for those robins, Diane.
Still under control, Doctor. Good job. You're wonderful.
Too bad about Vivian and Jeffrey, though. However, it was Earth or them.
Doctor. I'm getting some sort of reading on the sensors.
Good God! Another battleship? My mind waves are just about fried.
No, Doctor. It's some kind of lifeboat.
Dr. Dimension, Episode 14.
Vivian Vernon gave Dr. D an impassioned hug and kiss as soon as she passed through the airlock, another nifty Paisan addition to the ship. Dr. Dimopoulos was so nonplussed, he didn't even try to cop a feel. Dr. Jeffrey Wussman, however, was not quite so happy.
You've ruined the chances for Earth's peace and happiness. Damn your eyes. Ow.
Sorry about him, folks. You can tell by his new clothing he's not the same old lovable Jeffrey. You see, the prunes got hold of him and scrubbed clean that puny brain of his.
Well, I'm not sure I trust you, but I'm glad you're still alive. How did you escape that incredible panic?
It wasn't easy, believe me. In the first place, we were being held prisoners under mental control of the prunes. Working for them certainly wasn't our idea.
But Vivian! Ow!
Got any straitjackets around here? I believe poor dear Jeffrey's still under the sway. Some sort of gag wouldn't be a bad idea either.
I was just going to comment on your willpower in resisting prune mind control.
Misinterpretation. Sorry. Belay that straitjacket thing. Dear Jeff's still with us. Now, where was I? Fortunately, we were not incarcerated when your rays hit. We were being forced to identify our home planetary system. The prunes were set into such a tizzy by that first unexpected assault that they didn't even notice us slipping out. So by the time you finally gave us that last mighty blast, we'd already gotten to one of their lifeboats. We only had to cast off to get away. Luck and providence guided us away, and fate led us back to the good old mudlark.
Mind control, huh? I suppose that's plausible enough. They would have that technology. In the end, we're all human, and we'll have to give you the human benefit of the doubt.
You're a wonderful human being.
Maybe just an old fool. Maybe I should make you walk the plank. Control of all the universities in the world, indeed. And if you suffered from Prunian mind control, who's to say you are not still under the influence, as it were? No, my professional friends, we won't abandon you. However, I think we're going to have to confine you under observation for a while.
But you can't. If I get cooped up with this loon again, I'll go absolutely nuts myself.
I'll have time to teach you the 999 basic tenets of the enlightened way philosophy.
Oh, you've got to help me, Doctor. I beg of you. Please, I'll do anything.
Sorry, Viv. We'll deal with this whole matter again once we get the physics department back in order. Under my command. Now, if you'll just follow Troy, he'll take you back and show you your quarters.
Vivian Vernon trooped out haughtily, head high. A shudder passed through the ship. A squeaking of the seams sounded. Diane Derry looked around, clearly alarmed, but Dr. D calmed her down.
A few loose grommets. Troy will see to them. Now, let's see if we can't persuade the paisans to take us back home.
However, they had a hard time getting hold of their erstwhile battle companions. Clearly, they were doing some kind of mopping up after the battle, or perhaps after their victory, Dr. D suggested they may be negotiating with the prunes on setting up slot machines on neutral worlds. Whatever it was, he figured there had to be some pushy economics involved somewhere. Troy returned. However, he did not return alone. Spawn, the alien, was with him, the wiggly-eyed creature looking little the worse for having a hole blasted through his head.
Spawn, you're alive!
The rumors of my demise were entirely exaggerated. I just had a hole in my head and stopped breathing. A little ploy to distract those to whom I owe vast sums. It worked, didn't it? There's still a little matter of this hole, but it will mend soon enough. Fortunately, my brain is located in my nether regions rather than in my head.
Hey, that's where the doc says mine is.
Only occasionally, Troy. Well, Spawn, there does seem to be a bit of a problem. We're going to get the Paisans to scoot us back to Earth, and it's going to take quite a bit of work to conceal a spaceship, let alone an alien creature.
Don't worry about me. I see you've got a nice little example of a prune lifeboat in your airlock. Just loan me some tools and supplies, and I'll cobble up a quick, sporty little warp drive, and I'll just be on my way.
Give him some tools, Troy, and some of that bean pizza. That should do it.
Sure thing, Doc. Okay, come on, Spawn. We'll fix you right up. Maybe you can give me a quick course in drive mechanics or something.
Yeah, I was wondering, how exactly do you make that thing work?
I still can't get hold of the Paisans. I'm beaming out a call, but there's no response.
Give him a little while, my dear. I'd better take a look at how well we're holding together.
He was interrupted by a blazing flash of light and the sudden materialization of a quite bemused-looking being, Krillman. Krillman from the AAA.
Good grief! What's been going on here?
You were supposed to send us home. Instead, you dropped us straight into the prune mothership.
Yeah, sorry about that little miscalculation. Let me do some calculations on this little device of mine. It appears I futzed things up quite awfully in the balance of power here. I'm going to have hell to answer for to the elders. They'll demote me for sure. Hey, what am I going to do?
Well, for starters, you can get us back to Earth like you promised.
Now, things really aren't that bad. I'd say all in all, if anything, the prunes were due for a setback. They were out to conquer our part of the galaxy, including Earth, and set up a most tyrannical system. You might mention that to your leader.
You tell it to them.
Do you think that you really should be running about the galaxy with this proclivity for error, Krillman?
I could do better. If only I could get a chance.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll make a deal. You get this ship back to Earth, and we won't report it.
Really?
This whole incident will be just a little blip on your elders' bureaucratic system. You play your cards right, and you won't even know it. And we've got another fella here by the name of Spawn.
Don't tell me I did the same thing to his ship.
You've really got to get your coordinates straight, you poor thing.
Well, I suppose a little numeric house cleaning is in order. Thank you, I'll do that.
Good. You'll find Spawn in the life ship. Make whatever arrangements are necessary. And by the way, send back our friend Troy. I don't think Spawn needs him anymore.
Certainly. Thanks, Doc. You two really are really swell people. I'll get to work on this whole thing immediately.
Who says that God doesn't throw dice? Clearly he does, and bonked that fellow right on the nut.
Do you think we can trust him this time?
We're going to have to. If we can't get a hold of those Paisans, I don't understand it. Where are those guys? Thank you. Now you'll help us get back to our home? That wasn't what it was created for.
Oh, come on, Doctor. You can give us a little of your time. Nobody will get hurt. Be a sport. You
Diane, turn it off. Make it look like there's interference. Krillman, can you get us back to Earth right this time?
I think I see what the problem was before.
Fine. And the aliens, Spawn.
Tell him to push off in his lifeboat, and I can help him as well.
Oh, you can tell him that yourself when you get the chance. Diane, go get Troy out of the boat and in here. Preferably strapped into a chair somewhere. Both of you.
You got it, Doc.
Krillman, how long will it take you to do your cosmological magic?
About 90 seconds.
Fine. You make sure that Diane and Troy are back, and you do it. Understand? And this time, make sure it's Earth, USA, Nebraska, Flightheimer University. Got it?
No problem, Doc.
I certainly hope not. Don Delamonte, are you there?
Sure, Doctor. Little problem with communications. Look, I can make this deal even sweeter for you. Make your life easy back on Earth when we connect with our counterparts there. Nobody on the side ever hurt anybody
That sounds most interesting. But I'm confused, Don. You never mentioned this aspect of your business before. Threatening worlds? I thought you all were the good guys.
We are. We stand for a little fun inside that. A little joy. A little vino, some song, a nice game of craps. What more can one want, huh? These people don't play with the rules, though. They need to be reminded. No harm intended.
Oh, of course not. I suppose I could accommodate you. Besides, I rather enjoyed using my new invention, and after all, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have invented it.
That's the kind of thinking I like, Doctor.
What's the plan, then?
Let me get some information from my navigation people, and I'll get right back with you. Doctor,
Yes?
you're not gonna regret this.
Over and out, Don. I'll talk to you later. Later than you think, my friend. Diane, Troy, strap yourself into your chair.
Oh, boy. Maybe I'll get back in time for the Saturday football game.
Is Spawn set?
Yes, he's got provisions and some tools. He's already working on a drive. He's apparently not as confident in Krillman as you seem to be.
We haven't got much of a choice, have we?
No, I suppose not.
Krillman, are we anywhere near getting out of here?
Hold your horses. Just a matter of seconds.
Doctor, you would be thinking of double crossing just because if not, you should know the boys out there, we do not like double crossing.
Nor does anyone, I shouldn't think.
But not just anyone gets revenge, or has the wherewithal to accomplish it.
Very well. Krillman, are you ready?
10 seconds.
Now, Don, we're going to need directions to wherever it is in the universe that you want us to go.
We'll get back to you.
5 seconds.
Gee, Doc, that guy sounded like he meant what he said. We're not going to double-cross him.
Sorry about that, Troy, but I believe we are.
Krillman hit the final button, and everything got very strange again.
We've gone quantum fuzzy again.
Not quite. It's a modification. Call it the uncertainty drive.
What the hell is that?
Well, we're not quite certain.
Where are we going?
Not certain of that either. But there are a number of possible destinations.
Soon the blurriness disappeared, and Krillman rose from the control panel.
Well, folks, it's closing time.
Everyone had rushed to the viewport. Hanging against the starry backdrop was a khaki-colored planet mottled with darker areas that might once have been oceans. It looked a little like Earth's moon, minus the craters, or at least no craters were visible from this distance. Streaks of white banded the world here and there, clouds presumably, so there was an atmosphere.
That doesn't look like Earth.
It's not. Krillman, you miserable, rotten, no good.
Rough crowd, woo! I've played some tough rooms before, but this is the worst.
You haven't seen anything
Take
yet.
it easy, Biv. Krillman, what's the meaning of this?
Well, I guess it's time I leveled with you people.
Yes, it certainly is. You're not what you say you are you?
You mean I'm not a construct? Sure I am. But I wasn't constructed by any race called the Krill. That was just gas.
You're a tool of one of the godlike races.
Ain't saying. But we've been helping you all along.
Helping us? You nearly got us killed dumping us off on the prunes like that.
Oh, and who do you think sent you all that nifty equipment and parts and stuff so you could get your silly toy spaceship to work right in the first place?
You did?
Natch.
But why are you dumping us here? Why won't you get us back to Earth? You know its location. That stuff about taking years to find it was all built.
Yeah, we were pulling the old sheep fuzz over your eyes. They had to stall you some way. We can't let you go back to Earth with all this fancy technology.
Why not?
Not just yet, anyway.
What do we do now?
That's up to you guys. You got a planet down there that's not a lot different from Earth. Got air, water. Well, not a lot of it. Most of it's dried up. But there's food and everything. Well, not really food. There's animals you can hunt and that sort of
So
thing.
let me get this straight. You're ditching us here, abandoning
You
us.
still have your ship.
But we have absolutely no idea of how to get home.
If you can figure out a way to get there, you're free to go. But we ain't gonna help you. You've helped us advance our interests in the universe. You've been a handy tool. But we got no further use for you at the moment.
But we still have a working space-time ship. We don't have to stay here.
You better stay put for the time being. You could go bouncing around the universe forever without ever finding another planet as good as this one.
You call that a planet? That's a wasteland down there.
It's the best we could do on such a short notice. Well, folks, for my last number, I'd like to...
Let's get him!
Diane, Troy, and Wussman followed Dr. Vernon's lead. They lunged as one, trying to get their hands on Krillman's pudgy body.
Whoa! I gotta talk to my agent.
Krillman promptly disappeared, leaving the humans grasping at air.
Rat! He's not a rat. He's a mouse going to rat night school.
Forget him, kid. What should we do now? Try another random jump? Keep spinning the wheel until we come up winners?
You mean find Earth that way? It might take forever.
Well, let's take a vote. All in favor of landing on this dirt ball, this planet, if you can call it that, say aye. Okay, it's unanimous. I'll just hit one of these buttons and we'll spin the wheel again.
Doc. We got red lights blinking all over the control panels.
Massive systems failure. Looks like we have no choice but to try a landing.
Have you ever landed anything in your life?
A 10-pound bass once. Oh, not to worry, Viv. The ship's anti-gravity function still seems functional, I think.
But you've never had any experience piloting this crate as a spaceship or an aircraft or as anything.
There's much to be said for on-the-job training.
We're all going to die.
The dun-colored planet loomed ever larger in the viewport. All hands had strapped into their seats. Demopolis and Diane in the pilot's and co-pilot seats, respectively. The planet became a world as the craft approached, its curvature flattening. Above, the stars were washing out, growing dim and milky.
Trim the electrostatic stabilizer.
Where?
Those thingies.
Oh.
You're the co-pilot. You should know every single control and instrument on this console.
Whole temperature rising.
Huh? Where?
Right there. Don't you know where the whole temperature gauge is?
I never looked at it before. Why is the temperature going up?
We must have entered the atmosphere.
What's our speed?
Something like Mach 15.
Yow! We'll burn up, just like a meteor. We gotta slow down.
Speed decreasing. Mach 14. Mach 13.
More! Gotta slow down more!
Mach 12.
We're all going to die.
It's been my fervent hope that we would one day die together, my darling.
Die by yourself, you little toad.
No, don't reject me now, darling. Not at a time like this,
You weasel.
Charming stuff.
Anti-gravity malfunctioning.
Uh-oh.
We're pretty much okay in the uh-oh department. Everyone here can uh-oh just about as good as you can.
Doc, I'm sorry, but I think it's curtains for us.
I'm too young to die.
I'm with you, my love.
Shut up, you odious little worm.
Vivian, you know you love me.
Oh, I loathe you. I despise you. You make me sick.
Denial, just denial.
What's our altitude?
40,000 feet now. Dr. D, we're slowing down, but we're dropping like a rock.
Demopolis continued frantically trying to control the craft, which had now begun to buffet. A high-pitched howling sounded through the hull. The planet's surface came up fast. The terrain was arid, bleak, and mostly flat, barring the odd range of craggy mountains or the stub of an eroded butte or two.
Brace yourself!
Demopolis, if we die, I'll kill you.
Uh-oh.
Did he say uh-oh?
He did. He said,
uh-oh. Every light on the instrument panel is flashing.
20,000 feet. 15.
Oh, I'm
12,
sorry, but it looks
10,
like we're going to...
9,000.
I hope that was cathartic for all of you. Actually, we're going to hit the ground at a mere 100 feet per second. It will be a calculated controlled crash. Whoops. Make that 200 feet per second. No, 250.
We can make it. Don't give up hope, Dr. Demopolis.
Don't call me that anymore. From now on, I will be known as Dr. Universe. No. Dr. Quantum. No.
What the hell does it matter, you insane fool?
I know. I will be called Dr.